If everyone would like to take the hello. If everyone would like to take their seats, we'll be starting the first panel shortly.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I was a little bit at the same time as the tune, but thank you very much for making the right decision to be in this event this morning, because this is about bringing important topics together, namely climate change, but also hunger and malnutrition, meaning food systems. And it is about time to bring them together and to make them work together. But before I start to make my introductory remarks, I would like to introduce a very exciting panel that we have this morning. We have here in our panel climate experts and authorities in their own country who are also engaged in food systems and nutrition. And we hope to have a conversation with them to see how they do it. Because we can talk all the time about the importance of funding, but funding in an account doesn't do the right work, nor for our planet and our climate, nor for the people. And this is what we want to make happen. Technology is still trying to find the right tone of voice, but in the meantime, let me introduce the panel. First of all, we have Mr. Dini. Mr. Dini is the head of negotiation for climate, but also including food systems from Djibouti. And he is so experienced that his first COP was already in 1998. So many of us were not born. I was born already because I just started my second youth, but many of you were not born at that time. Then we have Dr. Soxilo, and Dr. Soxilo is the Food Systems convener and the Scaling Up Nutrition Movement focal point in Cambodia. And he and his team, supported of course or leading or guiding the government, have been so smart in bringing together the nationally determined contributions, the food systems ambitions, the food systems national pathways, but also the nutrition for growth ambitions. So that if you do one investment, you can hit 3 boxes, and this is the way to go. Try to create a business case where you can do something for the climate and for the people to keep them alive. And we have Dr. Zakata. Dr. Zakata is from Zimbabwe, and he is also very keen engineer in bringing the agendas together. Climate, adaptation, mitigation, but also food and nutrition. Finally, we're extremely proud to have Dr. Nazir Ahmed from Pakistan joining us. Good afternoon, Dr. Nazir. Most welcome. You were not able to make it to Sharm el-Sheikh. Very understandable, because your country is in a dire situation given the floodings, but we are very happy that you are there. My name is Gerda Verburg. I'm the coordinator of the Scaling Up Nutrition Movement, and we bring this together because when I was the Minister of Agriculture, Nature and Food Quality in the Netherlands, agriculture and food was considered as the enemy of the climate, and for good reasons. Now we are talking 2022, and now we can see that in many countries the climate is the enemy of the food and nutrition security of people. And what do we know about enemies? They only can create peace and progress and stability and prosperity if they work together, if they come together and work together. And for that reason, I would like to praise the organizers and the host and everyone, the negotiators of COP27, for making it possible to combine food systems, nutrition with climate adaptation and mitigation. I'm talking already right now for almost 4 minutes. We have Kinda, time over. I have 5 minutes, Kinda. I'm talking 4 minutes. Kinda, be tough on us. Eh? Kinda is our timekeeper, so we should respect her. She has a big red screen to tell you that your time is over. And we want to talk about how to do this, how to create an investment case, a business case for food and climate investment that create win-wins. We have requested the panelists to talk about their own country for 3 minutes. 3 minutes, Kinda, 3 minutes. And then we start to have an interactive conversation. So let me start by inviting Dr. Dini, our most experienced negotiator, to start with a presentation about Djibouti. Yeah, the technicians will make sure that you're, yes. The micro will be handled by the people over there. Yeah. No. Dr. Dini, you have the floor. Please start to speak. What? Okay. Dr. Dini, why don't you stand up? Yeah. And you sit down, Alexander. Yeah.
Yes. So, bonjour tout le monde. Comme vous pouvez le voir dans la présentation, Djibouti est un pays qui fait partie de la Corne d'Afrique, une région qui est très marquée par l'impact du changement climatique. Parce que Djibouti, c'est déjà le contexte national, le contexte géographique, c'est un contexte qui est déjà difficile. Parce que d'abord, la pluviométrie est très faible, à peu près 150 mm par an de pluie. Ensuite, la température est très élevée, autour de 40 à 50 degrés en été.
So Djibouti is a country in the Horn of Africa, and the situation is not easy with a very low level of rains and very high temperatures, above 40 degrees, especially in the summertime.
Dans ces conditions déjà difficiles, le changement climatique aggrave la situation du pays, puisque la pluviométrie baisse et que la température augmente. Et donc, si le réchauffement global continue, la situation risque vraiment de devenir très difficile pour les habitants de Djibouti.
Climate change worsens the situation because the level of rains is dropping and the temperatures are increasing. So if climate change continues, the situation is going to become increasingly difficult for the inhabitants of Djibouti.
Déjà, nous connaissons plusieurs années de sécheresse. Et lorsqu'il pleut, il pleut rarement, mais lorsqu'il pleut, nous avons des inondations dévastatrices qui détruisent l'agriculture, qui détruisent les habitations et qui par conséquent met en péril la sécurité alimentaire des populations.
It doesn't rain much in Djibouti, but when it rains a lot, and they are experiencing terrible floods that destroy agriculture, homes, and jeopardize the food security situation of the population.
Pour faire face à ces situations, le gouvernement de Djibouti met en œuvre deux types d'actions. D'abord, nous cherchons à protéger les populations contre les inondations en construisant des digues qui protègent les villes, mais qui protègent aussi les jardins.
So the government of Djibouti, as a response, is building dams to protect the populations and the gardens as well, and the crops.
Deuxième action que nous menons pour lutter contre la sécheresse, c'est de mobiliser l'eau, puisque pour faire l'agriculture, il faut de l'eau. Et dans la mobilisation de l'eau, il y a deux types d'actions à mener. D'abord, on mobilise les eaux de surface, c'est-à-dire lorsqu'il pleut, pour que l'eau n'aille pas directement à la mer, on fait des micro-barrages, on fait des retenues pour garder l'eau, pour que cette eau soit utilisée pour l'agriculture.
The second aspect of their work is with water and water for agriculture. So they retain rain water when it rains so that this water can be used for agriculture through micro dams.
Deuxième action, c'est de faire des forages profonds, des forages de 300 mètres de profondeur pour que la population qui vit dans le milieu rural ait accès à une eau de façon pérenne.
The second action is to build wells so that rural populations can access safe water and water for agriculture in a sustainable way.
La sécurité alimentaire et l'agriculture sont très liées. L'agriculture et la nutrition sont très liées puisque la santé de la population dépend du fait d'avoir accès à une alimentation équilibrée.
Agriculture, food security and nutrition are extremely linked because the good health of the population is depending on access to healthy diets.
Enfin, tous ces financements toutes ces actions nécessitent un financement international, d'où l'importance d'augmenter le financement pour les actions d'adaptation au changement climatique.
All these actions need international funding, therefore it is critically important to increase money given climate change.
Merci.
Bravo. Thank you very much. Because I will ask you later on the question, what would you like to see as priorities in the outcome of COP27 to make this happen? Because we are very practical here, but later on I first would like to introduce the other panelists. Let us ask Dr. Soxilo, from Cambodia to elaborate a little bit on the ambitions of Cambodia here. Dr. Soxilo, you have the floor.
Thank you. Cambodia made substantial progress in stimulating food system thinking during the National Food System Dialogue. We have some way to go to strengthening understanding food system and in turning the idea into the concrete action within the food system to promote sustainability. In considering to climate change, food system and nutrition nexus, we recognize that food system and human nutrition will be severely impacted by climate change and will need to change. This change should be well planned as systematic adaptation, not only a series of ad hoc responses. There will be a need to adjust food production around the changing climate condition, especially the increase of temperature and frequently extremely climate events. A clear strategic linkage for food system and climate change are established in the Cambodian position for paper for COP27. The statement refers the detailed measure to address climate change, including the Cambodian Climate Change Strategic Plan, the National Strategic Development, the Cambodian Rectangular Strategy, and the Cambodian Sustainable Development. And other development priority include the Cambodian Roadmap for Sustainable Food System for 3020. Which is a resilient livelihood and resilient food system are one of the country priority toward 2030. Climate change is also a cross-cutting issue for food system, recognized as one of the 6 priority in the National Strategy for Food Security in Cambodia. And Cambodia has demonstrated the ability to spread social protection measures to more equitable access to food security under the difficult circumstance of COVID-19 and the crisis. Of expand into the thinking behind domestic program to cope with the climate change. In this circumstance at the COP27, we need our own thinking to go beyond the focus of food security and nutrition outcome and how the pressing issue of climate change can be addressed through change in the food system without compromising nutrition. We need to understand the wider picture, including recognition of the trade-off and co-benefit of the climate change, food system, and nutrition, and how to taking all this into consideration. Thinking of complex challenge for all of us in relation to climate thing. Cambodian make a following call to the developed country and the international funding body. We need support from the international body to provide climate fund to help with transition in governance structure and to change the mindset that will be necessary for surviving of the challenge ahead. We ask the international funding of climate package their assistance with the institutional capacity building and project implementation.
So, Dr. Soxilo, I can also see your iPad, and I can see that you have a little bit more text, but I would like to ask questions later. You've made your plea very strongly, and Kinda is very straightforward. And good for her, but she was, later on I will ask questions, etc. But first we would like to hear from all panelists. Dr. Nazir Ahmed, please give us your perspective. You have 3 minutes to make your case, your investable business case for food systems, climate change, and how to make people and our planet working together to survive. Over to you.
Thank you. Thanks, Radha, for inviting me. I congratulate the Global Sun Movement for this important initiative in this conference for this here in this situation. And due to climate or water scarcity affecting the water table and sustained low productivity, a low yield of agricultural commodities like in the term of quantity and quality also eventually be fed for the years. For orchards, vegetables, flowering and pollination is affected by erratic rainfalls and droughts. For grains, harvesting is affected and resulting food storage wastage. Unexpected germs, infection and viral diseases also due to this climate changes in the country. The change in monsoon spectrum and increased temperature are projected to be pose sustained challenges due to this climate system. I think after this disaster happened, it impacts the whole food value chain, causing food and nutrition security, especially for the most vulnerable such as children and women, especially. Hence, the ease of access to global climate funding for the most climate affected countries is very crucial, and countries like but will also create opportunity for a generation of children, their families and communities for pursue healthy and resilient lives. After this disaster happens, we need sustained food and nutrition security for the country, control the food inflation, to ensure food availability, sustain food value chain, special tax exemption packages for the families. We will launch aggressive awareness and promotion campaign, large climate smart strategies and policies. We need assessment of loss due to disaster at macro level to avoid the hunger and unrest. These food trade for countries at high risk, and we may promote multi-sectoral and holistic programming for climate. For this, taking measures to prevent floods, droughts, to reduce post-harvest losses and unexpected germs infection and viral infection also. It's delayed adverse changes in monsoon patterns and temperature that's also affecting our food systems like harvest, sowing, and also cultivation and other issues we are facing here after this situation.
Thank you
And,
very much, Dr. Nazir. Thank you very much. We will continue in the conversation because Kinda has indicated that your 3 minutes are very well invested, that you invested in it, and we'll take it from here. Before we open the floor, I would like to go to the participants, because you're not audience, you're participants. I would like to invite you to come in with questions. We have one micro, or we make a micro available. We have a mic, so that if you, no, not yet, but after Dr. Sakata, then we can have, but only for one clear statement or a clear question, because it needs to be interactive. And I want to also welcome the audience who is participating through the Food Systems Pavilion YouTube channel. So we also welcome them, and we hope you are able to enjoy and think with us forward to the next step in the implementation of joint food systems and climate change programs. So Dr. Sakata, the next 3 minutes are for you to give the example of Zimbabwe. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to address this
Keep
audience.
the micro a little bit closer to your mouth. Not too close. A little bit closer. There. Closer.
Too close.
Yeah, there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Zimbabwe is a landlocked country which is heavily dependent on rain-fed agriculture, and also subjected to various forms of disasters, some of which are slow onset disasters such as droughts. Droughts are becoming more and more frequent in our country, and also we are subjected to extreme weather events caused by cyclones, extreme storms, winds, hailstorms, and so forth, at times which destroy our crops. And we are also experiencing heat waves of late in the later years, which are also compromising the quality of the crops that we are producing. When we have these disasters, more often than not, we end up resorting to imports actually, of crop. But the imports of crop do not have the diversity of nutritious, I would say, crops that we import. At times we import just the staple food that will feed the stomachs and nothing else. So as a country, we've scaled up climate smart agriculture under a program called Vumvudza, which is trying to introduce small grains which are also drought resistant, which also contribute to food and nutrition. We are also scaling up the construction of dams and other water reservoirs. Some of the geopolitical issues have resulted in us scaling up our production as well for food security itself, but looking at the staple food, perhaps not directly looking at the diversity in terms of nutrition. So we need financing to produce foods or food systems and that are nutritious and also food secure. So we are looking at issues to do with public first, our own resources, then private financing from private sector, then international financing, including what we are discussing here at COP. We can't discuss the issues of adaptation here at COP without talking about nutrition. So we need to find ways to talk to each other as negotiators to ensure that we put in the issues of nutrition in the language that we are presenting in the negotiation tables. So there is need to include also the issues of food and nutrition in the NDCs themselves. The NDCs, they were looking at food security, climate smart agriculture, but not the nutrition aspect. We are just concluding our national adaptation plans, which did not speak about nutrition. The adaptation plans are just speaking about food production and food security. But what is very critical is for the need to ensure that we have perhaps regional advisors to the UN Assistant Secretary General on these issues of food and nutrition in the regions to ensure that perhaps we scale up these nutrition issues where we are coming from. So
thank you very much. Give all the panelists a big hand because Kinda has no mercy and I can be tough as well, but very well done. I have a first question from the audience. Where is the micro? Kinda, you seem to have the micro. Don't hand over the micro because then we are lost. So, gentlemen, please introduce yourself and ask your question, preferably to one of the panelists. You have the floor.
My name's Al Cook. I'm an executive at Equinor, Europe's biggest energy provider, but I also sit as a trustee on a nutrition charity, the Power of Nutrition. And the question I've got for you, and one of you can answer it, is how can your countries use industries, use companies to invest with all the power that they have in order to address the nutrition crises in your countries?
So that's a very, very good question. I would like to ask Dr. Zakata and Dr. Nazir Ahmed to answer this because all the panelists is too much. Then we are losing. Dr. Zakata, do you feel confident to answer this question? You're on the spot.
Thank you very much. The issue of roping in the non-state actors or the private sector is a very complex issue because, you know, the private sector has its own thrust to make money. And to look at the food and nutrition, it's one issue that has to come through policy in the government to ensure that perhaps there is apportionment of the levels of production of the staple food, the the diversity of the crops, which in my country we used to have this before, but we are reintroducing it so that at a farm you'll be apportioned what hectarage to put maize, what hectarage to put green vegetables, what hectarage to put this and that, because there's been a tendency of farmers whom we also call commercial or private, just concentrating maybe on one crop. If it is tobacco, they would concentrate only on tobacco because it's a cash crop. But right now, we are coming up with policies that will ensure that whilst you have your tobacco here, you should have also some other crops depending on the agroecological zoning that you have. If it is suitable for the various types of crops, then we go that route.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmed. Are you able to, Ahmed Nasir, are you also able to give your reflection from Pakistan?
Yes, there's a very important question. In Pakistan, we have Sun Business Network. It has more than 70 business entities on board. They have Unite Nutrition Action Plan prepared by themselves, endorsed by the government. So this nutrition plan must be being implemented by the industries and endorsed by the government, and industries are implementing here the government action policy and plans throughout the country under the Global Sun movement, and we have here that Sun Business Network here. Furthermore, in our country, we have clear guidelines for our nutrition stakeholders and partners to onboard the industry and to prioritize them to prepare and implement the National Nutrition Action Plan of the country.
Thank you very much. Very spot on. I think it is important to emphasize that the Sun Movement is owned by 65 member countries. The Sun Movement has 4 networks. One is the civil society network, one is the donor network, one is the UN working as one, and one is the Sun Business Network. And Sun businesses are working together and trying to work with the government to make this happen. Is it always successful? No, because private sector sometimes is very, very naughty and very, very focused on making profit. So policy and legislation should be part and parcel of it. But it is promising that private sector companies, especially the small and medium-sized companies and the national companies, want to be part of the solution, and they should. Young people, I would like you to speak up. Yes, sir, you get the floor. Stand up and give us your... Stand up, yes, there you are.
Thank you so much. My name is Stephen Bright Sakwa from Uganda. My community tried to adapt to climate change as I was growing up. And one of the ways was to start growing improved seed varieties on the market. And it was mainly corn, but there were no other varieties of food on the market. So this resulted into monocultures, and we ended up losing our indigenous foods. What are you, especially people in governments, trying to do about this at the level of policy? Thank you.
So you want to see more diversity in available starting material and maybe fertilizers?
Exactly.
Is that your question?
A bigger variety of foods like it used to be.
You see, that's it, yeah. Dr. Dini, I would like you to answer, and I would like to invite Dr. Soxilo to respond. But maybe first, Dr. Soxilo, are you able to respond to this gentleman from Uganda?
Yes, thank you. I'm not quite sure about the situation in Uganda, but in Cambodia we have established a strong youth champion for nutrition and to implement and engage youth in the agriculture sector as well as in nutrition. And concerning to your question regarding to the seed corn for the suitable in Uganda, maybe I'm not quite sure how to answer all this question, because the situation in Asia may be different from Africa. So there is a need for technology and research and innovation to study on the seed and soil availability at the Uganda's situation.
So I think you cannot never compare a country, but you can ask, and you should ask, the government to provide you with more diversity of starting of crops, etc., to not only focus on filling the stomachs, because filling the stomachs, we've heard it from Dr. Sakata, is not good enough. If you don't nourish the body, the brains of young people and of old people, then you're going nowhere. Dr. Dini, and then we move, you want to, Dr. Dini, I would like to hear from you. And then, listen. I have already a panel with four male panelists. Now I have 2 male people speaking up and taking the floor for a question. I cannot go home if no young woman is taking the floor here. So please be prepared for the right and come forward with something. And I'm not looking to somebody special, but this is a joint approach, and we know that females are always lagging behind and are suffering first, most and longest from all these crises. Dr. Gini.
Bonjour. Le gouvernement essaie bien sûr d'introduire de nouvelles variétés résistantes à la sécheresse. Et pour cela, soit ils importent les graines directement, notamment des pays développés, soit ils importent des variétés de plants. Par exemple, à Djibouti, le gouvernement essaie d'introduire de nouvelles variétés de palmiers dattiers. Et pour cela, soit on importe de l'Égypte ou de l'Arabie Saoudite, soit on a même essayé de produire au niveau in vitro certaines variétés de palmiers dattiers. Donc évidemment, avec le changement climatique, la pratique agricole traditionnelle devient difficile. Et le gouvernement fait tout son effort pour introduire de nouvelles variétés résistantes à la sécheresse.
So the government of Djibouti is introducing new species of seeds, of plants, true seeds from different countries, from the developed countries, but also other countries which experience the same situation as Djibouti. For example, they are also introducing plants, including date palms from different parts of Africa, which are resilient to drought.
Thank you very much. Looking around. Given the floor. Yes, ma'am. Oh, 2. We can have 2 questions in one go. And then, because Kinda is also very, very straightforward with me, 10 minutes left, so we should be able to get an answer to your questions, and then I will close with one final question. Madam, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Cinderella Ndlovu. I'm from Zimbabwe. I just wanted to find out from the respective...
Don't look up, don't read from your screen.
I just wanted to find out from the respective governments, what are they doing to address gender inequalities within the food production system, considering access to land and agricultural inputs, to ensure that women are also actively taking part in addressing the very same challenges that they were talking about. Thank you.
What are you doing to end gender inequality? No. The other lady as well. You as well. You. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Gloria Ijari from Ghana, and this question goes to Zimbabwe. Because we kind of share the same experience now. We have a lot of importation when it comes to rice, but Ghana has the potential to also build its rice industry. So I'm just curious, how are African leaders, how are you also trying to devise ways in which we can cut down on importation? You know, aside, we know that you are having issues with policies not favoring you and all. Sometimes we develop good policies, but
you made already your question, eh?
Yes, but implementation is a problem. So we want to know what African leaders are doing aside the importation. We don't want importation again. So what are some of the measures you are looking at aside the policies and, yeah.
Thank you very much. You see, women should speak up more often because you do it in a very eloquent way. Let me first ask Dr. Ahmed Nazir, what are you doing to end gender equality in your country in general?
Thank you, brother. Very important question. Gender equality. It's clear in our country we have each rights for men and women, and their rights in the property, in the land, in the assets which owned by the households. They have rights each in every property over there, in their farms, in the agricultural lands, and in the hereditary also. We are clear defined here gender equality policies, and they are being implemented in the country very well.
Thank you very much. Dr. Dini, are you also happy, ready to answer this question? Gender equality?
Oui. Dans notre pays, qui est un pays qui est plutôt pastoraliste, qui sont plutôt des éleveurs plutôt qu'agriculteurs, les femmes jouaient déjà un rôle important dans l'élevage du bétail, du cheptel. Maintenant, avec le changement climatique, l'élevage devient de plus en plus difficile et le gouvernement cherche à convertir les populations en agriculture. Et dans ces nouvelles activités d'agriculture, les femmes sont très présentes et le gouvernement veille à ce que dans les projets mis en œuvre par le gouvernement, qu'une part importante soit réservée aux femmes dans les projets d'agriculture que le gouvernement finance. Et les femmes sont généralement très actives dans la production agricole.
So Djibouti is traditionally a pastoralist country, and So Djibouti is traditionally a pastoralist country, and we know the very important role that women play in that sector. Now, with the new government policies that tries to develop more and more agriculture projects, the government is extremely cautious that women play a strong role in these agriculture projects as well.
Thank you very much. Then we go to Dr. Zakata. Dr. Zakata, what are African leaders doing to... You have the floor. No. The technicians take...
Okay.
Yeah, just talk. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. First and foremost, I wanted just to add on the Ugandan question on what we could do as government.
Yeah.
Actually, all countries have got some nutrition bodies, an institution responsible for nutrition. But most of these nutrition bodies are more on the reactive side. They wait for problems. We have a drought, there's malnutrition and so forth. That's when they act, but not being proactive. So the civil society organizations, NGOs, and the other progressive forces should really stand up and advocate with these bodies to ensure that they look back to the causes of this malnutrition and so forth. And then we start addressing the issues of nutrition from the basics, because we have the institutions. Then on the importation, I think this is more of, there are several factors. Some are dependent on your nature of your climate, your soils, your environment, and the magnitude of which you could perhaps produce enough to feed your country. Because the world is not uniform. Importations are going to be there. Exportations are going to be there. You export some, you receive some. So agricultural production, you may see some changes right now due to the geopolitical situation, maybe in Eastern Europe, whereby there is grain shortages in parts of the world. And we have seen countries now upscaling their own agricultural production. And maybe that will be the trend as we move on, because but it's driven by other factors.
Okay.
But otherwise, this is the situation which I can...
Okay. Before we close, I know, Kinda, you're making me nervous. I would like to ask every panelist, how will you work on this? Do you have an investable business case for implementing food systems and climate action and nutrition together in your country? And how will you implement it? And what do you need to have as an outcome of COP27 for this? I would like to start with Dr. Soxilo. You have 1 minute, well, half a minute, because I would like to make 3 closing remarks. Kinda, have mercy for 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. We in Cambodia we had a project, investment project for climate, food system, and nutrition. We will make use the fund if we had a fund from the COP27 to strengthening the subnational level and to empower youth and women in the smallholder business to implement the climate resilient and food system resilient project to improve the livelihood and food system for food security and nutrition. Let work together for implementation, and it's time for action on food system in Cambodia.
Thank you very much. Dr. Dini, please give us your perspective. How will you implement the joint agenda in Djibouti, and what do you need as an outcome of COP27?
Oui. Le gouvernement a bien sûr une politique, une politique pour favoriser la production agricole, pour augmenter la production agricole et donc augmenter la nutrition au niveau de la population. Et même lorsque la production agricole est faible à cause des questions climatiques, le gouvernement octroie des aides directes à la population pour permettre à la population de se nourrir correctement. Parfois même comme on appelle, en subventionnant même certains produits de base, des produits alimentaires.
So the government of Djibouti supports production even when the climate conditions are adverse, and when they don't support production, they support directly the population through even providing small grants for the population to purchase basic goods.
Ce qu'on attend de cette COP27, c'est plus de financement pour les actions de l'agriculture et de l'alimentation. Parce que au niveau national, le gouvernement est confronté à plusieurs problèmes. La santé, c'est une priorité, l'éducation, c'est une priorité, l'accès à l'énergie, c'est une priorité. Et donc, face à ces différentes priorités, le budget national ne suffit pas toujours pour augmenter la nutrition de la population. Et donc, on attend plus de financement pour l'adaptation et en particulier plus de financement pour l'agriculture et la nutrition.
Okay.
So what I hope through this COP is more investments and more attention given to food systems and nutrition. We focus a lot on energy, we focus a lot on education, but there is not enough money structurally for nutrition of the population. So what I hope is more money to be provided to nutrition.
Thank you very much. Then we go to Dr. Nazir Ahmed. Dr. Nazir Ahmed, 1 minute maximum. And then Dr. Zakata.
Thank you, Garda. We have here technical nutrition as a multi-sectoral subject in Pakistan. And we have the Pakistan multi-sectoral nutrition strategy already implemented by the country, which have all the multi-sectoral sector like climate, health, education, nutrition, wash, food safety, climate change also were there. We are implementing here at grassroots level. For the outcome of, for the recommendation of the COP, we hope that the priorities, the priorities of the country at high risk of climate change must be prioritized at this level. And we need a direct access to global climate financing. It is difficult to us to access direct funding from climate. And we may recommend to increase the representation of the vulnerable countries in the global high-level forum, and also a high-level political engagement for advocacy and sustainability of the making climate financing as a priority. And we also need effective engagement of government in policy and governance as the outcome of the COP.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nazir Ahmed, and all the best in Pakistan. Then we go to Dr. Zakata, and then I make some closing remarks. So please stay for 2 more minutes.
Thank you very much. Here at COP27, as a country, we've got a dedicated negotiator for the agriculture negotiations under the Coronovia dialogue. So we will be discussing these issues to see how this issue of nutrition can be also included within the framework of the discussions at COP. And then at national level, we are going to be engaging the Nutrition Council, and we initiate dialogue at national level within the framework of the national adaptation planning process to discuss these issues and to see how we factor in nutrition in our national adaptation planning.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for participating. Before I ask you to give all the panelists a big, big hand, I would like to explain the agenda. We have here 4 countries, but there are more countries who are already bringing food systems and nutrition and climate action together to create those enemies. People and climate are now enemies, to bring them together to find joint solutions. They will work on investable business cases to use climate funding and to use food systems funding to create wins for our planet and wins for our people. Filling the stomach is not good enough anymore, so it should be nutrition, so that also the cognitive development and the well-being and the resilience of people is developed. What do we want to see as an outcome? We want to see as an outcome more funding made available, because funding commitment is one thing, making it available to do the good work for the people and the planet is something different. At the same time, we hope that the agriculture working group, the Coronivia working group, will transform into a food systems and nutrition working group that is really bringing the things together. And next year, the business cases will be there, the examples will be there, the investment requests will be there, and we hope they will already be met in between COP27 and COP28. But from next year onwards, every country should invest in a joint way in improving their food systems for food and nutrition and decent incomes, making gender equality and youth participation much more possible, but at the same time dealing with the climate. And with this, I would like to thank you as a participant. I would like to thank the YouTube people who have followed us, and I would like you to give a big, big hand to the panelists, and we close this meeting. Thank you also for the technicians. Thank you.
Dr. Allen, can you hear me?
A very good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Food Systems Pavilion. I hope you are having a good day so far. So this will be the plenary session. In the previous session, we have heard that climate change has no borders. It is making nutrition more difficult to access to. Yes, there are vulnerable countries, but none of us is spared from climate change, its devastating effects, and our access to nutritious food. So today, and this session, this plenary session, we will discuss a global food system to nourish 10 billion people by 2030. And to do the moderation and give the introductory remarks, I'd like to invite Michiel de Ruiter, the Supervisory Board Chair of EIT Food. Michiel.
Thank you. Good, so I'm happy to see so many people in the room. Can you hear me? It's clear enough? Great, perfect. So good morning to all of you and welcome to the very first Food Systems Pavilion. It's a surprise that it has to be the first, but better late than never, I would say, because it's extremely important. My name is Michiel de Ruiter, as you see on the slide, and I'm indeed the chairperson of EIT Food Supervisory Board. And for those who are not familiar with EIT Food, I can explain it very shortly what we are doing. So we have a mandate from the European Union, and we are working, the motto of this COP27 is all about implementation and execution, and that's what we like to be as well. So we're not so much on the policy side, but we are on the implementation side, and we are a partnership of corporates. We embrace them, so we work with PepsiCo and the like. The top universities in Europe on the food side, and also the R&D institutions. So we really work on our three missions. Our mission number one is healthy consumers, healthy nutrition, so very applicable to what you're going to see today. Second is that we want the food system to be just and transparent on a European scale. And of course we want it to be sustainable. That means circular agriculture, super important, but also protein transition is something we work on. We do that with three activities. So we are promoting business creation. So we manage startups. We have actually our own portfolio of startups and scale-ups, again, all in Europe. We subsidize, we finance innovation projects, and we finance education programs. So we focus a lot also on farmers' education as well as leadership courses. So that's all about EIT Food. And we hope that COP27 will also help to increase our profile that we need to be successful in Europe. So this session is all about a call to action to enable sustainable, healthy and nutritious diets for all. And so this day is named after that in the pavilion. So you might be asking yourselves, why nutrition? Why diets? We're here to discuss climate and climate adaptation and mitigation issues. Well, in Greta's words, our house is on fire, and she's absolutely right. And we must do all in our power to accelerate the implementation, scale, and make available of all the solutions that are at our disposal. We are not denying that, but there is a big elephant in the room. And let's just try to call the elephant by its name. Climate crisis is also making people sick and jeopardizes therefore the very foundations of our societies and our health system. The World Health Organization, for instance, estimates that the direct damage to health costs of climate change is between 2 and 4 billion euros per year until 2030. Now, I would like to draw your attention also to the expensive health bill. This is only in addition to the massive cost of malnutrition, of course, including undernutrition as well as overweight and obesity related non-communicable diseases. And that's another staggering 3.5 trillion euros per annum. These resources we would of course rather invest in climate measures, preemptive measures, to finance the food systems interventions and climate finance. So health must be at the very center of all climate change discussions and in all food systems discussions. Our health starts with food. So with that opening, I would like to explain to you that we will have, of course, a panel with all the panel members that you are seeing. First, we will have a presentation of Morgan Gillespie. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. I'm sorry if I didn't. She is the program director of the Food and Land Use Coalition, who is a co-partner in managing this pavilion. And she will take the stage to share her insights as setting a little bit the stage for the panel members. And the presentation, I will not explain too much, but it will be about positive tipping points. It's the first time that I see positive tipping points. Usually there are negative tipping points. And you will probably talk about the 10 crucial transitions to create that, right? So, very happy to listen to Morgan. Thanks again for being here, and I wish you a good discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can everyone hear me all right? Yeah, at the back of the room? Wonderful. My name is Morgan Gillespie. I'm the Executive Director of the Food and Land Use Coalition. I'm really excited to be here today. I flew in late last night to talk to you about two things. First, setting the stage for the conversation, the 10 critical transitions that we believe are necessary to transform food systems, and then positive tipping points. We hear a lot about negative tipping points, but last year, FOLU released a report really exploring the enabling conditions that would lead to positive tipping points so we can accelerate the transformation that we're all working here to achieve. I do have slides. I'm going to see if they work. I'm getting thumbs up from the back. All right. So FOLU has released a flagship report in 2019. It was called Growing Better. Can you raise your hand if you've heard or read this report? If you haven't, go check it out. It's excellent. And we talked about these 10 critical transitions that are really needed to deliver climate mitigation, to safeguard biodiversity, and importantly and crucially, to ensure healthy diets for all. And if you do these things, what do? We get to improve food security. Now, everyone asks, how much does this cost? Can we actually achieve it? And the Growing Better report articulated the financial costs and benefits of this transition. We could generate $5.7 trillion annually. There is an economic prize to be won for implementing these transitions around the world. Now, interestingly, this return on investment is 15 times greater than the cost of implementation, which is about $300 to $400 billion a year. Tiny amount when you think about it from global GDP. It's less than 0.5%. And again, crucially, this would open up new business opportunities worth about $4.5 trillion per year by 2030. Now, what are the problems here? Well, the problem is that we had an opportunity to start this transition back in 2019. We had an opportunity to start this transition in 2020. We had an opportunity to start this transition in 2021. Have we started the transition? Maybe. There's a lot of really exciting, innovative work on the ground, but the data doesn't look good. So the number of people affected by hunger globally. This has been on the rise since 2014, despite the fact that food production has doubled over the past 3 decades. Still today, almost a third of the people living on this planet present some type of obstacle accessing food, and a tenth of the people living with us on this planet spend entire days without eating. Now, that's absolutely ridiculous when we all know that about a third of global food produced is lost or wasted. Now, this has and will obviously continue to be exacerbated by climate change. We call them the 4 Cs. By climate change, by COVID, by the cost of living crisis, and now by conflict. And the window of opportunity to act is closing. We had this rollout from the Growing Better report modeled out to 2030. We're now about to start 2023. We've lost 3 years. We need to accelerate action. So what do we need to do? We can find ways, and we know ways as to how we can unlock rapid change at scale We'll go back. And this is where the positive tipping points sort of comes in. So as I said, last year we released this report. What are positive tipping points? FOLU worked with the University of Exeter, looking around to see if they're in the room, to develop a framework that would guide actors in the triggering of positive tipping points towards a desired system state. So we're here today. We want to be here. What are the enabling actions or activities, and what are the sequencing of those actions that would deliver a positive return? So I'm going to take you through that, and then I'm going to kick you over to the panel today where they're going to discuss this in a lot more detail. So we articulated 5 sort of steps, and yeah, I'll take you through them. So first off, step 1. Oops. We firstly have to define the current state, and we need to understand the goals for the desired future state. Now, our vision, the FOLU vision, and I think a vision that's really supported by many in the room, including our FOLU partners such as AGRA, such as WFO, and others, is for the transformation of diets towards local variations of a human and planetary healthy diet, where consumers, so people like us, enjoy a broad range of high quality, nutritious and affordable foods. And we want to do that while global land use is transformed. So we can open up opportunities for restoration, for regeneration, and to improve the livelihoods of the farmers. I forgot to mention, I got overexcited. This case study that I'm going to take you through focuses on just one of our 10 critical transitions. We don't have time to go through all 10 of them, and it's focusing specifically on dietary shifts in Europe. So this future global state is within that lens. Step 2. We need to understand the enabling conditions for systemic tipping. If you're going to take a picture of one slide, this is the slide to take a picture of. Now, we believe, and the framework articulates, 5 conditions that we propose if they are all achieved, then the system is right for being tipped. And in the Fuller report, it's really interesting because we also retroactively looked at some systems that have shifted. If you look at renewables, if you look at solar power, if you look at wind power, we can go back and check if these enabling conditions were met, and they do hold true. So number 1, and this is like pretty obvious one, right? It's the economy, stupid. Price, right? For wide-scale systemic tipping, tasty and convenient alternative proteins need to be at price parity or cheaper than the conventional or the current alternative. So you need to be at the same price or cheaper. That's super straightforward and pretty intuitive. Number 2, performance. So you need to have the same or better performance, and critically, health performance as conventional meat. So when we're talking about shifting diets to alternative meat production, the health benefits need to be the same, the taste needs to be the same, the texture needs to be the same, the smell needs to be the same. People need to feel like they're doing the same or better, not that they're taking a step down. Now 3, and this is like a bit trickier, I think, accessibility. So alternatives need to be observable, accessible, and easy to purchase in stores, online, and in restaurants. And you can use really clever techniques such as choice architecture that would either limit or reduce the consumption of conventional meat. And I'm housed by the World Resources Institute. There's a lot of really interesting behavioral science that points out to how people make decisions when they're looking at a menu. If you put all the vegetable options or the meat alternative options at the top of the menu, you have a significantly higher proportion of people choosing those options. You can make really interesting choices with pricing to encourage people to try these new things. So accessibility is really important. 4th, cultural norms. Do your friends make fun of you when you go out to a restaurant and ask for the vegan option? Do your friends make you feel bad when you ask for a non-meat alternative when you're at a dinner party? Cultural norms is really, really critical. That little feeling you get in your chest when you're afraid to raise your hand and say, oh, sorry, can I have an oat milk instead of dairy milk? This stuff matters, and this is a really important enabling condition that will lead to systemic tipping points. It needs to become socially unacceptable to over-consume meat, and alternatives would need to be socially desirable. Again, this is kind of intuitive when you think about it, but it's important to lay it out in terms of a framework, because now with this framework, policymakers can start to make informed decisions about how to shift policies that would lead towards these enabling conditions. And then finally, capability. Do you guys know how to cook a tofu burger? Maybe, maybe not. Do you know how to make really tasty vegetable dishes? I live in the UK. There's a lot of boiled potatoes. They're not really, really good. They're not. Right? So you need to think through capability. So consumers and food service providers need to have the knowledge and skills to know how to cook with alternative proteins, and consumers would need to be aware of both the health and the environmental impact of these choices. Most important slide. Now, number 3, this is where we start getting into the tipping points. How can we start to look for reinforcing positive loops to unlock these enabling conditions? So positive feedback loops. These include things such as social behavioral contagion. It's a really fancy word, but basically just means when the adoption of a norm or behavior makes it easier for the next person too. Right? So I'm out with my friends, I'm getting my coffee, I say I'm gonna get an oat milk latte, and all my other friends say, ooh, that sounds good, I'm gonna try that too. It increases returns to adoption, and this occurs when behavior or technology becomes more attractive, either in quality, in price, in cultural norms, and it makes it easier and easier for fellow users to adopt. So you can start to see how this sort of creates a momentum of a positive tipping point. Now, number 4, and I'm rushing a little bit because I'm conscious of time, we need to identify the interventions that different actors can take to trigger these reinforcing feedback loops. And importantly, and this is also somewhat different, how do you sequence these interventions to maximize their ability to deliver on the tipping points? So for example, a policymaker might start by investing in an innovation to improve performance, taste and quality when we're talking about alternative proteins, or thinking about investing in an innovation to reduce the price. By stimulating open access innovation in R&D, they could meet to create more meat alternative products. So that's step 1. Policymaker invests in R&D to either improve quality, reduce price. Next, that policymaker might deploy public procurement, which could start to generate economies of scale, right? Which would continue to bring down the price alternatives, would increase the social acceptance. For example, they could do something that would flavor plant-based food products in schools, cafeterias, hospitals, jails, and that sort of generates that social contagion. Now, regulatory innovations relating to national dietary guidelines and governance of corporate advertising and marketing could further drive change in cultural norms. So think about what corporates could do. How many times have you seen Burger King advertise an alternative beef burger? It's happened a little bit in Austria. It doesn't really happen in the US, for example. But think about the advertising power that these companies hold. How can a policymaker spark the use of that advertising power to drive these tipping points even further? Now, these earlier interventions are really designed to limit the backlash associated with the sudden implementation of stringent policy measures. So, for example, when you think about the US context, when people started talking about reducing meat consumption, Republicans shouted, "This is taking away my American freedom. I'm American. I want my beef burger. It's the 4th of July." So these sorts of early policy interventions are designed specifically to reduce that backlash. If you already have social support, if you already have this natural behavioral contagion, it makes it harder to push back before implementing more stringent, more impressive policy measures. So in closing, this is the framework, 4 steps. It does need to be tested. As I said in our report, we did look retroactively at a few things where we've seen positive tipping points, and it did make sense. But we're really excited to see how we can start to support these actions, early intervention by policymakers, support from other stakeholders, to really deliver a positive rise in these tipping points. So we look forward, and I look forward to the discussion today. You're going to hear from corporates, from governments, from farmers, and others, to see the role that they think they could play in driving not only these 10 critical transitions, but using this positive tipping points frame as a way to guide, influence, and sequence our actions. I hope that was helpful. I'm going to hand over now. Take you guys up back.
Thank you, Morgan. Very interesting framework. Even I understand it. So that's wonderful. So how is it going to work? I'm going to call 4 panel members to the panel. And I saw that Paul Polman already arrived. He was supposed to arrive later. So Paul, thanks for arriving early. He will do the closing of the session, right? So that's well understood. So let me first call Agnes Kalibata to the stage. She is the president of the Alliance Green Revolution Africa. Sit wherever you like, Agnes. Thank you so much. Ex-Minister of Agriculture in Rwanda and Special Envoy for the UN Food Systems Summit. And then I'm keeping it short. Thank you for being on stage. Thank you. The second I would like to call to the stage is Arnold Puch-Dalizak. I hope I pronounce it well, Arnold. He is the president of the World Farmers Organization. Number 3 is Hanan Mourjit. She is the Chief Corporate Sustainability Officer of the OCP Group, who is a producer of phosphates. And Melissa Pinfield, she is Executive Director of the Just Rural Transition, which is a US-based NGO in equitable transitions. I hope I pronounce it correctly. So let's give a hand for the panel. Thank you. And I will start with questions to each of the panel members. They, of course, answer the question, and then I hope for some interactions depending on the time. And I'm looking at the timekeeper, and she is still okay. Thank you so much. First question to Agnes Kalibata. Dr. Kalibata, you have played a critical role in the UN Food Systems Summit as the special envoy. Where are governments on food systems action now, and how could the public sector accelerate access to nutritious and sustainable foods? Very easy question. Probably the answer is not so easy. Please.
No, thank you. Let me just really start by thanking you, Morgan, and everyone that's in this room, and the government of Egypt for having this pavilion here, ensuring that we have a food systems pavilion, first of its kind at COP. Yeah. So I really, really wanted to appreciate this effort by everyone that is involved. To go to the question you're asking, I think we have a whole lot of work ahead of us. Getting food systems on the agenda in COP27 is just the beginning. So getting it on the agenda of governments is extremely important. And that's the question you're asking. So just to give an example of what's happening on the African continent, this is the year of nutrition, for example, in Africa. What it means is that it exists at the highest level possible of the continent, at the African Union level. There's a framework that allows governments to embrace and bring food system action to country level. We have taken advantage of that at AGRA. And if you participated in the African Food Systems Forum, Green Revolution Forum, that happened in September, you know that we actually launched a place where countries are beginning to get their pathways and turning them into strategies with a focus on 3 key areas: food security, understandably, environment, and nutrition. The idea being that we cannot pit environment against people or people against environment. It has to be a win-win. In that win-win for Africa, nutrition is number 1 on the agenda. So some of the very tangible things that we want to see is clear strategies that tell or help countries put in place policies that can start guiding how nutrition happens at country level. So to give you an example, you talked about research and innovation, Morgan, and I was just recently in Singapore, and it's amazing to see how much is going on just because a policy has been put in place that allows innovators in the food system space to come and test out stem cell research that allows chicken, shrimps, lobsters to be on the market. Just the pieces you need, not what you don't need. So that's what leadership from government starts looking like. Of course, there has to be the right regulatory environment. Of course, businesses have to be given the opportunity and spaces opened, which is what Singapore has done. but it has to be regulated so that you and I feel comfortable about what this type of food is. So that's on one hand. On the other hand is the fact that we need to recognize that there are people who need to be included in food. There are people who can't afford this stuff. For those people, maybe we start by paying the right wage if they're working, knowing that we really need to make sure that they don't have to make the choice between what they put on the plate for their children just because they are not being paid enough to buy food. Starting in that place would be really important, and governments have a role in that. And then the second place is putting in place investments that recognize that a whole lot of people are outside acceptable food systems and can't do it on their own. Ensuring that fortification happens so that if iron is missing and you can do it through research and put iron fortified beans on the table, please do it and make sure that every citizen in that country has access to iron fortified beans. I did that in Rwanda, where now 25% of Rwandans consume iron fortified beans. So there are really good examples out there that we can use and ensure that, that we do not lose $3.5 billion every year to health, and instead use it to invest in people. Exactly. Investing in health is investing in people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Perfectly within time. I forgot to mention that you are also an ambassador of the Food and Land Use Coalition, so correcting that. The next question goes to the farmers, because we have heard about the public sector. Now, Arnold, farmers are no doubt the backbone, of course, of our nutrition and our food. But they're facing ever more pressure to supply, on the one hand, higher volumes, but also to improve the nutritional content of their produce, and also to produce in a sustainable way. Would you, as the president of the World Farmers Organization, how are the farmers placed in this transition and transformation journey? And where are we, and how can we help to empower them to accelerate the transition?
Thank you for your invitation, and thank you, Michael. As everybody is aware, we are facing three, like all the citizens. First of all, the COVID, the conflict, and the cost of production. And the higher cost of the production will be helpful. I will say helpful because I am an entrepreneur, and as farmer, we need also to look at the right, at the positive way of the story. And because the cost of the production is increasing, we are facing problem, and we are obliged to change and to move, to be more efficient, and at the same time to be able to produce more. Closer to my mouth. I want to say that I am not sure that immediately the consumers will adopt lab meat, but I am sure that we have a place for more protein plant-based, and for all the farmers, when you have the land for that, it's possible to answer to this market. But for in some area where you have only grass, where it's not possible, the livestock is fundamental, and it's really a good base for a lot of diet. And as I say, we are not always agree in a meeting, but in front of a meal, we are agree, and we were able to find a solution. I'm not sure we will be agree at the end of this meeting, but I am sure that after we take time around the table to eat a good meal with meat or without meat or something else, we will find a better solution. And really, the farmers are facing this cost of production, and it will change quickly. I am sure that when you are not sustainable because the cost of your energy in your system is impossible to transform until the consumers, we will be obliged to change. But I am not sure we have all the solution for changing, and the time of adaptation will be different. And I'm always afraid for the or small scaler, to use a word that we have used this morning in our farmers constituency, are the more sustainable or the more stronger to resist to this big change, and also the type of farmer. I am sure that with the help of the science and the research or innovation, we will find a solution for our members and for the citizen, because we are really working for the citizen. As say Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, we never own a land, we borrow the land to our children.
That's true. Thank you very much. Since we have 1 minute left, Arnold, I was just thinking the whole transition with the farmers. There are certainly elements where the technology is not there yet. How, at the moment, do you perceive that in Europe, but also worldwide, we are setting the priorities? You think we are doing the right things, or there is room for improvement?
No. When I met a lot of people during this COP, and of course I heard that we have not all the same chance. And sometime in the world, in some place, the farmers are not enough well informed. And they see the climate are changing, but the new technology is not arriving close to her, close to them. And I don't know how to organize that, but it's the responsibility of the state sometime, and sometimes the private sector is also very efficient and can promote that everywhere.
Great, thank you. Well, we head over to the private sector now. So, Hanna Murshid. Hanna, if farmers are the backbone, private sector would be the muscle in the system for processing and delivering sustainable and nutritious food. What should, in your view, the private sector be doing in reshaping supply chains, and which strategies should be put in place for making healthy, nutritious and sustainable food available to all consumers?
Well, thank you very much for organizing this event and for inviting us. Just a few words to present myself. I'm presenting OCP, world leading company in fertilizer production, with a special presence in Africa, to whom we dedicated a subsidiary. And when we are working closely with the smallholder farmers, because we know that farmers try the current system, they can do it alone. So for us, the main role of business is supporting the smallholder farmer by bringing together the.
Maybe you take another one.
So I was saying that the business should help by bringing all the stakeholders that should be involved to make the shift happen. If we look at some figures that I would like to share with the audience, we will see how far we need a global and multi-stakeholder engagement to make the shift happen, of the food system happen. Today, the expectations are that 24% of the Arab land will decrease from now to 2060, so 24% less, because the need of the agricultural production will increase by 40 to 60% if we stay on the same pathway. Then we already know that 80% of the global greenhouse gas emissions are coming from agricultural practices. So you can imagine the impact of continuing in the same pathway on the global footprint linked to agricultural practices. And last but not least, 70% of the fresh water used in the world is used for agricultural production. So if we want to shift the system, definitely the farmer is central, but he cannot do it alone. So we need business sectors should invest in R&D, should bring financial sector there because the farmer need affordability. So the business is more well positioned to bring all the financial means to support the shift. The business also should create new business models that enable new practices to stay, let's say, relevant in terms of economic revenues. This is very important. And the business is central to allow and unlock the, let's say, the potential of agricultural to become a sector to become a carbon sink. Because if we are successful and we can create new models that encourages new practices such as regenerative agriculture, such as cover crops, crops rotation, etc., the potential is capturing 20% of the global greenhouse emissions through agricultural practices. So if we see today how we can do it, I think first of all we need to raise awareness. We need to reach out to our farmers around the world, especially in areas where they have, let's say, logistical bottlenecks, difficulties, and so on. We need to support them to the go-to markets. It's very important because a lot of food that is produced today don't have the opportunity to be sold. So it's important to support farmers to go to market. And then all the carbon capture monetization and regenerative practices, monetization is very important also. So we need to create models that help the farmers to stay, let's say, economically getting a positive case from his shift to new practices like regenerative agriculture, etc. I think we have also to, let's say, encourage nexus between nature and production, nature and agriculture, by innovation, R&D. Maybe I can give some few examples. Today we are fertilizer producer. We used to put on the market only 4 types, let's say simple types of fertilizers. But a few years ago we started, let's say, producing fertilizers that respond to a specific case, that respond to an exact need of each region, each crop, etc., through soil mapping, in different areas in the world, especially in Africa. And we found out some soils, for example, lacking sulfur, lacking borium. So by using new fertilizer adapted to these soils and to the crops and bringing some micronutrients there, we've been able to enhance the yield and productivity up to 37%, for example, in Ethiopia, only by bringing a small amount of sulfur and reducing even nitrogen, phosphorus, that are not necessarily needed in the same amount that we used to sell. So this customization is a way to improve yield, then reduce the deforestation threat, helping the farmer also to increase his own, let's say, revenues, but also environmentally friendly and helping all the system to be more efficient. Then we introduced what we call the 4R frameworks. That is the right nutrient for the right soil.
I have to ask you to finish in 10 seconds because our timekeeper
My
is
pleasure.
very
So
strict.
I just wanted to say the 4R framework today, the right nutrient for the right crop in the right time with the right amount, is something that we embrace globally in Africa, and it's more efficiency. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hanan. Very clear. Then over to Melissa, to the NGO perspective. In all transition and transformation actions, and from a systems perspective, we must not leave behind Melissa. And I would like to ask your opinion, where are we today and where should we be in 1 year's time? So how can we help governments take ambitious action?
Great, thanks so much. It's wonderful to be in a Food Systems Pavilion. I want to just share a little bit about my background first, which is that I actually came from government. I spent most of my career working in government on climate policy, and it was wasn't until more recently I was involved on the forest and land use side that I discovered the power of multi-stakeholder collaboration. And this is when I kind of found my calling, my real calling in life. Because when you work in government, you operate in silos, and those of you who've got experience working with government, I'm sure you understand this. You know, they coordinate within each other, they, coordinate across governments, and they talk to governments. But it's quite rare, actually, that policymakers really take the time to engage with a broad set of stakeholders. When I started working on forest and land use issues and looking at how to halt deforestation with many of the people in this room, it was, for me, it was we can't tackle this on our own. It can't just be governments. We have to work with the private sector. Civil society has a role to play, indigenous peoples, all these voices that we need to hear and understand the perspectives. We're really going to tackle at this, and we're going to do it in a way that is just and equitable as well. So for me, that was a kind of really sort of light bulb moment. And so more recently, focusing on Food and Land Use Coalition and the Just Rural Transition Initiative, to give you a sort of a really concrete example of what that looks like in practice. So we've established, Just Rural Transition was established in 2019 at the time of the launch of the Food and Land Use Coalition Growing Better report, and really focused on that element of the need for people-centered approaches to this transition. We've heard already, there are concerns about the protein. What does this mean on protein? There are concerns for farmers about what does this mean to shift to regenerative practices? How we will get the support to do that in a way that really helps those on the front line who are implementing this, who know better than anybody what the real challenges are, but also what the opportunities for change are. So we've been supporting a government-to-government, peer-to-peer sort of learning platform between governments. But at the same time, we've been facilitating a multi-stakeholder working group. There's a lot of people interested in this topic of repurposing public support for agriculture. How do we shift away from perverse incentives, but keep that money in the system? We need to redeploy, repurpose public funds that are in the system, public finance, but better target it towards positive incentives, positive outcomes for people, nature, and climate. So that's a really critical element. So we've been collaborating with everybody working on this, trying to make sure we're more effectively sharing information, sharing learning, identifying gaps, coordinating around global momentum, opportunities like the G7, the G20, CBD here, COP27, and moving forward, as you said, to COP28. How do we really mobilize that action? I have seen an absolute explosion in food systems related initiatives in the last couple of years. It's good. In a way, it's good to see. I think this issue is really rising up the agenda. The UN Food Systems Summit, of course, really catalyzed a huge amount of civil society action, multi-stakeholder coalitions, working collaboratively, putting themselves in the service through the UN Food Systems Hub of countries that want to move forward with their national pathways. Is it enough yet? Not really. Is this also creating confusion? Probably. We hear from people, and I'm part of the problem, I know. We like to set up initiatives. We have a lot of acronyms out there. Many of you in the room, Food and Land Use Coalition, Food Action Alliance, Food Forward Consortium, Just Rural Transition, Regen 10. There's a lot of these initiatives out there, and I hear from people, we struggle to navigate this, who's doing what. So several months ago, those of us who are working on these sort of food systems initiatives sort of got together and thought we need to be more effective at actually collaborating with each other, being clearer about our value add, being more, our North Star is the same. We all share the same objective. We're all trying to get to this food systems that delivers for people, nature, and climate. So how can we be better at collaborating as the multi-stakeholder initiatives? So that kind of does your head in. So what we want to do, but ahead of COP, leading up to now COP28, is really mobilize. It's not a new platform, it's not a new institution, but it's a collective movement. Food action now. How do we really get behind and support leading lights? And I think it gets back to the tipping points argument, that there's positive tipping points. We need the early movers, we need the early adopters, and then we need to start mainstreaming it. So right now where we're at is, who are the countries and the cities and the businesses, who are going to be the real champions on this issue, who are showing what it takes to move forward for food systems that deliver against all of those metrics. We need a 1.5 plus global pathway. We need to have that again.
Thank you,
so
Melissa.
with the
Can I
science
ask you
analytics.
10 seconds to wrap
I'll
it up?
wrap it up. Thank you. And then really importantly, we need to mobilize the resources at scale to make the change happen on the ground. So Food Action Now, be part of it, and really mobilize and continue the momentum, build on what we already have to drive that action to COP28 and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Melissa. Thank you. Now, the man who doesn't probably need an introduction and who's still working on his speech, I would like to call Paul Polman to the stage. Paul obviously is co-author of the book Net Positive. For those of you who haven't read it, highly recommend it. It's about giving back more than you take for companies and all stakeholders. Paul, of course, is also a co-founder of Imagine, ex-CEO Unilever, ex-CFO Nestle, and I could go on and on. I won't. Paul, the stage is yours to close, and please sit down, and hopefully we have some time at the end for questions, but that depends on the time. Thank you.
No, thank you, and thanks, Michiel, Morgan, for kicking it off. I was a little bit surprised that you say I was here early, because how can I summarize the panel if I don't hear the panel? So that's something. So it shows you how many people fake it when they sort of summarize at the end. That's not what I was going to do. That's not how I grew up. Anyway, I want to thank the panel for their contributions. I'll get back to it in a minute. But FOLU and the work of FOLU is so important in terms of bringing together all these different efforts that are happening in the food space. I'm relatively optimistic myself, in a sense, because food is now more on the agenda than any time. Thanks to Agnes with the Food Summit, the Secretary General, Biden now with the Food Summit at the White House. You have here 3 pavilions that the Egyptians have made it an entire day, calling it the Food COP. I have to say, at a global level, although there is an enormous frustration that we don't move fast enough, there's no question about it, we are in a relatively better position than what it took us to get the efforts on climate change going. And this is much more difficult, much more complex, as you will understand. I like food because, and we should have talked climate change and food already long before. It's 30% of the problem, 30% of the solution. That's a 60% swing. And we still have the audacity to only spend 3% of our spending on it. This is probably the biggest opportunity that we sit on for any of the climate change efforts. But the more important thing, what I like about it is, it brings to the heart what this is all about, which is humanity. You've heard the panel talk about it. It's the people that go to bed hungry, the 8 million. The numbers are increasing. It's the 1.5 billion that have malnutrition. It's the 2.5 billion that have to a great extent messed up. Okay, I think I might have pulled the plug out here. I should have pulled the plug out of the way we do our food systems. But you know, this is the most attractive thing from whatever angle you're sitting at, whatever part of the partnerships you come from, be it the NGOs, governments, or the farmers community, or be it the private sector. For every dollar invested in our food systems, we can get a $15 return. All of the solutions that are needed are already available now. We know what to do. Frankly, we have the technology. The main thing that is missing is, frankly, the way that we work together, the willpower of doing things. It's a human issue at the end of the day. We're not talking here the issue of food security or climate change or inequality. We're talking here the issues of apathy, of selfishness, of greed for some of them. And these things are probably the most important what we need to change. And I'm very encouraged with all the work that has gone on in our food systems, with all the different parties, that if we indeed would sit together, if we indeed take the time to respect and understand each other and listen and try to put the farmer in the middle and the people that we try to serve, the ones that go to bed hungry, that we can find the solutions at a very quick, in a very short time horizon, because we don't have the time. Some of the energy transitions that need to happen will take us 10, 15, 20 years. Any of the food transitions that need to happen can happen in the next 3 to 5 years if we decide to do so. That makes it so attractive. And yes, it is an issue, as the panel pointed out, of equity. It is an issue of sustainability. It is an issue of getting sufficient food, making our food systems resilient, making it secure, issues of peace and justice in many of the aspects coming through in the panel in all these aspects. So it touches all the elements of the Sustainable Development Goals. I had the pleasure to help develop the Sustainable Development Goals, and we put these separate goals out there. But if there's one thing running through all of it, is obviously not leaving anybody behind, but it's also our food system for most of the answers that we have. I'm very clear for this COP that food is playing the most important role to give us confidence that we can get to these solutions. I'm also clear that we need to ask 3 things, and again, they're related very closely to food. The first thing is, don't give up on the ambitions of 1.5 degrees. There are people out there that try to tell us, oh, we're already at 2 degrees. We can't stop anyway. It's too expensive. These are not people that are part of the solution. They are the people that are part of the problem. If the moment that science tells us it's not possible, I'll believe in science. But we're not there. Report after report, study after study shows that if we rise up to that challenge, we can get there. The problems that we're now already seeing in this world of 1.2 degree warming is already unacceptable. Are we going to accept more than 1.5 degrees? It's outside irresponsible. At least as long as it's possible, we ought to, we need to fight for that. And certainly all of us that are in a position to do something. Message number 2 is equally important, that we are lacking trust. I mean, the main currency to really attack these issues, to work together, to look at it from a multi-stakeholder point of view, is trust. And trust can only come if we make our commitments come alive. You cannot build trust by making promises. Stephen Covey said it very well in his book 7 Habits when he said, you cannot talk yourself out of things you've behaved yourself into. We have behaved ourselves into a broken system. We have to behave ourselves out of it into that new system. It's the actions that count. And what I don't get is, today is the elections in the United States. Hopefully we'll get an outcome that is satisfactory. We don't know. We're all worried about it, to be honest. But what I was reading this morning was that just on these midterm elections, that country has spent 16 billion, I repeat, 16 billion, to decide how they can influence the voters. It's not a one person, one vote system. It's a $1 one vote system in the United States. But let me tell you, the 16 billion is the gap that we have on the 100 billion commitment on the climate fund. I mean, it's ridiculous that we try to spend it on bribing people to undermine democracy when we can spend it on solving the issues of trust at a global level. I don't get it. It's a human issue. It's nothing else. And then my final point after the 1.5 degrees and trust is obviously the importance of partnership. We have enormous coalitions that have been formed around the food system. And they're getting stronger, and they're getting more focused, more action-oriented. It's now time that we put that together. That was the original idea of FOLU. It's still there, to bring all these parties together, to manage it horizontally instead of in each of the silos. We need the enormous amount of commitments out there, by the way, behind these coalitions. I don't think we need more commitments coming out of these 2 weeks that we're here. We need to really now say, what did we commit already in Glasgow and before, and what is actually happening in implementing these commitments. And if we would do that on deforestation, on livelihood for smallholder farmers, on sustainable agriculture, if you want to, or regenerative agriculture, whatever word you want to put on it, I think just adding up these commitments will bring us 80–90% of where we want to be. So let's just start there and not be smarter with each of us. And I like what Agne said, at the end of the day, we can only get there with the governments. If we don't get it into the NDCs, we won't get there. If we don't get specific country decarbonization plans based on our food systems, we don't get there. If we don't get specific finance allocated to that, we don't get there. And all these things right now are missing. I think they're still too fragmented there. They see the issue, they know they need to talk about it, but they have a hard time getting it translated into clear action. So fight for some of the incentives that make us change our behavior. Fight for science-based targets for nature. Fight for a task force of nature-related risk. Force companies to publish. Demand governments to have these plans in their NDCs and have them talk about it. It is there that you drive, in my opinion, the behavior change. Anyway, I stop here. It's the most important thing I have to do once more is to thank you because we're talking to the converted here without any doubt, otherwise you wouldn't be here. But spend more time now on the ones that aren't here because that's where we need the help, to be honest. But thank you for what you're doing. You're great human beings and I love you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody.
Check, check.
Good morning.
Check,
How are you
check,
today?
check.
Good morning.
Check.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start our session on the critical role of SMEs in delivering nutrition. So, that's great. If I may ask everyone to take seats, we're about to start the session. Good afternoon, everyone. Apologies for the delay, but we are starting now on our session on the critical role of SMEs in delivering nutrition. And to moderate the session, I would like to invite Sharon Barrow from the International Trade Union Confederation to the podium, to the microphone. Sharon.
Hello, everybody. I understand that it's quite loud, so let's make ourselves heard. I'm Sharon Burrow from the International Trade Union Confederation, but I'm very proud to be an ambassador for FOLU. This is a sector of our economy that is so ignored. And when you think that, you know, the majority of the world's jobs, the majority of the world's wealth, not always retained by small business, but certainly produced by small business and their employers. And the dominance of these small enterprises in the food and land use system, then we need to make sure that we're paying attention to sustainability and to the inclusion of both the employer voice and the worker's voice in the development of solutions for this sector. So food is critical for everybody, for survival, for indeed employment and sustainability. I'm not going to take up time. I'm going to moderate some amazing panelists. And I understand that first is Michelle. Michelle is with us on screen, I think. Country Director from Ghana, Nigeria. Can you introduce yourself?
Thank you very much, Sharon. It's Michael Ojo, Country Director for the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition. And thank you very much for inviting me to provide some framing remarks in support of the role of SMEs in African food systems, and to introduce some solutions to the main barriers that these SMEs face to grow and to scale their businesses, the scale that we require on the continent to feed and nourish our populations. I don't know if you've got my slides. Maybe I should share them from here. Shall I just load them up? Okay, I will. Right, so we have a food security and malnutrition crisis in Africa, and it is getting worse, made worse in fact by a climate crisis, which has seen increasing incidence and severity of extreme weather events, exposing millions of Africans to acute food shortages, to malnutrition, and to water insecurity. 75% of Africans cannot afford a healthy diet. And in some countries, that's actually 9 out of 10. And we are talking about food and nutrition at COP27 precisely because any effort to strengthen African food systems for nutrition must be sensitive to how we also reduce emissions from agricultural production, as well as how we adapt to the climate impacts that we're already locked into. We cannot address these problems, that's nutrition and climate change, separately. SMEs are already playing a critical role in our food systems. I call them the engine rooms of African food systems. 75% of the food, all food that we consume in Africa, is delivered by SMEs, especially for the poorest and the most vulnerable. But most SMEs lack the financing and technical expertise that they need to grow their businesses and to invest in climate-smart business models. Investors typically focus more on cash or export crops, not on nutritious foods for domestic markets, the ringing in the background. So the nutritious food financing facility that I'll be introducing is a key component of the solutions matrix that we see as a way forward for this. So what is it? N3F is a collaboration between GAIN and Incofin Investment Management. Incofin, because of vast experience with SMEs, vast experience in sub-Saharan Africa, with about $1 billion
Michelle, I'm going to
of
have
assets under
to
management.
get you to wrap up. Time.
Hello?
Please, can you wrap up? This is very clear. We're out of time.
Right. So just to quickly talk, just to give a very quick overview of the fund. It's a facility made up of 3 components. We aim to roll this out in 17 African countries. It's the first component is the fund itself, which is an impact first fund providing a blended finance to debt financing to SMEs. That will be managed by Incofin. The second is the technical assistance component, which will provide assistance to investee SMEs, focusing on general business management practices and nutrition and so on. And the third component is the monitoring, evaluation, and learning component. But what's most exciting about the fund is the fact that environment and climate are integrated throughout the design of N3F.
Fantastic, Michelle. It's very clear on the screen.
Excellent. So I will leave the slides in the background, just to conclude, our ambition is far beyond this initial fund. We aim to prove that nutrition is investable, that it can be delivered simultaneously with climate goals.
Thank you.
And that we can unlock more funding to transform African food systems.
Thank you. There you have it, an exciting fund. I'm sorry, Michelle, this doesn't do you justice, but an exciting fund, and there were 2 stark figures. 75% of food for local populations, and yet the emphasis is on export and the preservation rather than on the quality of food and nutrition. Lana, I think, is also online. Lana, will you introduce yourself and give us just a few minutes? We really are short of time.
Thank you very much. I hope you see now my screen. And thank you very much for this opportunity to participate in this phenomenal panel with great goal and desire to succeed. I'm Chief Science and Sustainability Officer for InnovoPro, and we at InnovoPro lead the chickpea protein revolution, the platform that really brings solutions to things that we are talking about today. So our vision is really to inspire creation of sustainable world with tastier, healthier, and clean label food choices to transform the way we eat. So we are looking into solutions with our chickpea protein concentrate to bring ingredients to create food that has good taste, best taste and texture, that is sustainable, and I'll talk just a little bit more about this, that is healthy, nutritious, well digested, and with very good protein quality, clean label, that is non-GMO, that is soy and gluten-free, that has no allergenicity to it and no additives needed. And this protein, the way how it's created, in a sustainable way, but it's extremely functional, so it allows reduction of many usual additives in food. And for sake of time, again, I will just focus on sustainability part of this, because we are so passionate in InnovoPro of creating food that is really sustainable and good for planet and for people. So the way how we achieve this is through green farming. We are using chickpea that is rotational crop that actually brings nutrients back to the soil, not depleting soil as many other grains, plants. We produce our protein by green technology with no organic solvents. We desire to have zero waste in production, so we are scaling up to get to that point. We have clean label, consumer good products, allowing, as I mentioned, reduction of many additives, E-labeled, ingredients so that one protein can really benefit and provide many functionalities to the finished food product. We also source
Fantastic.
locally. Excellent. And just let me finish that we are targeting 4 UN Sustainability Development Goals, number 3 for good health and well-being, number 5 for gender equality, 12 responsible production and consumption, 13 climate change.
There
so
you
with
go.
this, thank you very much, and we'll talk.
There you go, Lana. The humble chickpea actually achieving 3 SDG goals as well. That's remarkable, and congratulations on your work. I think our
Thank you very
next
much.
speaker is Ms. Labila, but please introduce yourself.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Atsunuke Lebele, and I work with Cattle Foods. Let me share my screen from here so that, okay, so I'm not being permitted to share my screen because the screen is still on. Okay, so yeah, Cattle Food is a food processing company that is delivering nutrition to stable crops, and we use biofortified crops to deliver this nutrition. So we work with a lot of biofortified crops like the orange flesh sweet potato, the vitamin A cassava, and the orange maize, because we believe that biofortification is one of the major things that can help to sustain nutrition, and it's safe and it's cheaper, and it's actually a sustainable and very effective. And that is why we work with farmers to cultivate and grow these nutrient-dense crops, and also to train them on the sustainable way to cultivate so as to practice agronomic practice and climate smart agriculture. Now, we embark on using biofortified crops because we deal with rural people at the bottom of the pyramid, and we know that that is where malnutrition is actually very, very much. So we believe that we need something that is very sustainable for them, as quite cheap and available. So that is where we're able to work with these crops to see how they can also grow it themselves and also eat, even apart from us that are even processing it into food products that they can also buy and they can also feed on, right? These are some of the products that we've been able to produce from these crops. And so far, we've been able to produce about 25 innovative crops that even households can even imbibe. Business owners, also SMEs like us, can also take in to also have a business around this or also feed on the family. We also have recipe books that even parents also, because we know that mothers are the backbone of nutrition, can also use to prepare their children meal for nutrition. Then, like I said, women and youth are very important in nutrition space. So we also train women, we train youth on how they can get involved in this nutritious food. We also train them on how they can also produce food from these crops, also how they can start businesses from this crop. And like I said earlier, we also involve farmers, because farming household and nutrition is very important. Most of what we eat for nutrition is also from the farm. So farmers too need to have that orientation that they are cultivating something that is very nutritious for households.
Fantastic. Unbelievable work. Thank you very much. And there you have it, Cato, not just providing nutritious food, but the training for people involved. I'm so sorry about not doing you justice. The sound's terrible, but we absolutely appreciate the depth and the richness of your work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I believe it was Greg next, no? Could be you. Take it away anyway.
Hello. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm Simon O'Connell. I'm the CEO of SMV. I'm going to be as brief as possible because we've got a couple of videos to show you all both the role, the importance, and the opportunity to scale engagement of small and medium enterprises in playing their part in accelerating that pathway to healthier diets in a climate-friendly manner. We heard a little bit about the state of the world just now from the previous speakers, so I won't go too far. But Lawrence Haddad, again, it's a pleasure to have you with us. I saw this morning a piece you posted, micronutrient malnutrition affects half of the world's population now. Half of the world's population. By 2050, we know that there'll be 10 billion people to feed on our planet. And we know that some 2 billion people do not have regular access to safe, nutritious, and sufficient food. So there's an urgency. There's an urgency to this conversation. If you could please play the 2 videos showing the role that SMEs can play in accelerating, addressing that urgency. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon.
Here in one Kabali, established one team, young team members, 20 members have, they are educated, they are university graduated, female and male. So now this young group produce a lot of vermicompost and sell to our smallholder farmers. It also generating income for this small enterprise.
Africa's smallholder farmers represent the largest climate vulnerable population on the planet. Building climate resilience for these farmers requires massive investment in agricultural value chains to boost the adoption of climate-smart agriculture. To address this problem, in 2018, the Netherlands government committed 36 million euros to a flagship climate adaptation project known as CRAFT. Implemented by the Netherlands Development Organization and in partnership with Wageningen University and Research, CJRR's Climate Change Agriculture and Food Security to contribute to increased availability of accessible and resilient food for the growing populations in Kenya. In this video, Topical Ventures, an agri-SME, shares how CRAFT support has promoted enhanced nutrition and food security in Kenya using traditional crops and project-validated climate-smart agricultural practices and technologies.
Topical Ventures was born around the concept of working with small-scale farmers in drought-tolerant crops. And our main focus was really centered around green grams. Traditionally, the green gram has been consumed in rural settings in Kenya, but there has been a general shift in urban centers for populations consuming more plant-based protein versus animal-based protein. Getting better produce from the farmers and bigger volumes has allowed us to be able to package more and distribute in urban centers, cleaned, processed, packaged green grams. Having CRAFT come on board was one, train the farmers on the power of using one particular variety in a farm. That means your product is more cleaner, it's better. Number two, through the trainings on good agricultural practices, now they're able to produce between 3 and 4 bags of 90 kilograms. At Topical Ventures, we are able to uptake more volumes from the small-scale farmers we are working with, and it has allowed us to access a bigger portion of the urban market that is consuming plant protein.
In Kenya, CRAFT executes its interventions in the common bean, green gram, sorghum and potato value chains by providing climate-smart solutions such as improved seed varieties, soil and water conservation measures, post-harvest handling technologies, mechanization services and weather information services.
Thank you, Simon.
So Sharon, I was just going to summarize with 4 quick points, if I may. One is what we're trying to show is the localization of value chains, and in doing so, how you both enable climate smart or climate resilient crop production, strengthen nutritious diets. Two, the importance of those linkages between farmers and consumers and how you can do that, whether you're mobilizing SMEs or cooperatives. Three, how those can be a good platform for further advocacy, the scaling pathway. And lastly, innovation. So when you're using green gram or teff or more locally traditional agricultural produce, how you both strengthen those productivity levels, those nutrition intakes in a climate resilient and more sustainable way. Thank you.
Comprehensive. Thank you very much. And now, indeed, we have Margaret, please. Margaret.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. My name is Margaret Komen. I'm CEO and founder of Mess Foods Limited, based in Kenya. Thank you for this invitation. Our overarching goal is to transform the food choices of East Africa. We are a food processing company, and we work with smallholder farmers, and we are in the specialty foods and ingredients market. We want to be the one that dominate, and we do this through strategic partnerships. But what is the problem with the whole value chain? The problem is on the supply side, we have unstructured value chains, and this leads to limited supply, and over 30% is post-harvest losses, and of course, there are no relevant certifications and standards. But on the demand side, the customers also like high-quality, ready-to-use food products, or they are not food safe, but bigger is there are gaps in the supply and demand of the products due to climate change effects. So then how are we doing it? We work through smallholder farmers. About 48% are women. We have recruited and trained 3,893 to date, and we provide the reliable market for them. This is the sourcing and buying. And then we have the processing and preserving of the varieties of vegetables, and we serve the retail, bulk, domestic, and export market. Our supply chain is quite straightforward. We work directly with the farmers. We provide inputs, agricultural technical support, bring the product to the aggregation centers. The women are involved in plucking, and then we take it for processing up to it gets to the fork. This is just an example of the 7 varieties that we are processing and retailing in the urban centers. Our value proposition is the linkage to the farmers, the convenient and nutritious products. They are budget friendly. You have a wide selection. We are connecting them to sustainable markets for export. We use a lean manufacturing technology, and we also do waste management. The products are dried using affordable solar energy, reducing carbon emissions. Overall, we have an impact to the society because we currently have 3,993 farmers, but we hope to reach 5,900 in the next 5 years. We hope to employ up to 1,000 women and youth in rural Kenya. We are promoting climate smart agricultural technologies, and this leads to 35% increased income for smallholder farmers. We hope to certify 2,000 smallholder farmers and bring early value addition to the village and promote green manure for improved yields. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, incredibly impressive work, and on a low energy, low waste basis. So well done. And now I indeed have Sean, I think. No?
Yeah, that's me. I'll load this up. I'll try to keep things brief, as it seems we're on a shorter schedule than was otherwise communicated to the speakers. So I'm the CEO of a company called Dry Grow. We focus on this crop here, this beautiful floating crop called water lentils, also known as duckweed or lemna. This crop has a long academic history, but hasn't really faced mass commercialization, but it's much better than protein crops currently on the market. So we've been doing research into this crop to bring it to commercialization. This is some data that's been put together by Good Food Institute. You can see some of the advantages of this crop versus traditional protein ingredients. This is definitely related to climate change because this crop doesn't require arable land. It uses very little water. It grows incredibly quickly. And frankly, the food systems that we built up over the last 100 years won't take us through the next 100. This is one of those crops that could act as a protein alternative for the next generation. We started at Oxford University doing research into this crop. We really focus on these 3 points in the value chain: the genetics, the production systems, and the processing of the crop. We've been supported by these organizations, and we have 5 university collaborations here. This is our second generation facility. We work in London and Kenya. And given the time constraints here, I would love to get in contact with anybody in the audience and speak further if you're interested in food systems or protein crops. And if I could add in one point of contact, I think it'd be worth going forward, really making sure that all people in the event are comfortable with the panelists' names before we proceed. I think the Western names are the only names that have been correct thus far. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the work you're doing at Dry Glow. I think I missed Margaret. Margaret?
Sorry, it's Dry Grow. Dry Grow is the name.
Dry Grow. Sorry, Australian accent. Margaret, did we miss you?
No, I just did before, Sean.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Then Tally. No? Oh, I think we had Tally first up. Mine's an old sheet, sorry. So now I think we have like maybe 5 minutes for questions and then a summation. So do we have any audience comments or questions? We have an expert sitting over here. Do you want to make a comment or? Not yet? This is your only chance. Okay. Anybody else? Then Greg, take it away. It is your only chance.
Not used to such a strict taskmaster. Congratulations. It's good, keeping things on track. So my name's Lawrence Haddad. I'm from the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition. And yes, I'll shout. How's that? Name's Lawrence Haddad, Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition. I just want to say that SMEs are really critical, and we don't. They're in the hidden middle. They're sometimes called a missing middle, but they're not missing. They're there. They're just the hidden middle, and they're the ones that get nutritious food that has a low carbon footprint and is very climate resilient. They're the ones that get that food to low income consumers. They're too big for microfinance. They're too small for formal finance. They're too small for policymakers to pay attention to them. So we have to big them up. We have to find ways of aggregating them and championing them, because they really are the ones that are going to define, especially in Africa, African food systems for the next 10 or 15 years. Because if we don't champion them, it will just be the big corporations that come in, and then very soon Kenya will have the same diet as Kansas in the US. And that's a disaster when it comes to the climate. Sorry to the Kansans in the audience. That's a disaster for climate, and it's a disaster for your health. So we really need to support these in any way we can. And Greg knows more about this than most people.
So great rally call, finance as the basis of being able to continue to do the good work and scale up. Greg?
Sharon, can I respond?
Yeah,
just
very quickly.
Respond to that in the spirit of discussion. So Lawrence, completely agree with you. And we at SMV, you saw the CRAFT program, which is working with over 50 small and medium enterprises in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. It's important, impressive impacts being generated, but we're missing that segment in more fragile environments. We're missing the mechanism to aggregate those smaller tranches of financing, those smaller ticket sizes into those more peripheral environments. So our kind of key messages on this, on support to SMEs, how can we build better partnerships that enable us to de-risk that financing into those more fragile environments?
And who do you want in those partnerships?
We want the DFIs, we want different forms of financing, we want blended financing, we want to stimulate the private sector itself, yeah? So we need a range of different mechanisms tailored specifically to those contexts, taking the learnings from less fragile environments or more centralized environments and then getting more of that appropriate financing into those more peripheral areas.
Because if you actually go back to the very first comment about 75% of demand for food is local, then I can tell you that one of the things that worries us is the monopoly power of the big corporations in both production and distribution, which indeed is for other markets. So we've got to find the balance, and that's what I suspect you are all about.
We've seen great examples of the opportunities there, and it's about getting more financing to be more available in the right time frames with the right mechanisms to groups like we've just seen.
So that sounds like a challenge, Greg. Take us away. You're going to summarise the presentations and leave us with some inspirational thoughts and demands, yes?
How many minutes do I have?
Yes.
How long?
You've got 5 at
okay.
least.
All right, in 5 minutes. So I think, as they say, the story may not be long, but it will take a long time to be short, but I'll do my best. I think what Lawrence has said and what you've said, Simon, is exactly a good segue into what I wanted to share, and that is how do we build a gap or build a bridge between the investees and the investor community. We heard from GAIN, they have this investment fund that's been set up. We've heard from SMEs, they're the investees, but often between those two, there's still a gap. And I have the honor of leading Access to Nutrition Initiative, and what we're trying to do is provide data on those companies, information on those companies as a first due diligence to the investment community. So for 10 years, AT&I has been benchmarking and measuring large multinational companies. You just spoke about them. And what we're trying to do now is ensure that when we measure and benchmark their contribution to nutritious food supplies, we're asking the Nestle's and the Unilevers, please procure biofortified foods, micronutrient fortified foods as ingredients. It's a huge market. It opens up for the SMEs that they don't otherwise have. We're working with 80 investors, and these 80 represent a fifth of the world's assets under management, which is 20 trillion. It's a number. Looking at the GDP of the Netherlands, which is 1 trillion. So 20 trillion, 20 times that. We're working with 80 institutional investors that have said, we will invest in nutritious food supplies. But how does that translate to SME investments? And this is where the data comes in. So what we've adapted with GAIN, in fact, and others, is a tool that measures SMEs and tries to understand what their contribution could be if they had investments. And now we're linking those investees to not only our 80 institutional investors, but an online platform. So it's an ecosystem for investment that has 200 pre-screened investors. We'll put these new SMEs into it and hope that we can cut out that middleman, and that the years and years it takes often to agree investments, we can cut that shorter. Because that's what I think is really missing at the moment. Second and related is we need nutrition to be further entrenched in ESG frameworks. We're working on a report on researching the materiality of nutrition. What does it mean for investors to invest in nutrition, sustainable nutrition? And then related to that, how do you measure healthy? It's actually something that has a lot of dissent among companies. So we're working with companies and investors in the coming year to use nutrient profile models which are endorsed by government and academically sound so that everybody's aligned. And then third, and you know what I was referencing is this investor-investee community. If we can bring them together, working with SNV, with GAIN, with all these SMEs that we heard about today, I think we're going to be able to unlock the financing of the missing middle. So with that, yeah, thank you.
Well, unbelievable. What you have here is the makings of a very strong partnership. You actually have the companies doing the work, and they're at the centre. The employers, the workers, whether it's the farmers or processing jobs, that is critical. But what you need is the demand and supply and the investment. And I think Greg summed up very well the services and the support is being provided for groups like Craft, but we need stronger partnerships, sustainable financing, and my understanding is that the biggest challenge, apart from dry finance there, is getting these companies and the IFIs to actually look at the cost of finance. Because if it's 10, 12, 14%, it's out of the reach of SMEs. So we need everybody, from those doing the work to those actually supporting them, and the investors to be in teams. Thank everybody very much, and apologies for the lack of attention.
Hi everybody, I think the session is over there. My apologies for the rush there with everything. I think they have been a bit strapped for time. Sean, I do appreciate your comments there as well. I will pass them on to seniors there. It has been...
And I would second them for sure. Yes.
It's embarrassing in the optics of the...
Lawrence, you can take your seat if you want. Testing, testing, testing. Does that sound all right? Cool. Lawrence, if you want, you can come and join me if you want.
Great. Does that sound all right? It's sounding audible. Friends online, Ollie. That's good. We will be starting, colleagues, in 2 minutes for those of you who are listening on YouTube. And thank you for being with us virtually. Hi, Lawrence. Are you having a good call? Having a good call?
Hi, well, ooh, that was loud. Wow, we've really turned the volume up on the microphone. Hi everyone, if you could take your seats, we're going to start our 4th session of the day on climate and nutrition and the importance of kind of calling policymakers to really act on both of those together. And as Paul Polman said earlier, we can't do it unless we have NDCs, and I think we're going to argue that we can't do NDCs unless we have nutrition. So Ed, we've got about 30 seconds and then I'll hand over to you to kick us off.
Thank you very much, Katie. We're going to start in just a minute. We've got lots of people online as well, everybody. So thank you. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. My name's Ed Davey. I'm at the Food and Land Use Coalition working with Katie and Christina and many of the team. And we're so grateful to them for their very hard work with partners pulling off this week's or this fortnight's Food Systems Pavilion. It's a great privilege for me to welcome a very distinguished panel today for a discussion on climate and nutrition. We can't have one without the other. And it feels like a big moment at COP27 for this community of practice to come together around that notion that climate and nutrition will come together in really meaningful way going forward. And Lawrence and Saskia and others who are on the panel today have just written a spectacularly good blog which really sets out the case for why we can't go forward on climate action without taking nutrition at its heart, and why we can't act on nutrition without addressing climate change. So we've got 45 minutes. We've got a wonderful panel who I will introduce in turn. But we're going to start by inviting Cecil van Haverkamp of UNSDSN to set the scene for 5 to 10 minutes on the links between climate and nutrition and how this plays out in the climate context, including through the NDCs. So Cecil, I'm going to give you the floor to set the scene, and then we're going to open it up. Thanks.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me and that this works. Yes, so I'm very happy to be part of this panel. I'm not a nutrition expert, but there's plenty of nutrition experts here from different levels. I am a policy person. I work for UNSDSN, the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and a team there we have that is looking at policies. Shall I use this one rather? Okay. I think that sounds better too. Yeah. So what I will do is give you an overview of where we are purely looking at NDCs, and that's why it's called a reality check part 1, because it cannot tell you everything, but it's closer. Okay. That's good? Okay. So we at the Felt Action Tracker, we are a strategic initiative under the Food and Land Use Coalition, and the team is led by us at SDSN, but we're working with a number of other partners, and we started 2 years ago to monitor and track what was happening on the policy side for food and land use, and we updated, where do I point it? Oops. Sorry, where do I? Okay, there's a delay, apparently. And this Saturday, we will launch an update to the analysis we've been doing over the past year and a half. And you probably noticed that this is what's happening very commonly here at COP and between COPs, and that is people are looking at NDCs for the clues of whether we are making progress or not. So
we have looked at a total of 24 NDCs from a food and land use perspective. Those 24 NDCs represent 80% of the global emissions, and they give us a pretty good sense of where we are in terms of food and land use. So what were we looking for? We were looking for policy priorities, concrete policy actions in the NDCs related to food and land use based on FOLU's 10 critical transitions. Some of you might be familiar with this paragraph, with this pyramid, and you can see on the very top actually the first. I'm not getting how this thing works. There's a delay. Okay, so you can see here critical transition number 1 is the one referring to healthy and sustainable diets. It's not a coincidence that this one is leading the pyramid and is critical transition number 1. So without much further ado, I want to give you a sneak preview into what we found. Don't look at the details, but what you can see here across countries and across critical transitions is a lot of red and a lot of green. And when you look more closely, you can see that some areas are very well represented in NDCs around agriculture, around nature, and around oceans. And then there's other areas that are less so, and that includes aspects of diets, of protein supply, and of food loss and waste. And many of you might feel this is not a surprise because these are demand-side, consumer-focused interventions. So we can look a little bit more closely for the purpose of today's discussion. And you can see here, there's actually just 2 countries of the 24 that have explicit policy initiatives related to healthy diets, and that's the UK and that's Colombia. We have a few other countries that mention diets, but they do so in a more generic sense. There also are quite a number of NDCs that refer to nutrition, but often they do so also more as part of lists, as part of background, as part of generic statements, but they don't have what we call actionable elements to them. So it's a quite sobering finding to say that something that we consider to be quite central for transforming food and land use is actually not very strongly reflected in NDCs. If you want, some of you have folders, and there is a flyer in there for how you can access the full analysis this weekend after it's launched on Saturday. And then you have an overview of all of those findings, and including some of the details and examples from countries. Maybe just to end on this note, what do we mean when we say practical action? Because some of you might have listened to the speech by Simon Steele, the new Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC, declaring that a new era is beginning with COP27, and that's the era of implementation, and that the coming year is going to be very much the year of accountability. So what does implementation mean? Implementation, of course, as we all know, is not a switch. It is a whole set of actions that means practical steps, and not all of them cost money. And maybe this area is a particularly interesting area because many of the things that are the most powerful ones might not cost that much money, and they can be very efficient and very effective in their impact. So here are just some of the examples of what we were looking for. And these are very practical steps. Many countries are taking these steps and they don't include them in the NDC, which is fine. The important thing really is that the NDCs serve a particular purpose. They're not going to replace, they're not supposed to replace national planning processes. And it's really important that we see that action in countries. So you can see just here this need, I feel, to point out it's always good to look at NDCs, including in the next couple of years. You might also be familiar with the very few countries that have actually updated their NDCs since last year. So some countries will keep updating their NDCs, and for them it's very important to really include issues of food and land use, and specifically to look at the role of dietary changes and the role of nutrition in their own country. But more importantly, things have to really move into national processes for planning. We need operational action plans in countries, and they need to be discussed as part of food system-wide policy discussions in country. This is not something that happens at COP. That's something that needs to happen as part of regular national processes. And COP might be a place where people look at NDCs, but more importantly, in the coming years, it will be important to see what happens between COPs and whether we can see really practical steps for implementation, operationalizing, and financing these interventions in countries. Final point, just to say, also, as you know, countries are also developing their longer-term strategies, and some of these points are, of course, also very important for their longer-term strategies. We need short-term commitments and policies that are in line with longer-term pathways, and we really need to make sure that countries are including the emissions from food and land use, and that they're really thinking about the critical role that healthy diets and the shifts of diets and the role of nutrition in those national strategies. So with that, I would end it here. A quick snapshot. Why part one? Because part one is just paper. Part two is we don't know what's happening in countries, and it's very important that we see and track what is happening at country level, and that will require also financing, international financing in many countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Cecil. Bravo. We've now got a second speaker, and a second expert speaker before we come to the panel. And it's a great pleasure to introduce Dr. Saskia Ossendarp. Saskia is Executive Director of the Micronutrient Forum, and she's going to address us for 5 minutes on the state of malnutrition in the world. And then we're going to open it up to the panel. Saskia, over to you.
The urgency of launching a new era
Just
of
whilst we beam in Saskia on, oh, there she is, great. Saskia,
oh, can you hear me?
The floor, you're behind me, behind all of us. The floor is
Yes.
you. Can you set the scene for 5 minutes on from the perspective of the Micronutrient Forum? Thanks.
Sure, thank you. It's a true honor to be with you here virtually today and to speak on the growing interdependence between climate change and global nutrition. As a nutrition scientist, I'm here to highlight the urgency of launching a new era of cooperation where climate experts, food experts, and nutrition experts must act together in new and more impactful ways. The time has now come to combine our collective strengths and build a new path that can save our planet and can nourish the most vulnerable. And identifying new synergies between climate change and nutrition will also be an important part of the next Micronutrient Forum Global Conference on Nutrition for Resilience, a hybrid conference in October next year, online and in The Hague, and I hope you will all join us. Today, there is growing recognition, as we've heard, that climate change and malnutrition are two sides of the same coin. And what do I mean by that? Well, I have 5 points. First, malnutrition in all its forms, that is overweight, undernutrition, and vitamin and mineral or micronutrient deficiencies is the biggest and still growing public health problem affecting all countries of the world, and especially women and young children in low and middle income countries. Today, 149 million children are stunted or chronically malnourished, 45 million are wasted, and 39 million overweight. And new findings published in Lancet Global Health last month indicated that the prevalence of micronutrient deficiencies is much higher than we thought. More than half of the world's children and 2/3 of its women are deficient in micronutrients. And since 2020, as we all know, the world is facing an accumulation of crises that is further threatening global food and nutrition security, simply because people can no longer afford healthy diets with sufficient nutritious foods that are rich in micronutrients. Malnutrition leads to irreversible and lifelong implications for health, well-being and growth of individuals, their communities, and societies as a whole, today and in the future. And that is because malnutrition during pregnancy and in early life affects also brain development, leading to poorer school performance later on and lower adult economic productivity. Second, what we eat impacts the climate, and climate change impacts what we eat. The disruptions and emergency that climate change will bring are known to threaten nutrition in a number of ways. Extreme weather events reduce the yields of staples and nutritious crops. And for a number of crops, elevated CO2 levels have been shown to reduce the micronutrient content, resulting in sometimes up to 30% lower levels of these critical nutrients in these crops. Extreme weather is also escalating the risk of waterborne infectious diseases, further impacting health and nutrition, particularly of vulnerable women and children. Elevated CO2 levels could thus cause an additional 175 million people to be zinc deficient, and over 1 billion women and children could lose much of their dietary iron intakes, putting them at greater risk of anemia and other diseases. Third, despite this grim context, there is hope and a way forward. We've heard that before during this conference. We know we must work together as climate and nutrition experts to align and synergize actions and integrated solutions that mitigate impacts on climate and on all forms of malnutrition, the so-called triple duty actions. And these need to be context specific. Animal source foods, for instance, can play an important role in meeting the nutritional needs of pregnant women and young children in vulnerable conditions. Yet, industrial meat production is a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, and there's wide agreement that the average high rates of red meat consumption in high-income countries need to be reduced for both health and environmental benefits. We must transform the current failing food systems into sustainable food systems with equal access to healthy, nutritious foods, and this includes the promotion of breastfeeding. Now, this won't be easy, but we can start with what we know. Invest more in the development of climate-resilient, nutrient-dense crops, including traditional crops. Strengthen food fortification to deliver these nutrients in a more sustainable way. Ensure the access to nutritious foods through social protection and humanitarian programs that include supplements, food vouchers, and food rations. 4, we need data so that we can link climate projections to projections of nutrition vulnerability to identify those at most risk. We need to be able to predict, monitor, and evaluate the impact of interventions across food and health systems on both nutrition as well as on climate. And last but most important, we can't afford to lose momentum and the hope that this COP brings us. Those that contribute the least to climate change suffer the most from its consequences, including malnutrition. And we have an ethical obligation to protect the most vulnerable from this toxic combination of climate change and malnutrition. Thank you very much.
Wow. Saskia, thank you. That was really brilliant, Saskia. Thank you so much. What an inspiring statement that was. And I think you perfectly clearly articulated the task before us there. So thank you, Saskia. And I hope you'll stay with us for this panel. It's my great honor now to invite 4 panelists to join us. Lawrence himself, Executive Director of GAIN. Dick Kamuganga, who's President of the Ugandan Farmers Federation. So good to have you with us, Dick. We're joined again by Cecil and by Saskia, and Tokelo Shai, who's Food and Agriculture Youth Fellow for the Climate Champions. Thank you, Tokelo. And I should also say Salim Al-Haq, our great friend, who's Director of ICCCAD, and who's been at all of the COPs since COP1. Will also, we hope, join us, but he's currently caught in some negotiations nearby. I'm going to start by inviting Lawrence to comment on the issue before us today. And in particular, Lawrence, what can be done in countries? And also, could you perhaps say a word about the Egyptian government's ICAN, the Climate Action for Nutrition Initiative? Thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to stand up. Sorry, just because I can't project as well sitting down. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. So thank you, Ed. Thank you, Saskia. Thank you, Cecil. And panelists, I can't wait to hear what you have to say. I got 3 points in my 4.5 minutes. There's always 3 points. I don't know why. First point, climate colleagues, climate activists. I guess we're all climate activists now. But the climate community, I don't know you that well. I'm here. It's my first COP, unlike my friend Salim's 27th COP. This is my first. I'm here to see what I can contribute and, more importantly, learn how I can contribute more. The community I don't know very well, but I very much hope the community is going to be a welcoming, inclusive community. I've seen other communities think that if we are inclusive and grow our community, we will somehow dilute our effect. Let me assure you it's completely the opposite way around. So I very much hope that will be the framing. My second message is to the nutrition community that I know a lot better. And I challenge my teams again. Gain's 300 people, 220 are based in 11 countries in Africa and Asia. And I challenge my GAIN team, don't tell me you're doing climate resilient, climate positive, nature positive work just because you're working on healthy diets, just because you're working on food loss and food waste, just because you're looking at nutrient dense crops, staple crops. That's all good, but when you put a climate lens on that, can you be doing even more for nutrition as well as for climate? So that's my second challenge, is to the nutrition community. Don't be complacent. You need to work harder to be climate champions. And really the third thing is I'd like to talk about the ICAN initiative. It's the government of Egypt's initiative that WHO, FAO, WFP and GAIN have been supporting the development of over the last 6 months. And its ICAN is Initiative for Climate and Nutrition. I wanted something slightly jazzier than that, but that's what we got. I like this because I think it does what my third point, it's an example of my third point. And Saskia is quite right, nutrition and climate are two sides of the same coin, but those two coins have a tendency to split and drift apart. I'm mixing my metaphors horribly, but we need to make sure that climate and nutrition are baked in somehow. They're dyed in the wool, tied together and integrated. And that means really looking at the policy and data infrastructure and making sure that it is connected. So, for example, Cecil's example of NDCs, on the implementation side, make sure we have healthy diets and nutrition in them. But equally, on the nutrition side, we have fabulous national nutrition plans. Make sure they talk about, they're aware of climate, they know what's going on. National food system pathways mustn't be a place where two communities do their own thing and are ships passing in the night. The second example under ICAN is around policy. How many countries have food-based dietary guidelines, for example, that factor in climate? Not many. How many countries look at public procurement of their foods and have health externalities and environmental externalities plugged into them? So policy is an important area. Saskia mentioned data and evidence. How many IPCC reports mention healthy diets and nutrition? It's coming, but there needs to be more. I used to be the co-chair of the Global Nutrition Report. How often does the Global Nutrition Report talk about climate? Not enough. So this is another area where we need to see a coming together. And the final area in this policy infrastructure and decision-making infrastructure is finance. The Green Climate Fund, how often does it talk about nutrition? The World Bank, how often do we see their programs having nutrition and environment? Impact investment funds like the one Greg was talking about and Michael earlier, Nutrition Food Finance Facility, how many of them have environment and nutrition? So all of these areas, implementation, policy, data, and finance, all need to be baked in nutrition, climate, and environment.
Thank you so much, Lawrence. A round of applause for you. Thank you. I'm going to come back to you a bit later and ask you to comment on one GAIN country where you see potentially particularly strong work on climate and nutrition being taken forward. But I now wanted to invite Josh. I wanted to come to you, please, sir, to talk about the Ugandan Farmers Association, Dick, and to comment on how you see these two worlds coming together in Uganda, and as a farmer in Uganda, how you address these two challenges of climate and nutrition. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you on the issue of climate change and nutrition. Let me first introduce the association I represent. Uganda National Farmers Federation is largely an association of smallholder farmers. Our average acreage is less than 5 hectares, and it is composed of approximately 5 million farmers. I want to take this opportunity to thank the partners of World Farmers Organization that enabled me to appear here. It is my first time on this matter, but on COP27. But as a farmer, I have been experiencing the effects of climate change, specifically in recent seasons, too much floods and too much drought. I'm a cattle keeper. I keep dairy cows and produce milk. We see mainly Uganda National Farmers Federation as an umbrella organization of farmers. We do 4 main things. We mobilize ourselves, organize ourselves, and then empower ourselves, and then coordinate, and then project our voice. So my talk is going to zero on those specific things. We do agree there cannot be climate without nutrition. You cannot have the other and leave out the other. Why? We subscribe to the concept of one health, therefore one nutrition. Soil nutrition means animal and plant nutrition, which is human nutrition. You have poor soil nutrition, you will definitely have poor plant and animal nutrition. I listened to the expert on Zoom speaking about micronutrients. I recently attended a meeting. I am sorry I'm speaking as a grassroots farmer, so much of the technical things I don't know. What I know is looking after cows and milking them and taking the milk to the dairy station. So the rest you will sort out when I finish. The person demonstrated, a scientist from one of northern universities, indicated that there is shrinkage of source of omega-3 simply because of deficiency of sources of omega-3 in the nutrition of fish. And that translates into problems with brain growth and everything else. The science I don't know. But what I wanted to mention is certainly to achieve climate and nutrition, we have to have a lens of one nutrition, for instance, soil, plants, and animal, and human beings. So how do we achieve this? From the philosophy of my organization that I lead, which I say, do we organize ourselves, we mobilize ourselves, organize ourselves, and empower ourselves with the support of partners like World Farmers Organization and its partnership network. Here, there are main 4 things I've captured from the experts, but I also came with. Number 1, to be able to achieve one health or one nutrition, finance is very critical. Accessible finance for developing the protocols to allow preservation of biodiversity, for instance, because you cannot talk about soil nutrition without preservation of biodiversity. 2, the experts will expand on the finance, but the finance is very critical. I have listened to a number of people here since it's my first time to see that access of finance that is going to agri-food systems is very limited, less than probably 5%. So, but the real my time is out. Now, real action is needed at the bottom of the pyramid, which is the producer of food. the producer of good nutrition. So yeah, 2 minutes. Okay, 1 minute. Let me finish. We'll zoom down to the bottom of the pyramid, look at the producers. And then the second is the technical assistance. The knowledge to be able to understand what needs to be done by the smallholder farmers. In Africa, we are the largest, above 65%, but in Uganda, yes. So being able to understand all these things you are suggesting here, there is a need for technical assistance and enlightening us so that we can match with the rest. Then the third is research and development. I agree with the expert on the evidence-driven actions, evidence-driven action plans, which requires data. We will be participants in generating data, including being able to even do mapping our nutrients within the soil and the like. I stop here so that I guess my time is running out.
Well, thank you so much, Dick. I mean, it's wonderful to hear you, and we would like to hear more from you. So we'll do our best to come back to each of the panelists. I'm going to ask Tokelo to comment next from the perspective of the UN high-level champions, and then let's open it up to the floor. I think we've got a few questions. We've got another 15 minutes.
Great.
Tokelo.
Thank you very much, Ed. And it's such a pleasure to have been on this journey. Yeah, great. It's just a pleasure to have been on this journey with Gain, where we co-hosted an event at Africa Climate Week, which looked at how to accelerate sustainable and resilient and nutritious foods in Africa specifically. And we reiterated a lot of the messages that have already been highlighted here. So I won't have 3 points anymore because a lot of those have been mentioned. But I was just reflecting on the session at the moment where I was thinking we're in a Food Systems Pavilion and we're at COP27, and yet we're still identifying gaps in indices around nutrition, which means in the last 27 years, we've clearly not been doing enough to push food systems. But more importantly, what I see as the link between climate and nutrition is taking that systems-wide approach. And so part of the messages that we'll be sharing on the 12th of November, the high-level champions will be sharing those. We'll be particularly looking at the urgent need to close the triple gap by 2030 and in making sure that we increase yields to produce nutritious food for 10 billion people without expanding the agricultural frontier, while also reducing farm-level emissions. So this is a key message that we'll be highlighting on the 12th. And part of the ways that we see this happening is picking up on some of the messages we reiterated at Africa Climate Week that looks at implementation levers around finance, policy, and technical assistance. And I believe a lot of those have been shared here today. But what I'll just emphasize more of, particularly looking at the fact that this is a financing COP, is that we need to mobilize blended finance and also ensure that we recognize and scale up existing initiatives such as the ICANN and also the N3F facilities, where there's already efforts being done to start ensuring that we realize climate and nutritious food systems. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tokelo. That was wonderful. Great. We've got 15 minutes, everyone. I'd love to hear a couple of questions from the floor, and then I'm going to invite the panelists to come back. We've got a question at the back here, and I think we've got one at the front as well. Do we have a few roving microphones, or I can pass this?
Thank you so much. It was very exciting to hear all of your takes about this very, very important topic. My name is Sofia. I am from Peru. I'm 18 years old, and it is also my first COP. I just wanted to add something. I just wanted to add something to what you just mentioned. It's cutting off, but hopefully you can understand. So yes, nutrition and climate are definitely correlated. They are impacting vulnerable communities all around the world and affecting their quality of life. And sharing from my experience, I work with communal kitchens in my city, in human settlements and slum areas, in the peripheral area. Hi, great, thank you. In the peripheral areas of the city of Lima, the capital of Peru. And yeah, we advocate for food security, we advocate for healthy diets that can build resilient communities within our path to sustainable food systems. However, it's also important to not only mention that we need financing and funding to the solutions that are led by youth to secure food security, but also just think about how these healthy diets and resources are not available for vulnerable communities. Most of the communal kitchens that I work with and my organization works with are very, very low income areas that go for the cheapest options just because they are available or just because it will fill their stomachs and will be an opportunity to keep surviving. But it's not the healthiest diet. And that not having access to quality of food, not having access to spaces where they can grow their own vegetables, not having biodiversity near because they're human settlements and slum areas, that affects their quality of lives. And that is a direct consequence of the climate crisis, that the fact that they develop health issues because of that lack of a healthy diet, it's affecting them. And it's a growing problem. And I would like to know if you know of any initiative or strategies that we could implement from the policymaking spaces to make these healthy diets affordable and actually accessible for the communities that's most needed. Because we are here and we are raising our voices, but it's exactly those spaces where they will take the decisions that will end up affecting the way that we live. So thank you so much. Hopefully you can answer. Thank you.
I'm going to ask the panel to respond to you in a moment, perhaps Lawrence and Saskia. But I'm going to get one more question into the room, and then we're going to do one more round.
Great. Thank you, Ed. So I'm Simon O'Connell, CEO of SNV, and I'll pick up on your point about this is a financing COP and the metaphor of nutrition and climate being two sides of the same coin, as it were. So my question, if you'll permit me, is, but the coin is the wrong shape, isn't it, Lawrence? That's sort of what you were alluding to. So how do we reshape that coin better to enable us, all our respective organizations, to partner better? And then second, and relatedly, we all of us, I'm sure we know there's more financing needed on the adaptation side, right? The coin, with all the economic turmoil going on in today's world, is unfortunately unlikely to be growing that much larger. So how do we make the coin work better at this time of great economic turmoil on the adaptation side to ensure a just dietary transition? Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a really brilliant couple of questions there. We've got 10 more minutes and we've got 5 panelists. I really want to make sure we give everybody the chance. I'm going to start with Saskia, if it's all right, to comment perhaps on public policy and to come back into the room. And then I'm going to turn to Lawrence and the others. But Saskia, do you want to come back in?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so first of all, thank you very much for that question. And I'm very sorry I couldn't see your face because the camera is behind you. But I really want to thank you and also tell you that I really admire you for the work that you do there in Lima. And your question is very correct. At this moment, there's 3 billion people, estimated 3 billion people in the world that cannot afford a healthy diet. So it's either not affordable, it's not accessible to them. So that's also why I think what is needed from a policy side is really integrated solutions that combine interventions across food systems and health systems and social protection systems. So I mentioned the example in my little speech about social protection systems that can include the access to equal access to healthy, nutritious foods. For instance, by including vouchers so that poor families can purchase these foods from the market. Tax policies can help to reduce, for instance, VAT on nutritious foods, and they have been also implemented in some countries. Health systems play an important role by educating populations on the importance of nutritious foods and by protecting and promoting breastfeeding, but also by providing supplements to those that are in extremely high needs, such as during pregnancy and in early childhood. And then, of course, we have all these food systems interventions that include food fortification that can be scaled up to ensure that these nutrients are also being delivered through cheaper staple foods while we are busy transforming these food systems. But I agree with you, at this point in time, we also need to integrate these solutions using these other systems to help getting these nutrients to these people that you serve.
Thank you so much, Saskia. Thank you. Lawrence, further thoughts and reflections from your side?
Okay. First of all, I forgot to tell you when the ICANN launches. It's on Saturday at 2 o'clock in meeting room 20 in area E. So I encourage you to come. I think it's going to be exciting. On the question from Lima and Simon's question, this is what GAIN does. So let's talk to you afterwards. Our mission is to make healthy diets more available and accessible and affordable to everyone, especially the most vulnerable. So please let's talk. I mean, there are lots of things you can do, and Saskia's talked about them. But the key to all of this is to convince policymakers in Peru that unhealthy diets are I guarantee you it'll be 5 or 6 of the top 10 risk factors driving poor health and mortality in Peru, and especially in Lima, will be diet related. So somehow we have to flip the switch that healthy diets is not just a nutrition problem or a health problem, it's an economic problem as well as all the other. And it's an equity justice issue as well. So that's the first thing. Simon, I think your question was, how do we sort of mainstream these ideas? And Ed, you asked me earlier, what are some examples from GAIN? I mean, it's difficult because we're trying to mainstream. So the Nutritious Food Finance Facility, it's called Nutritious Foods, but one of the criteria is they have to meet the Paris 1.5 metrics. If any of the finance goes to the SMEs producing nutritious food, they have to do it in a certain way. Another example is from Kenya, where we're doing vegetables. We're working with dozens of partners in each country. The goal is to improve the consumption of vegetables of 1 million Kenyans. Now this looks like a great thing, right? It's great for nutrition, it's good for emissions, but we have to be really careful about water use and energy use. In Mozambique, we're trying to increase the consumption of animal source foods for highly vulnerable groups, because for highly vulnerable groups, in kids under the age of 5, adolescent girls, they don't get enough micronutrients that are bioavailable. Plants can't always give them that. But how do you do that in a way that's not going to wreck the environment and generate emissions? So that's an innovation, technical set of solutions about production practices solutions. So the thing is, we don't have an environment program at GAIN. We decided we don't want to do that. We want everything to be climate compliant and climate adaptive and climate emissions reducing. Everything we do has to be that. We will always be a nutrition first organization, but everything we do has to have a positive impact on the climate. And we are kind of late to the game, actually. We're ahead of the game in nutrition space, but late to the game with everyone else. And I think Greg, when he was at GAIN, said to me 6 years ago, what are we going to do about environment? And I think I said something like, hey, it's difficult enough to do nutrition, Greg, without having to do climate stuff. You were right, I was wrong.
And here you are now, which is very encouraging. Just the last few questions here. We've got someone from the back who I'd like to bring in a moment. But Dick, coming back to you and to the Ugandan farmers' voice that you've brought into the room, what would they make of this discussion, and what will you take home to them next week when you return? What's your message from them to us and from you back to them?
Thank you. The message is that I've understood I'm learning the complex equation of climate and nutrition. But more importantly, the message is for the people here in Sharm el-Sheikh, especially the policymakers. How these issues trickle down to the farmers in Uganda. At the bottom of the production, the food chain. How do we ensure nutritious food that is affordable, that is universally available, and preserves our environment and sustainably produced. And as I return, I said I'm not an expert on finance, neither research, neither data. I'm only an expert on producing food. But the question is now, this food has to be nutritious and climate compliant. So how do we take, the SNV executive director spoke of how do we finance in the current quagmire of economics in the world. I don't know. But what I know that to be able to achieve this in Uganda, SNV is doing a good job. We need to find the finance that is going to deliver the know-how, the finance that is going to deliver, to empower research and development that can be taken up by the farmers, and also the data that can guide on decision making. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Tokelo, I'm going to give you almost the last word, but I'm going to invite the lady at the back also to come forward and address us in a moment. Come forward and talk to us. But Tokelo, one last thought from you on how to take this agenda forward?
Yes, thank you very much, Ed. I was just thinking at the moment from the question around affordability of food, and I was just wondering the degree to which we harness indigenous knowledge and some of the foods that are already out there. Because growing up, I've had a lot of indigenous food, and I found that to be the most climate resilient and also the most nutritious and also cost effective. So I'm wondering the degree to which some of this comes into this conversation. So I guess that's my last word.
I think that's a very powerful point, Tokelo, and one that we should all take part. What food was that, out of interest?
So we're having sorghum meal and also amaranthus spinach. So yeah.
Sounds absolutely wonderful, and good for the climate and good for nutrition too. Please come in. Talk to us just for a minute or so. Yeah.
Right. Good afternoon. I don't think I wanted to address this sitting. I wanted to ask a question. My name is Yvonne Tanin Kuntai from Kenya, and I want to ask our panelists a question. What is the best way to connect top-down and bottom-up measures to transform food systems? That's all I wanted to ask.
Fantastic. So the question was, how do we bring together the top-down and the bottom-up? I'm going to ask each panelist to give a 20-second response, starting with Cecil.
It's a very easy question. 20 seconds should be no problem. I think actually we have had enough top-down. It's really now time to have these kind of discussions in countries, to have experts, local experts involved in discussions, to see how the policy people and the experts and the consumers really can find the local solutions that work in that context.
Thank you, Cecil. Lawrence.
Tough question. I think all the action is in Lima, the example in Lima. In Lima, people probably don't go around talking about connecting climate and nutrition. They just do it. Because they don't have the luxury of being siloed. Being siloed is comfortable and luxurious. Being non-siloed is difficult and it's uncomfortable. And so that's where the silos get broken down. How do you connect the two? I think it's about humility, and I think it's about leadership, and I think it's about being open to all views and not be stuck on your own view.
Thank you so much, Lawrence. Tokelo.
Thank you very much. I think a key word we often reference in the Climate Champions is radical collaboration, and I think that's quite critical. But I think more so it's, I lost my point now, so let me just stop there.
Come back to you in a moment.
Our organizations like the one I lead are champions of bottom-up approach. The more we get involved on platforms like this, so we can create feedback mechanisms to ensure that bottom-up approach is enhanced.
Thanks. Yeah, the point I wanted to highlight is that we need to be vulnerable enough to allow ourselves to go into uncomfortable spaces and ensuring that we listen from those that are already doing the work on the ground. Thanks.
I completely agree, and that's been so wonderful. One of the wonderful aspects of today. Lawrence and then Saskia, and then we're going to close.
Yeah, thank you. I forgot something that we are really wrestling with again right now, is how do we get constituency voice to really tell us whether the programs that we are developing with communities are actually working. We do a lot of evaluation of our programs, but it's not the people that we are trying to empower and work with and improve their lives. They're not the ones evaluating our work. We're trying to really figure out how to do that. So if anyone's got some good ideas about how to do that, please contact me afterwards.
Thank you. Saskia, I'm going to give you the last word here. How do we connect?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you for this question. And I think, what's been said, I fully subscribe. We need to ensure cooperation at all levels. And I think sometimes that's already more advanced at the local levels than it is at global level, to be honest. But I think these partnerships across sectors, they really require us to break out of our silos and to learn how to speak each other's language. So it will not be easy always. We will have maybe some trial and error, but in the end of the day, we have that common goal in mind. And I think that realization will really help us. And the lessons that we can learn, particularly from what's going on already so well in these type of collaborations at local level. So I think that's another point that I would like to make. I'm really keen on learning lessons from what's going on the ground with these type of corporations. So thank you.
Thank you, Saskia. Thank you all so much for coming. Thank you for the very distinguished panelists. I'm just going to close with one thought. Yesterday, for those of you who were here yesterday, something in the order of 70 world leaders gave speeches at the beginning of COP27. I think I only heard one world leader talk about these issues, Mia Mottley, the Prime Minister of Barbados. But I'd invite everyone to go back over the world leaders' speeches and see the extent to which they address the nexus of issues between food, climate and nutrition. So I think as we go out together as a community, let's work together to make sure that this time next year at COP28 in the UAE, when the world leaders are back on stage, they all talk about this set of issues. Thanks so much. Let's meet again. Thank you for the panel. Well done, everyone. See you soon. Thank you. Thanks, Saskia online.
Saskia, hi.
Hi.
Oh, well done. That was really good.
Yeah, it was really good. I thought it was nice.
Sound, check sound, check, 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 check sound, check sound.
Hello. If everyone can take a seat, we're about to start our sixth, maybe fifth panel of the day on shifting diets.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to ask panelists to please come up and take a seat. We have some virtual panelists as well, and we'll get started in just a moment. Thank you. Great. Thank you, everyone. We're going to get started for this panel on shifting diets. My name is Cristina Rombaitis Del Rio, and I'm a International Engagement Associate with the Food and Land Use Coalition, which is hosting this panel. And I just want to say from the outset, when we talk about diets, it's inherently personal. It's the food that we eat. It can be very cultural, it can be political, it can be spiritual, and religious, it can be habitual, very deeply psychological. And yet the food that we eat has such an impact on people's livelihoods, on our own health and nutrition, but also on the planet. As 30% of greenhouse gases come from food systems, there's a real powerful lever that we have for fighting climate change with our dietary choices. And yet those choices are shaped by so many different factors: market prices, marketing, what's available, what's attractive, policy decisions that are made. All of these things matter. And yet we really need to acknowledge, and this was talked about in the last panel quite a bit, that for many people, they don't have the ability to make choices for healthy and nutritious diets. They may live in food deserts where healthy options don't exist, and so overnutrition and obesity is a challenge. Or they may be in places where they simply can't afford or access healthy, nutritious foods and suffer from hunger, malnutrition, the health effects of that, which include, of course, stunting, ill health, and in severe cases, mortality. So we want to think about both sides of that issue. And we're going to explore this with a really fascinating panel, I must say. We're going to explore it through solutions, through policy entrepreneurs that are putting in place solutions across the world, and also taking a deep dive into the science and evidence and our understanding of the factors that face these choices. So we will have time for questions, so be thinking of those questions. And without further ado, I'm going to ask our first presenter, who's going to talk to us about the latest behavioral science around shifting diets. Our first presenter is Sophie Atwood, who is a senior behavioral scientist, my colleague at the World Resources Institute, and she'll be presenting virtually. Sophie, do we have you here? Give us just a minute. Great. Hi, Sophie. Thanks so much for being here. We can't quite hear you just yet. Can the tech people help with the sound? Sophie, you might want to try saying something so that we... No.
Can you hear
Yes,
me?
now we can hear you. Perfect.
Good. Great.
Over
It was
to
a
you.
bad start. Thank you. I was presuming somebody was presenting my slides on the ground there. Is that possible to manage?
Yeah, can we put up the slides, please? Yep, they're coming. 1 second.
Thank you. So just a super brief intro from me. I'm Dr. Sophie Atwood, Senior Behavioural Scientist at WRI, the World Resources Institute. And I've got about 5 minutes today where I want to introduce some of our work all around promoting more sustainable plant-based diets and making the case for behavioural science as a way to support that goal. So whenever the slides come up.
Give us 1 more second. I think they're still coming. If you don't mind, is it possible to start and they'll be up in just a second?
Yeah,
now
sure.
we have them. They're up.
Yeah, okay, good stuff. So next slide, we'll move on to 2. So at root, the climate crisis is in large part a crisis of human behaviour. If you can get the next slide would be good, thanks. So how we travel, shop, dress, heat our homes and eat all have significant environmental footprints. And the IPC has explicitly called out this link between climate and behaviour in their latest report for the first time in 2022. A really strong case was made for us to start considering comprehensive behaviour changes that have the potential to cut greenhouse gas emissions by a further 40 to 70% on top of existing policies. Next slide. So those of us working in the food space have really known for some time that understanding what drives eating behaviour is really key to our efforts to change what people eat. And that's whether it's insight that's used by marketeers to sell us food, or insight that informs what health professionals do to help prevent diet-related diseases like diabetes. But what this chart here is really showing is that there's an important third application all around applying behaviour science to reshape demand for plant-based food, and that you can see that this approach in conjunction with reducing food waste is one of the most impactful levers to help transition the food system. Next slide. In concrete terms, behavioural science offers us a toolbox of tactics to change the types of foods that people buy and consume. It includes but also moves beyond our traditional approaches to influence what people eat, like educational or dietary guidelines. I apologise that this graphic's quite small, but I hope it serves to make a point that there's a huge range of different behaviour change techniques out there that we can use, either alone or in conjunction with each other. We've identified in a recent review that we've conducted 81 techniques that are plotted on this chart here. Each dot with a code represents an individual thing or technique that you can do, and they're plotted on this graph according to their joint scores, according to a group of experts on feasibility to implement and impact. And we're really interested in the techniques that fall into the top right-hand corner there, which are the highest scorers on both sets of both sets of scales. Next slide. In the forthcoming publication where we summarise these, we have clustered them into a framework that we hope makes this a bit easier to use, called the 6P framework. The Ps here indicate the major entry points or targets for each set of techniques that fall underneath each category. One of the really good things about behavioural science is that, as well as giving us this list of techniques and helping inspire what we do to create change, it also gives us a methodology to find out what actually works to shift diets, which is the science part in the behavioural science. And there's a real placing of emphasis on conducting experiments to test out all the different 81 techniques in the real world, which means we can then go about implementing and scaling only those approaches that have been proven to actually work. Next slide. So over the next two slides, I'll give you a sort of really brief example of this type of experimentation in action and kind of what it means, drawing on a portfolio of our work since 2018. Two example experiments here that we've been running under the product P intervention cluster. On the left here, a trial that we're in the process of running with the team at Meta on Facebook platform. That's for product technique 6, which is all about introducing plant-rich alternatives or alt meats or plant-based substitutes to meat. And our goal here is really to understand how best to frame messaging around these alt meats to overcome some of the consumer barriers to trying these in the first place. In this trial, we're testing 3 groups. We have our control group, which is receiving messaging that we believe to be the current best option, which is all around highlighting indulgence and taste. And we're comparing that to 2 additional groups where we're either actively highlighting people's concerns and addressing these in the message. The 2 areas of the concern we're focusing on, because these seem to be the big things, are concerns around health and concerns around naturalness or degree of processing. There's no results I can present yet, unfortunately, but we're about to launch this experiment, which will reach a sample of tens of millions on Facebook's platform in a couple of months, making this the largest trial of its kind currently available to answer the question of really how we go about talking about these products to help better promote them to consumers. And then on the right-hand side here, another product technique number 7. And that's really a trial that we ran in 2020 to answer the question of how much of a food offering needs to be plant-based to encourage a shift in meat eaters' preferences towards a vegetarian dish on a menu. In this study, what we did was show a group of people different menus that were either 1/4, 1/2, or 3/4 plant-based, and then we recorded what dishes they chose. And the results are in this graph here, basically showing that menus have to be really predominantly plant-based at around 75% for us to see any significant shift in people's preferences towards switching out of meat and into the plant-based option, which has really important implications for things like menu composition in the food service industry and how much needs to change really to get a shift to happen. Next slide. Two further examples here from the peer presentation. Presentation 3 on the left, which is all about using indulgent language on menus to promote sustainable dish choices. And some forthcoming findings we're about to publish with the Compass Food team based at Google, where we introduced indulgent, appealing language on food labels in 4 of their staff canteens in different countries. And then we measured the impact of this really simple change on language on what people chose to eat for lunch over a period of time. And we compared this against what happened when we used our original basic labels.
I don't want to interrupt your flow, but we do need you to wrap up in the next minute or so.
Right, so we're nearly there. What we found in this study was a really substantial effect of a 43% uplift in plant-based ingredients taken per plate. And then very lastly, the presentation 11 technique on the right here of using language on menus to talk about the environmental impact of switching meal choices. This was a trial where we compared 10 different types of climate messaging, and we found that all of these worked pretty well to influence what people were choosing. But the most effective message is listed here, which is all about communicating the concrete equivalent of switching out a meal choice. And we think this is working quite well because it's making that small action really consequential and meaningful. Next slide, which is my last slide. I just wanted to place here a call to action for anyone who listening who has the capacity as an actor in the food system. Please do consider the role that behavioural science can play in your work to transform demand for plant-based option. There's a lot of techniques that work really well. And like nearly every aspect of the climate crisis, food is an area where we need far more decisive action and we need it rapidly, and this can be a tool to help. So last slide, next one. That's it from me. So if you're interested in learning more, you can take a look at our work, and my email address was on the screen there, or is on the screen there. So please do reach out and ask any questions about the work I presented.
Thank you so much, Sophie. Really appreciate that really insightful presentation. There's a lot of levers there that we can be using and understanding better. Thanks. We're going to move to our next speaker, who's also going to share some insights on consumer behavior. We have Saskia Nutchen. Did I say that right? Oh. Oh, dear.
From EIT Food, indeed. Thanks a lot, and thank you for the microphone. Well, first of all, I actually would like to say I'm truly, truly happy that this year food is on the menu at COP. And even more, that we have a dedicated food system pavilion here. And I also want to say a big thanks to the teams that have been working throughout the year to make this pavilion real today. So thank you very much for that. And food system, that's also what I want to talk about, not a surprise. Our current food system is a leading cause of some of the biggest challenges the world is facing today. Think of waste, think of resource depletion, think of disease, malnutrition, etc. And this is nothing new. I know you guys all know that. But this is also why our food system really needs to change, and it needs to change now. And what I want to talk about is that when we talk about our food system, we should not leave consumers out of the equation. Consumers are a vital part of the food system, and for many decades we have been looking at them as the receiving end of the supply chain. This also meant that most of the interaction we did with consumers was actually to improve marketing, to boost sales. And we should stop thinking of the consumer as just the receiver of what we are doing. The consumer is actually and should be an equal stakeholder across the whole food system. And why I say that is because consumer behavior will make or break the change that we need. It represents choice, it represents demand. But that doesn't mean that the responsibility for a successful transformation lies with the consumer alone. It lies with all of us, regardless if we're manufacturers, retailers, farmers, authorities, NGOs, all the stakeholders need to work together, including the consumer. Importantly is also that what we do will infect the consumer behavior, and more also what we do not do will infect consumer behavior. We talk a lot about innovation. It's been everywhere here on the pavilions, also here today. But just as important is that consumers are actually accepting our innovations. To this, we need to understand the consumer perceptions of the food system. And that is also something, one of the things that we have been doing at EIT Food, is to have a review and analyzing the perceptions of this consumer. And consumer trust is a prerequisite. And what we see is that trust is very low in all actors, but with farmers the least. So we need to work on that trust. We need to work on transparency. We need to involve consumers. And when asked about sustainability, consumers believe that there is a need for sustainable food, but a lot of consumers are actually not acting on that. And that is what we call the attitude-behavior gap that we are noticing. So we need to make it possible for consumers, when they make the choice, they make the right choice. And sustainability actually is a very difficult concept for consumers. It's not clear. When you buy a sustainable product, what exactly are you buying? Are you buying a product which is resource efficient? Are you buying a product which is ethical, sustainable? Exactly what are you buying as a consumer? And also, we cannot verify ourselves what this sustainability is. It needs to be confirmed by external parties. And look at that. It's the parties that we are actually, as a consumer, trusting the least. This is quite a barrier. So consumer behavior is something that we need to take into account and that we need to work with. And also we need to realize that consumer behavior is not static. And things that are happening in the world are impacting. And I know I don't have a lot of time anymore, so I will focus just on what is happening today and the impact of the Ukraine war.
Great.
Consumers are noticing that food is becoming more and more expensive. That is having a huge impact on their buying behavior. What we see is that consumers are buying less expensive, they are buying in different locations, and they are buying other foods. So that is a clear and direct impact of what we are seeing. And what we are also seeing is that actually sustainability, which was in Europe quite balanced over the years, we see a small but a significant decrease in the sustainable choice as a result of what is happening. And I will leave it at that. I have more to say, but I saw the much feared red sign. So.
Thank you so much, Saskia. Thank you for bringing it into today and the inflation crisis we're seeing, the food crisis we're seeing. And it's really interesting to try and unpack those behaviors, consumer behaviors in response to that. Hopefully we'll have time to get back into that with questions. But I want to turn now to our solutions panel. So we're going to hear from a number of different policy innovators that are working in different places around the world to produce, to implement different behavioral shifts in diets. And we're going to start in Ethiopia, hearing from Betty Laku, who is with Act for Food and Act for Change, and she's joining us virtually. She's a leader there. And we'll be hearing about how they're shifting diets to deliver nutrition security in Ethiopia, which is, of course, a country with, which is, of course, a country with a big challenge with malnutrition. Sorry. Okay. We're having some trouble getting Betty here to speak with us, so we're going to move on. We're going to go from Ethiopia to Indonesia, to my colleague Pek Kony, who is the director of the food. Oh, wait, sorry, Pek. We do now have Betty here, so I'm gonna stick to the schedule and go to Betty next. Betty, can you say something? Let's see if we can hear you. Oh.
Thank you. Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you now. Although it's broken.
So thank you very much for giving me this chance.
I'm going to suggest maybe if you turn off video, we might be able to hear you better because the internet connectivity isn't great. Is that all right, Betty? As much as we'd like to see you. Let's try again.
Okay. Yeah, so can you hear me now?
Yes.
How about now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Perfect. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So as you explained, I'm one of the ambassadors for food and land use of collision, and at the same time, a food agro-food export change leader from Ethiopia. So from my experience, I have tried to establish my own company in producing nutritious products. So I'm representing Benue as well. And I'm also in nutrition counseling, and I'm trying to give a nutrition counseling in Ethiopia. So as you guys say, there is a big problem in regarding the food and climate and the food choice that we're making. So as a solution, we're trying to make this substitute of different foods to be able to produce products with the nutritious ingredients and locally available products. So this locally available products will help the community in two ways. One, a nutrition substitute. At the same time, it will also help the land to produce different type of crops in a different ways, which will help us as which will also help the community to have a nutritious products at the same time. But the problem that we're facing is it's not easy to change the community perspective of having the same food as frequently, and changing that is one of the biggest problem, as it was mentioned by Sophie, behavioral science, and that's the biggest problem. But at the same time, we're trying to educate them how nutritious food can help them out in a way, not only for their health, at the same time for the environment itself. In country, this is the biggest problem. They're trying to promote food production at the same time substituting organic products in different forms of foods, like using artificial ingredients, artificial food products instead of the organic one. So as a food processor, I think at this COP27, I want you to focus on where I really want to have a stage and explain how organic foods can also help not only the buyers or the user of the food, as well as the community, as well as the environment. In a way, whenever we try to harvest organic foods, the environment will also have the system to utilize this product. That's a very big thing that I just wanted to mention. At the same time, reducing the food loss. So we have this huge amount of food loss in our country, at the same time all over the world. So being able to manage the food loss and being able to have a selective food crops that can be used in a food system, that will also be helpful in providing the system a good environment and a good climate change. So these are the key points that I just wanted to mention regarding the food and climate change and how to change the food system. Thank you very much. I hope I didn't waste one of your time.
Thank you. Right on time, Sophie. Thank you very much for that great example of working to produce nutritionally dense foods, nutritional products, but also the ones that are sustainable, organic, and also affordable for the community. Great to hear that example. We're going to shift now to Indonesia, to my colleague Pak Koni, who's the director of the Food and Land Use Coalition in Indonesia, to hear about some of the policy shifts that you've been working towards there.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Christina. So let me first start with the setting of Indonesia, just to give you ideas on why such policies being taken. First of all, Indonesia is a archipelagic countries with more than 17,000 islands and hundreds of different, culturally different communities. That would affect how the food behavior and everything. And at the same time, we have a triple burden of malnutrition. We have currently 24.4% of children under 5 years old are stunted, which is more than the global average on 22%. 21%, 0.8% of adults are obese. This is way above the average, global average, which is at 13%. So in short, we need to transform the pattern, dietary pattern, to reduce the health problem that I just mentioned earlier on. Currently, Indonesia is on what we call overly consume on rice, on oils, and on fats, and also in need to increase the the consumption of tubers, vegetables, and fruits. So the government policies to support the shifting of diets is the presidential regulation number 18, the year 2022, which is on the midterm development plan 2022-2024. So you can imagine it is front and center within the development program for Indonesia. So what is the target of this regulation or policies? It is to increase consumption of tubers, as the research recognized. Tubers, vegetables, fruits, nuts, and seeds within what we call a desirable dietary pattern. Yeah? So this is a national scheme that put or suggested proportions of dietary that has to be taken for Indonesian to be healthy. Yeah. How much is for the cereals, how much is for the seeds, oils, fats, and so on and so forth. So the scheme is, of course, to respond to the situation that I shared earlier. Yeah. So to support the diet shift, the government emphasized a diverse food. Yeah? So this is going back to the behavior change that Sophie mentioned earlier on. The other initiative is to put on a campaign which is called Isi Piringku. This is in Bahasa, loosely translated as the content of our plate. This is a campaign, which is consists of 1/3 of rice or carbohydrate, sorry, not rice, carbohydrate, 1/3 vegetables, 1/6 fruit, and 1/6 protein. So every time we eat, it has to have that composition to assure the achievement of that dietary, ideal.
And just briefly, if you can wrap up, we're running out of time.
Yes, sure. Yeah. So what we recommend to do as follow in Indonesia. The first is to increase food diversity consumption that is locally available, because again, 17,000 islands, they all not eating rice. Not all of them eating rice, but the dietary pattern somehow recommend rice. Yeah? So we are encouraging to come up with the different types of carbohydrate source, which is locally available as part of the Isi Piringku campaign. Yeah? That's it. Thank you. Over
Thank
to you.
you, Pat Koning. Thanks. So really interesting there, a big policy objective around shifting the composition of the diet, but also using locally available foods, and I think that's going to be a theme here. Next, we're going to hear about policy actions to shift diets across cities in Brazil, and I'm really glad that we're talking about cities and urban consumers in the Food System Pavilion, because we tend to focus a little bit more on rural issues. But let's not forget that so many of our consumers live in cities and face many different challenges. So we're going to hear from Miss Ana Carolina La Femenina from Sao Paulo. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Christina. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here. I'm waiting for my presentation. Okay.
Give us one moment. I think we're struggling to get, there's a bit of a delay on the presentations. There we go.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Katie. As I'm saying, it's an honor to our city to integrate this COP27, and on behalf of our mayor, Ricardo Nunes, from the city of São Paulo, we would like to thank you so much. Thank you, WRI, thank you, the Food and Land Use Coalition, and thank you, the EIT Food, for the invitation and for the opportunity to share some of our practices in our city. So I would like to start showing this. The second slide, please. Oh, I changed it. Thank you. This one. This one shows our city of São Paulo in some numbers. We have more than 12 million inhabitants. If we count the metropolitan region, we are talking about more than 22 million. So this is our challenges. They have the same magnitude as our city. So this is our extension as a territory. We used to say, Christina, that we are 2 New Yorks and 7 Buenos Aires. I know your family is from Argentina, so we used to use these examples to show our city in numbers. And most of people say commonly that our city is gray, but we have 30% of our territory as a rural area. We have thousands of families living off of farming. So it's an honor for us to share this number too. And more than 48% of our territory coverage is green, and we are going to achieve 50% of green coverage in the whole São Paulo city till the end of 2024, as pactuated with the civil society. Is our goals program of our government. We have more than 5,000 green areas, considering parks, considering squares, and considering gardens. This other... Next, please. Sorry. Yes, perfect. The other one.
The prior slide.
Yes, this. This is our municipal school network. We have 300 and 500 schools, only municipal schools, and almost 2.5 million meals per day. We are talking about 1 million students enrolled and 5 meals per day for each student. This is our numbers. Representing in tons of meat per week, we are talking about 337 tons of meat, all of meat, beef, pork, chicken, and fish. The other slide, please. This is our impact in one day in the municipal schools network. Again, we are only talking about municipal schools, not the public schools on the state and the federal ones, only that is in the city. We are talking about more than almost 20 million kilos of CO2. One day of beef in menu represents almost 60,000 kilos of beef, only red meat. And in water, we are talking about 6 million 15-minute showers. The next slide, please. Recently, we received this recognition by C40 cities and Bloomberg Philanthropies as São Paulo Sustainable School Meal, reducing food insecurity via local production and climate-friendly options. So the next slide will show us about this project. The other one, please. This is one picture of one of our students. Here. School Meals program in accordance to our sustainable development and the school curriculum in the city. We are preparing new vegetables-based recipes from school meals and appreciation of school meals education and sustainability potentials. We put down the global goals that are almost involved. And the next slide, please, guys. Thank you so much for your help. Here we have, as a public policy, two laws, a federal one and a municipal one. We are talking about inclusion of organic items in school meals, and this organic came from the family farmers that works and lives in our city. And our public procurement of these items is in accordance to that local production and to develop economically, considering that initiatives in some areas of our city. The last one, I'm finishing.
Thank you.
Yes, that's it. I would like to say that our mayor personally takes care of these public policies, and I think that's the difference. So I am the deputy secretary now from the sub-prefectures, and we work with my friend, Education, the Secretary of Education, and I'm speaking for him now, I'm representing him. And I think that transversal way of seeing public policies is that make differences in city agendas. Thank you so much again for the opportunity, and thank you for my time.
Thank you, Ana Carolina. So great to hear about the impact that you're having, really sizable impact in terms of shifting diets, educating students, giving them nutritious meals, but also educating them about sustainability along the way. I think that's really inspiring. Next, we're going to turn to Cleona Howe Del Rio, who's from Foundation Earth, to tell us a little bit about labeling policies and what we know about those policies, because that's another important tool, as we heard at the very beginning.
Thank you very much. And a big thank you to the EIT Food team for having Foundation Earth here. It's very exciting for us to talk about how do we shift behavior. So we've heard a little bit about the problems, right? We've heard a little bit about the importance of consumer response and consumer demand and enabling consumers. And what we're doing at Foundation Earth is saying, well, what can we do to further inform ourselves as citizens, as consumers, as schools, as anyone who is producing, buying food, to know, well, what is the environmental impact of the food that we're eating? We don't like to, honestly, we don't like to label ourselves as a labeling organization, which is my little joke, because this is a systems problem. So we have to come at it with a system solution. Labeling isn't good enough alone. But to label effectively, we have to do a whole heck of a lot of stuff. This is very, very complex. Saying that, on the other side, consumers have about 2 seconds when they're deciding something. And again, this isn't all about consumers, but anyone. On that last slide, there was something there about purchasing power. We take these decisions so quickly because we're talking about food. When we eat 3-5 times a day, right? We're not buying a fridge, we're not buying a car, we're buying food. But it has third of the world's emissions as a problem. So we need to change what we're eating even. How do we do that if we're not managing and measuring what we're eating? So Foundation Earth is bringing a systems approach working across the science of life cycle assessment to understand what is the environmental impact of the food, working across the tech to say how can we scale this, meaning how do we bring all that data and all that knowledge to something that's very, very simple, working across the policy to say, okay, regulation is coming, it's not coming quick enough, so what do we do in the meantime to help companies? Because a lot of these companies want to do better. They just don't know how. They lack the intelligence. They have big hotspots identified, but they don't know the smaller details with precision. So we need to bring tech into that. We need to understand how consumers think. We need to understand human psychology. We need to understand what emotional and actually spiritual, she mentioned, can help us choose the way we choose food, let alone to mention emotional comfort food choices, etc. And we also need to raise education and build awareness. And that is a whole heck of a lot in a systematic solution. So that's what Foundation Earth is working on. It all narrows down to an on-pack label. And a lot of people ask me, Cleona, in today's world, why aren't you just working digitally? Consumers want something on pack. They want to see it. They want it to be tangible. They take home that cereal box and they want their kids to see it. They want their kids to learn. They want to see it day in and day out, not just when they make the purchase decision. So on pack, there's actually stats that say consumers prefer on pack by 60% compared to something digital. So we're still animals at the end of the day. We still like something physical and tangible. And that needs to be very important. The most important message today, this needs to be credible. So Saskia mentioned trust. All of us want to do better, but we lack trust. When someone says, this is eco, this is bio, how do we know? So Foundation Earth is an independent, non-for-profit organization, verifying the data in these supply chains, verifying the life cycle assessment of these products, and bringing that all down to on-pack labels. Of course, we also work digitally, so there's an online code, of course, where you can go through. So on the label, you only see a letter. It's a traffic light system like you would see on your appliances. That's based on not something we discovered, but on what works well with the consumers. It's a letter and a color combined. That's double effective. Some people are colorblind, so you need both. But also, what's something really, really interesting I can tell you we're doing? We're saying, okay, labeling systems up today have been very conventional. They're consumer, B2C. But what if we do the whole value chain? We need new drivers. We need to identify where those obstacles are, and we need to enable and have new drivers and label the whole value chain. So we're working on pioneering the first labeling system that goes all the way down to farm level, speaks the same language across one coherent system, and suppliers on a B2B level can say, I contribute to a final product grade. Farmers can get recognition for the asset that they are in a food system, and we'll start seeing financial shift in that on economic assets, because farmers will start being recognized. If they're investing in sustainability practices like regenerative agriculture, it's going to come through on that certification.
So
that then links all the way to the consumer level. Build incentive, build recognition, build reward through valid, credible, trustworthy certification.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. So look for the green, right?
There was supposed to be a video playing, which didn't play. I should have said that at the beginning.
Sorry about that. Oh, there we go. There we have
There
an
we can
example.
see the label. It's a traditional traffic light system. But what a label can trigger is what I want to leave you with. It's more than just B2C. It can be the whole value chain.
And it's the evidence behind it and the accountability and the trust. Fantastic. I think we have time for one or two questions. I'm going to open it up to the floor to see if there's any questions for any of our panelists. Or actually see if panelists have questions for each other. Yeah, I'll let you. And thank you.
Thank you. I'm Gustavo from Brazil, and I'm from the city of São Paulo too. So thank you for your presentation. São Paulo was being recognized as one of the pioneers of serving plant-based foods in schools. Can you talk a little bit about this? I saw that it was in your slides, but I don't think you had time to speak about it, so I would love to hear about this program.
Thank you so much, Gustavo. Yes, I have that slide too. It's about our school gardens too. So as I saw, as I was speaking, we buy vegetables, fruits, and FLV in Portuguese. It's fruits, vegetables, and yes, and legumes from the family farmers, mostly at the south of our city. Increasing that public policy, we have a school gardens program too. So nowadays we have almost 1,000 school gardens in our schools. Wow. So we promote educational practices on planting, on harvesting and management, and our children participating directly with the curriculum of our city. So Gustavo, thank you for the opportunity to share about the school gardens too. As I speaking in the initial, we work in a very intersecretarial way. So we work with all the agendas. Our agenda is transpassing to many pastas and to many secretaries in our city. Thank you again.
Thank you again. What a great question. I'm afraid we're going to have to wrap up unless I see any burning questions from the audience. Okay, I'm gonna wrap us up, but I want to say thank you to all our panelists for fantastic insights, for bringing the science, the evidence, the policy experiments, the entrepreneurialism that you're bringing across the world to try and help consumers make better choices, to bring better diets to people, food insecure people across the world. So I'm really inspired by this work, and I think it shows great progress for both our health and the planet and living within planetary boundaries. I also neglected to say at the beginning, I want to thank EIT Foods for your great partnership in this session. It was co-produced by FOLU and EIT Foods. So thank you very much. And please stay tuned. We have a panel coming up in about 15 minutes on food loss and waste, which is another dimension to this issue. So please join us again for those online and those in the room in 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Hi, Sophia.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you? Sorry, let me just move out of the light here. I was just trying to get some daylight in. I've been sat here all morning, so sitting by the window. How are you today?
Good, did you?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Your camera is a little bit high, like it's kind of a bit like this, so if you maybe bring it down a little bit. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, and I can hear you perfectly as well. So I think we're good to go. I just wanted to do a quick sound check. If you do have any problems during the session, I'm Tom actually, by the way. I'm the producer for the webinars. So if you've got any problems at all during the course of the session, you can just type me a message in the chat there. And if you keep an eye on it as well, if you're running out of time, I'll just pop a little message in there to let you know. Okay, are you doing a presentation today?
No, I'm just using. I have
okay. Okay, no problem at all. Okay, great. I'll let the guys know that you're here and I'll be back with you in a moment. So if you can just stay on mute when you're not speaking, that would be fantastic. Okay, thank you, Sophia. Nice to meet you.
Thank you, Twinkle.
Hi.
Hey Tom.
How are you?
Good, how's it going?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. We're getting there. A couple of teething issues yesterday and, you know, there are some timing issues, but I think people have kind of noticed now that they're pretty strict with the timekeeping, so people are kind of rushing through the presentations if they have them, which, you know, isn't ideal, but...
Well, everybody needs their spot, don't they? So
yeah, that's it. I mean, you know, some people are getting angry then because they're not getting their full amount of time, and it's kind of hard to give everybody as much time as they want with such an issue, isn't it? Do you have a presentation today?
No, I'm just I got the note about kind of less slides is better, so I'm planning just to talk.
Yeah, just a summary. Your sound is good and your video looks good as well, so yeah, if you need anything while they're live, you can just send me a message in the chat. And Sophia has just joined us there as well. So yeah, we've got about 8 minutes. They will start pretty much on time. But yeah, as I said, you can just raise your hand or you can just shoot me a message in the chat there and I'll be able to help out. So I'm based in London, I'm not actually in Egypt, so we kind of have a three-way going on here between us and them. So if you need anything, just let me know.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey Tom.
Hi Sophie.
Yes. Sorry. I was just on some of the speakers were in another platform, so I've just been directing everyone here, and I think
We are. Good afternoon. Our session is about to begin. Please take your seats. Okay, shall I begin? Begin? Okay, welcome and good afternoon, everyone. Our session on tackling food waste is about to begin. Great. Thanks for joining. Well, food waste. Food waste is, of course, very important, no doubt. But let's start from the following point. For food waste, we already have an SDG, SDG 12.3. There are already targets established, which is halving food waste by 2030 and tackling food loss by reducing food loss by 20%, again by the same date. We have science clearly telling us that we are wasting 1/3 of our food. It is never consumed. There's evidence that household food waste is a global problem, so it's not a problem of the developed world or developed countries. And there's increasing evidence and recognition that food loss is also a global problem. And again, not only in the developing countries. The level of food loss and waste accounts for about 8 to 10% of total greenhouse gas emissions. Food loss and waste consumes 1/4 or quarter of our freshwater use globally, while hundreds of millions of people are going to bed hungry or malnourished or have no access to water. Just a second. Oh, sorry. Yeah. When you look at food loss and waste, it's the size of its climate impact is actually equal to the total land use of China itself. But okay, this is what science tells us, this is what the facts tell us. But we've also agreed last year at the UN Food Systems Summit about the mechanisms of implementation. And these are prioritizing food loss and waste reduction, adopting evidence-based systemic approaches to reducing food loss and waste, which is the target, measure, and act approach. The third mechanism is assessing the food loss and waste levels, setting national targets, and identifying and implementing initiatives, monitoring, reporting, and sharing the learnings, and fostering collaboration and supporting each other in the efforts of reducing food loss and waste. We have agreed on everything. We have targets, we have means of implementation, we have the solutions, which you will hear today. And this is the COP implementation. So let's go to our panel. And I would like to start with Sophia Ahmed from Food and Land Use Coalition, Ethiopia. She's a director, and she will talk to us about the situation in Ethiopia and which approaches they're implementing to tackle food loss and waste. Sophia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for introduction. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending where you are. I'm honored and very much happy to be part of this conversation. The topic of our discussion is timely and critically important for all of us. We are witnessing crisis over crisis, the impact of the pandemic, climate change, conflict in global economy all adds up to the worsening of already existing food crisis. High food prices have triggered global and national food crisis that is driving millions into extreme poverty, magnifying hunger and malnutrition, including my country, Ethiopia. Experts now agree that food loss and waste reduction is a quick impact intervention to enhance food security, which also represents a big opportunity to fight climate change, representing also sustainability of our food agri-food system, as well as management of our national resources. That's why Food and Land Use Coalition is working on tackling food loss and waste at the global and national level to transform national and global food and land use economy. As one of a deep dive country, Food and Land Use Coalition in Ethiopia working on food loss and waste as our critical transition as well. If you look at the current state of food loss and waste in Ethiopia, recent post-harvest loss assessments show that 20 to 30% of grain loss, 30 to 40% of fruits and vegetable loss. Ethiopia also lost last year around 12 million tons of food while we also import food through purchase as well as food aid. The food security implication of our food loss or post-harvest loss in the country showed that the volume of crops that could be feeding around like 23 million citizens if we could be able to save our post-harvest losses. This is also a reality in Ethiopia, where we also having like around 8 million chronically food insecure people. This year also, which increased because of the situation that I earlier discussed, we are having around 22 million food insecure people pushed to because of the global crisis, many of the crises that I've just mentioned. This shows how post-harvest loss contribute to the reduction of food supply and hence lead to the food prices in the market. What can we do? A lot can be done, starting from putting in place measuring and reporting system, capacity building, incentivizing the private sector to be engaged in this, from effective infrastructure development to finding financial mechanisms of targeting post-harvest loss initiatives. In order to tackle those challenges, FODO Ethiopia is providing strategic and technical support to the Ethiopian government, closely working with the Ministry of Agriculture to develop and implement post-harvest loss methodology to motivate and empower all value chain actors to minimize post-harvest loss. While we are doing this, we strongly believe that if measuring and reporting system and monitoring system is in place, food waste, it's operational, it will be possible to promote greater efficiency in the food system. It will also enable the Ethiopian government to measure food losses and wastes from all crops, commodities, fruits and vegetables. We also believe that it would lead to the creation of robust and relevant national data and commitment which would be universally adopted by actors and stakeholders in this space. According to our analysis, in Ethiopia, if the Ethiopian government is able to reduce at least from 10 commodities of the agricultural cluster commercialization, this would be even translated to saving 1 million hectare land. Moreover, putting such a system in place could avoid future losses, helping to close the food gap that need to be accommodating 20 million more nurses that we are going to have in 2030. That will also contribute to increasing the water efficiency. These all are central to mitigate climate change, slashing greenhouse house emissions, and also making more efficient use of our natural resources. That's why we are working on tackling food loss and waste, starting from supporting the Ethiopian government in adopting food loss and waste protocol in Ethiopia. Thank you very much. I'm happy to take any question, feedback, and comments, and looking forward for our discussion. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Sophia. Thank you. If you can stay with us until the very end, we will also have a Q&A session. I would like to now move on to David Catt, who is the Senior Vice President at Wasteless, a true innovator, I would say. So Wasteless, how are you approaching with your solution to food waste?
Thanks, thanks, Barbros, and really nice to be here and to be hearing all these voices from all over the world. The food system is a problem. You just told us that 10% of all greenhouse gas emissions are caused by food that is never consumed. 10%. However, and that's really why I'm so happy to be here with Olio as well as David Jackson of Winnow later on, the food system is also part of the solution. Now, which of you here are actually in the food system? Actually, we all are. Because I saw about half the hands, but we all are. And because the difficulty of the food system, that it starts at the seed level or even before, and it ends all the way in your fridge or in your garbage bin at home. In the meantime, we are driving that food system. We're part of the problem, we're part of the solution. And this morning, Paul Polman was speaking, the ex-CEO of Unilever, and he pushed for the fact that food should be part of the solution. He said because energy systems will take 5 years, 10 years to actually transform, while the food system, he said, we can transform it in 3 to 5 years. And I went up to him and I challenged him because in fact, the food system we can change today. And we can change and we can make an impact in 5 days and we can change it in 3 months. How do we do that? Because that was your question. So what Wasteless does is very simple. We enable you, if you're buying food in supermarkets, to buy food that's expiring slightly faster and buy it at a slightly lower price. What we do is we're an algorithm enabling you to, based on your freshness sensitivity, choose whether you're going to eat the food tomorrow night, the day after, or whether you're going to put it in the back of your fridge and eat it later on. So we're strictly in the supermarket system, which, if I'm talking to Sophia, is obviously in her reality, it's slightly different. But it's the same. Because the foods that we're wasting in the developed West is actually causing hunger. It's actually causing biodiversity loss. It's a massive driver of the overdimensioning. I have a call here for everyone, and I'm probably not going to say it quite yet. But the thing is, what we need in the food system is a better understanding and a better cooperation. And the one common denominator, the one currency that follows the food system all the way from the seed to your fridge, there's two common denominators, two currencies. One of them is money, obviously, because money is actually the driving step to step. And the second one is completely absent in the food system at present, and it's data. Because if we know what's happening on the farm, if we know what's happening in distribution, if we know what's happening in retail and at home, then we can actually gauge where the problems are occurring and we can start repairing it. So what Wasteless does is, and it's just one of the solutions, and I'm really keen on working with Olio and with the other parties, but what we do is in supermarkets, we're able to show which food risks expiring when. And when you know that on an item level, you can use that data to optimize the supply chain. So you can start producing and distributing based on demand, rather than what we're doing currently is just shoving products, produce, kill animals, and just ship them somewhere.
Recording in progress.
That's really good. I love it that it's recording in progress. But we're just killing animals and we're shifting them through supply chain, not knowing if they're actually going to be even consumed. And that's, in the words of Paul Polman again, that's a sign of a broken food system. So cooperation is important. Data is the currency for that, and obviously money. So what we're going to do today, and what you're going to do when you go back home, is you're going to be more thoughtful about the food that you buy, the food that you consume, and you're going to be taking into account that an expiry date is also a driver for you to consume differently, to purchase differently. And what we're going to do as well, from COP and beyond back to home, is actually enabling retailers to capitalize on that incredible opportunity that preventing waste and increasing margins and revenues offer. Thanks very much, and hope to be fielding some. I hope you're going to be fielding some questions later on.
Thank you, David, for those remarks. So we will move from supermarkets to our kitchens, and I would like to invite David Jackson from Win Now to stage now. David, the floor is yours. we have a little glitch.
Recording in progress.
Very good. David, sorry, I think you missed us out. We had a little technical glitch here. So, David, if you're hearing us, the floor is yours. No. David can start.
Can you hear me? We've lost a picture,
That's
but
perfect.
can you hear me well?
Perfect.
Wonderful. Thank you. Well, great to be here. Thank you, Barbaros, and great to hear the other speakers also. So my name's David from Winnow, and today I wanted to take to COP, I guess the kind of story of the art of the possible. And we talk about solutions to the problems that we seriously need, and we need to scale those solutions. And I think in Winnow we have an example of where one of those solutions has scaled and where we need to scale it further. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our solution, about the problem that we solve, and then some proof points about some of the impact that we're having. So Winnow develops artificial intelligence tools to help chefs run more profitable and sustainable kitchens by cutting food waste in half. We work with large kitchens like staff restaurants, universities, hotels, resorts, cruise ships, and retailers all over the world in 67 different countries. And the field of AI that we work in is computer vision. So we're teaching a machine to see and to recognize the food that's being thrown away in the kitchens that we work with. Now, why would you want to do that? It would be a reasonable question. Well, the reality is that kitchens are, in effect, inefficient factories. Our data collected in over 1,500 locations shows that anywhere between 5 and 15% of the food that a kitchen buys ends up being wasted. Now, that's not because chefs are bad at their job or they want to throw food away. In fact, the opposite. But we're often asking our chefs and our culinary teams to make very complex forecasting decisions in often stressful environments with imperfect information. And so, as David says, the data gap is something that we need to plug, and that's one of the things that we work on at Winnow. So if we can make it really easy for chefs to record the food that's being thrown away, and then we give them insightful reporting that pinpoints exactly where the team are wasting that food, we know that within 12 to 24 months, a kitchen can typically cut food waste in half. And so the way that we make it easy for teams is by installing some hardware into the kitchen. So there's a digital scale that sits underneath the kitchen's bin. There's a terminal that sits over the top with a camera. And when food is thrown away, the weight is captured, a photo is taken, and our computer vision model in real time will identify the food that's been thrown away. And to date, we've trained the computer vision model to accurately recognize over 600 different food items, and we're working all the time to make that number bigger. Now, in terms of the impact that we're having, so Winnow was launched in 2013. Today, we're in 67 countries, working with the likes of IKEA, Hilton, Iberostar, many others in the hospitality and food service space. Collectively, we expect to more than halve food waste in the kitchens that we work in. In fact, within about 12 months, we'd expect on average to cut food waste by 53%. We're saving 36 million meals a year from the trash. The equivalent in CO2e is about 62,000 tons of emissions prevented. Now that's great, but we've set ourselves an ambition to be saving $1 billion worth of food by 2028, and that's what we're all working together as a team towards. When I talked at the beginning about the art of the possible, what is possible if we put this technology into kitchens and we scale and we create the right conditions for people in businesses around the world to use this tool and really drive change at scale. So at Climate Week in September, Winnow and IKEA announced that Inca, which is IKEA's largest retailer, had successfully halved food waste versus a baseline in 2017, making them the first global food service business to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal to halve food waste. And they were able to achieve that by embedding this tool, plugging the data gap, and then empowering their team to use this data and achieve massive reductions at scale. And it's a real win-win for both the environment and for business. They were able to save 20 million meals from the bin over that period of time, and also save $37 million. And so as we start to scale up our technology, we're seeing others in the space like Hilton, like Iberostar, like many others to kind of start building traction and momentum with this technology. But as we know, we really need to move faster. And so I think that it is well within our reach to change our food system, to reduce food waste across the value chain. And we're excited to have further conversations about how we can support the industry to do so. Thank you very much and look forward to the conversation.
Thank you, David. Thank you very much. Up next, I would like to invite John Gathungu from the Food Bank in Kenya. He is the Executive Director. John, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. Now, it's very good to be with you.
I believe we lost John. John, we have you again.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
John, please. Oh, you have to unmute yourself, John, if you don't mind. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Now, globally, as I was saying, food is wasted or lost more than before, because roughly that of the food that is produced for consumption is usually wasted every year. Especially in Kenya, we have like 40% of the food that is produced wasted, while a similar percentage of the population is insecure in food. Now, reducing food loss and waste protects the environment while at the same improving the food access. Food banks, like Food Bank in Kenya, feed people without necessarily increasing production or further straining the environment, and even help the world get back to its track with our climate and hunger goals. We would like also to speak on the area of health, whereby healthy diets for some time were very unaffordable to over 3 billion people globally in 2020. And this number especially grew in Asia and Africa in 2021. To reach their full potential, people need safe and nutritious food. Now, a global food price rises. More people need daily support accessing healthy foods. And food banks not only provide day-to-day support to those that are in need, but also help to build resilient communities to better face the shocks such as pandemics, disasters, and the cost of living crisis. Food banks, especially Africa food banks, can bridge the gap between those farms that have surplus food and the communities that are in need. Now, Food Bank in Kenya, for example, in the last year, was able to prevent the loss of over 400,000 kilograms of fresh fruits, vegetables from going to waste in the country farms in 2021. So you can see, going beyond nourishment, food banks also build community engagement and actions, and also act as social safety nets for people in the community with the network that we have. For example, we have data of information that we are able to collect from the society with the assistance of the various organizations that work closely with. So, in other words, Food Bank becomes like a hub where you have data of various information that you would probably like to know. We also strengthen civil society and become as a central component of the food of the civil society, whereby food banks' provision of food allows civil society organization to focus more on their resources, on their other specialized services, because food banks works providing food more, and now the civil society will take the amount of time to give the specialized services that are required by the population. In terms of food security, all foods produced but never eaten could be fed to 2 billion people, more than twice the number of those undernourished worldwide. Redistributing and recovering safe surplus food offers and key solution to food insecurity. Although climate change is affecting food security global-wise, especially also here in Kenya. Now, food banks bridge the goals of sustainable food system and hunger alleviation. Food banking models alleviate hunger by distributing food that might otherwise be lost or wasted. We source, secure, and distribute food that would have rather gone to waste in the farms, and then redistribute the same to the most vulnerable within the society. Now, addressing food security in community helps make it thrive. A food secure community are better prepared to withstand shocks from disasters and economic stresses, as I said. Now, with the emerging Africa food bank sector can help address rising continental food insecurity due to climate change and global economic shocks, while also managing the carbon footprint of agriculture sector and preventing more natural habitats being converted for cultivation. Because we are able to secure whatever is already there. We do not need to produce as food banks because there is already much that has already been produced. We are only supposed to secure that which has already been produced, and so that we are able to secure the lands that has not been touched. The riparian lands are able to be restored to their former positions. So Africa, in Kenya especially, we as a food bank have been able to work very closely with the government. And we usually get information on where there is excess food that probably is going to waste. And we are able to work closely with the county governments all around the country and secure what is available for the people that are vulnerable. It is important also to recognize food banks for the contribution to climate action through the nationally determined contribution, NDCs, because as a food bank, we need to be recognized by the government because of the work that we are doing. Food banks play a key role, not just in the mitigation. Yes.
Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt. If you can just wrap up your intervention in the next minute, that will be great.
Thank you. Food banks play a key role, not just in the mitigation of climate change by reducing the emission related to wasted food, but also in adaptation. For instance, food bank in Kenya redistributed donated food to the Maasai people. It's a community who face hunger due to the climate stress and their pastorage. The role of food banks in our food system more broadly must be acknowledged and understood. Food banks should be instead be recognized as central actors in our food system, boosting nutrition and livelihoods. As a result of food bank in Kenya schools feeding program, more than 7,000 Kenyan children are not only able to access nutrition diet, but can also access education where food insecurity prevented them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Thank you and all the other food banks in your name for supporting the vulnerable communities, for saving food, and really for contributing to the resilience and food security across the globe. Thank you for that. I see that our speaker from FAO just joined, but before that I would like to go to Tessa. And Tessa, if you can share with us how you're approaching food waste and how you're actually providing a tangible solution to avoiding food waste.
Hi everybody, I'm Tessa, co-founder and CEO of Olio. And the message that I want to bring to COP, along with my fellow panelists, is that one of the most powerful solutions to the climate crisis already exists, and that is reducing food waste. And the beauty of this solution is it does not require us to shroud the planet with dust. Can you hear me? Is it possible to make this any louder? And the beauty of this solution is that you do not need to shroud the planet with dust. We do not need to cross our toes and fingers for technology that does not exist. We do not need to send rockets to Mars. The solution already exists. And indeed, according to Project Drawdown, which is one of the most powerful pieces of research done by several hundred of the world's leading climate change scientists, they recently stack-ranked the top 100 solutions to the climate crisis. And in position number 1 for a maximum 2-degree warmed world is reducing food waste. That comes above solar power, above electric cars, and above a plant-based diet. At Olio, we are solving the problem of food waste in 2 ways. First of all, we're solving the problem of food waste in the home, and we do that by connecting people to their local community so they can give away rather than throw away their spare food. The other way in which we solve the problem of food waste is through connecting 60,000 trained volunteers to local businesses to collect and redistribute their unsold food at the end of the day. So let's talk first of all quickly about food waste in the home. In countries such as the UK, the US and Western Europe, half of all food waste takes place in the home. And that is because as sort of on a family basis, we're basically throwing away roughly 20% of the weekly shop. And Olio solves this problem by connecting you with your neighbours so you have someone to give your food away to rather than throw it away. And it's really simple to use. Snap a photo and add your food to the app. People living nearby get an alert. They can browse to the listings, request what they want, and pop round and pick it up. Now you might be thinking, who would want my spare food? But there is absolutely no shortage of demand. The average food listing added to the app is requested in less than 25 minutes. The other way in which Olio is solving the food waste problem is through our work with businesses. So think supermarkets, corporate canteens, cafes, restaurants. We recruit volunteers from our community, we train them on our proprietary food safety management system, and then match those volunteers. Is this one working? Oh, that's much better. So we match those volunteers with their local supermarket, for example, and how it works is on your allotted time and day. You pop out of the house, you cross the road. You go to that store, you collect all of their unsold food. You take it home and add it to the app. Within minutes, people are requesting it, and minutes later, they're popping round to pick it up. That takes that food from having been considered waste in the store to instead, on average, within just 1 to 2 hours, being fully redistributed into multiple homes in the local community. Now, you might be wondering, why would businesses want to do this? There are several reasons. First of all, the race to net zero is on. Businesses have some pretty ambitious ESG targets as well. And in order to reach those targets, they have got to stop throwing away food. And so they're wanting to work with Olio to solve that really, really tricky problem, that sort of last mile food redistribution problem, the food that is left over at the end of the day in the stores. The second reason why they're doing it is because their employees tell them that they are sick and tired of being paid to throw away perfectly good food every single day. And finally, their customers are calling them out on social media, and they are calling time on food waste. So Olio has grown pretty rapidly in our short life. We've had over 6 million people join us from all around the world. Collectively, our community has saved over 70 million portions of food, and that has had an environmental impact equivalent to taking over 200 million car miles off the road, and has also saved over 10 billion litres of water, because obviously food production is incredibly water intensive. Olio is most active in the UK, Ireland, in Singapore, in Latin America, but expanding fast in many other countries around the world. We've had food successfully shared in 63 countries so far. And this is an example that really sits at the intersection of sustainable living, technology, and communities. And we are very much driven by this philosophy at Olio that it was billions of small actions that caused the climate crisis in the first place. And so by the same logic, billions of small actions can help get us out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tessa. So our speaker from FAO just joined, so Divine Nair. He is the Deputy Director for Food Systems and Food Safety at FAO. Divine, you have 5 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. So my name is Divine Njie. I am with the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, as has just been mentioned. So I was invited to talk about the tackling food loss and waste through policy and other mechanisms. So let me just start with the policy dimension and make it a few remarks. So the reduction of food loss and waste is not conducted as an end in its own. It is conducted because we are seeking to achieve other higher goals. For example, the one that we are convened here for, the reduction of the environmental impact. But also it is conducted because we are thinking about social gains and probably also the economic gains. So within the social gains, there is also the food security and nutrition dimension of various populations. So these are usually the higher goals for which food loss and waste reduction is conducted. And the point I want to make is that we have to be very, very clear upfront which one of these goals we are trying to achieve depending on the context. And the next thing I want to say is that you see, environmental stewardship, food security, economic development are all very, very lofty goals. And we usually, in a particular setting, want to achieve all of them. But the catch in that is that there's going to be trade-offs. If you want to achieve one, you have to sacrifice on the other. So a key policy issue to address through incentives and other mechanisms is to ensure that there is an adequate balance, sort of balancing the trade-offs and maximizing the synergies. So you want to achieve the optimum level in all of these goals depending on the context. So that's one thing I would like to say up front. Now, the policy dimension is not the only important issue to address. Measurement and the collection of data has already been mentioned because that provides the evidence, the base on which we then design other interventions, even the policies that I did mention just a second ago. And in this regard, FAO is working, as you may know, on the collecting of, helping members to collect data related to the SDG indicator 12.3, the Food Loss and Waste Index. In addition to that, we also support value chain actors and other actors in understanding what the critical loss points in their systems are. Is it the production side of it, during storage, or during the distribution of the product, or even yet at the end of the chain when the product is in the hands of the consumers? So measuring and understanding what is happening in order to guide interventions is also a critical element. I would also like to mention two other but not the only additional elements for interventions. The awareness raising is a key issue. Since FAO published the seminal report in 2011 that showed the magnitude of how much we are wasting, there's been a groundswell of interest in intervention. So awareness raising so that policymakers and even lay value chain actors and the broader society is very, very important in coming up with interventions. The other, the last but not least, just in a second, is that when we want to intervene, we do it in a food systems approach. So it is very, very important for all stakeholders to work together. So we have coalitions like the Coalition on Food Loss and Waste, which will release a pledge next Wednesday on the 16th of November. And all parties are invited to make commitments on how much they and how they're going to contribute to the reduction of food loss and waste. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Duan. Thanks very much. I would like to open the floor for questions. Are there anyone who would like to ask a question? Please.
Hi there. I was just curious for the spread for your app, which has made big headway in Singapore, Ireland, UK. What are the opportunities and then the barriers to expansion into other major markets?
So with regards to the getting households to share, there's sort of one major barrier, which is that people often don't think that anyone will want their surplus food. So that's a real challenge that we have to persuade people of. And it's demonstrated in the data, right? The average listing is requested in less than 25 minutes. How we are managing to scale the consumer side of things is very much through word of mouth. So 60% of the people who join Olio are through word of mouth. Our net promoter score is 72. So people are very, very passionate about Olio. And we've got over 50,000 ambassadors who we equip with digital information and then also posters, letters, flyers, so they can spread the word in their own community. From the business perspective, the number one challenge, well, in terms of actually international expansion of the business, really what we have found is it just requires one pioneering retailer essentially in a market that has set a commitment to get to zero edible food waste. So in the UK, it was Tesco, and they're an industry leader. We partnered with them, we scaled with them, it's working fantastically well. And we are now having a number of other sort of similar conversations in other markets. We've discovered through the market entry that we've done so far, from a B2B side of things, that actually we can kind of grow the community at the same time as rolling out the program with the businesses. So that the number one thing that we're after is that retailer that wants to get to zero edible food waste at a retail location, and then we can scale with them really very quickly.
Thank you, Tessa. We are almost out of our time, so I would like to ask one question, and I would like each panelist to give a 20-minute reflection, if 20-second, not minute, 20-second reflection, please. So we have heard this morning from Paul Polman that we can transform the food systems in 5 years. But what I'm hearing from you is, and it gets better and better, so we can actually tackle and avoid food loss at all from the kitchens in 12 to 18 months. We can remove food waste from supermarkets in 5 days and from households in 25 minutes.
Today, yeah.
25 minutes. So what is holding us back? What is the biggest bottleneck that you're all facing? 20 seconds. Let's start with Tessa.
I think collectively there is a massive lack of awareness of the impact of food waste. People have no clue that the carbon emissions from 1 kilogram of food waste is equivalent to landfilling 25,000 plastic bottles. And if we could land that in people's heads, it would really accelerate adoption of all of these food waste solutions.
Thank you. David.
The key is we're working with supermarkets, and we're actually able to have supermarkets reduce their waste by 70, 80, 90%, increasing their margins by 10%, their revenues by 25%.
However, it takes some operational audacity. It takes a small step. So the barrier is to really get to these companies that have tremendous impact, that have tremendous scale, and proving like just one proof of concept, one store, one location, and seeing it with their own eyes. So that's why we developed a system that you can actually implement in half an hour, just like Tessa's, and then it works. And then you get to kind of have them take the next step. But the thing is, the first step is really the hardest.
Thank you, David. I would like to move on to our second David.
So from a hospitality perspective, we need leadership. The example of IKEA shows that leadership combined with the energy, passion, commitment of over 20,000 IKEA co-workers working on the problem of food waste is that we can deliver change at a global level. We need other leaders to step up and then empower their people to drive change across their businesses. And we know that when we combine those different elements that we can have a real impact.
Thank you. Also, very quickly, 20 seconds each, please. Sophia?
Yes, for us, is we don't know where the loss is. It's very important that once we know where the loss is happening, it's important to provide capacity building. Still, there is big problem in capacity building that includes as well infrastructure, having the cold chain system in place. Also, the private sector engagement, where we don't have private sector, it's at infant stage. Those are the things that we really want to have, including even having innovative financing for private sector engagement to contribute to the post-harvest loss happening in the country.
Thank you. Thank you, Sophia. And finally, Divine, final remarks. 20 seconds.
Okay, no, yeah, thank you very much. No, so what I would say is measurement to understand what the issue is, and then taking action, which could be either to raise awareness, provide finance, policy guidance, or capacity building. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to thank our panel, our online viewers, and our audience here at the pavilion. Thank you very much for joining our session. I think we don't have to wait until 2030 to halve food waste. It can be next year. So see you at COP28.
Hi guys. Yeah, that went really well. I think it was probably the smoothest one so far, really. With nobody's speech was cut too short or anything. You all sounded really good. John, I think they might have forgotten you at the end.
No problem. That's okay. That's just okay.
But yeah, were you all happy enough with how things went?
Because on the online flow of the day, it was 4:15, and the Israeli ministers.
Yeah, so here it says 4.
Was there a change in the planning? Because this is
so who's leading? You're leading the day, right? GFI is leading the day. So who's here from GFI?
Hi, I'm Jeremy Culler.
Here we go. Hi, everyone, and welcome. I'm Sharon Murray, Investor Engagement Manager with the Good Food Institute. For those of you not familiar with GFI, we are an international nonprofit that is reimagining meat production. As a global think tank, we advance alternative protein science and research and empower partners across the private and public sector to help make the food system sustainable, secure, and just. We work across 6 regions and economies that are critical for advancing sustainable proteins, namely Asia Pacific, India, Israel, Brazil, United States, and Europe. So today, we're here to discuss how smart policy and financing can help address the global protein system's contribution to the climate crisis. As many of us know, animal agriculture contributes to 20% of global greenhouse gas emissions. And as discovered in a study led by Oxford University, even if fossil fuel emissions were eliminated immediately, we still would fall short of reaching Paris Agreement goals without addressing animal agriculture. So we can get this to work. There, oh, just a little bit of a delay. So alternative proteins or sustainable proteins, and you may hear us using these terms interchangeably, and this includes making meat, eggs, and dairy from plants, using fermentation technology, and cultivating them from cells, provide a way to decouple protein from their carbon footprint. Importantly, this is a tractable solution to reduce agricultural emissions that does not require asking consumers to sacrifice by eating less meat, which simply has not worked and also is an unfair ask for developing economies. A recent report by the Boston Consulting Group, BCG, and Blue Horizon found that investment in plant proteins has the highest CO2 equivalent savings per dollar of any sector by far. That includes things like renewable energies and electric vehicles. And despite this, investment in alternative proteins has lagged far behind other climate solutions. From 2010 to 2021, alternative protein companies raised $11.4 billion from both private and public sector, and the majority of that has been in the private sector. That is minuscule when you're comparing to the $2.4 trillion that has been invested across climate solutions globally. Rapidly advancing funding for sustainable protein innovation is critical for meeting our climate goals, as well as realizing benefits for biodiversity, public health, and food security. Today, we'll hear from policymakers, investors, and industry leaders about crucial opportunities for financing alternative protein innovation. For the first part of our session, I'm so pleased to invite Tamar Zandberg, Israel's Minister of Environmental Protection, to share her views on the critical roles of sustainable proteins in solving the climate crisis. Please welcome Tamar.
Thank you. Coming here to stage, my assistant told me that there are few people in this conference that still haven't heard that I'm vegan. So yeah, they said that us vegans, we speak about it too much. So now you know, but I have to tell you that as a vegan myself, I take a lot of interest in that specific industry and a lot of pride that Israel is actually a world leader on alternative protein. First of all, for my personal and family nutrition, but also for our nation's economy and for the fight against climate change. So I'm particularly honored to be here today and contribute to this panel. Food system innovation is an issue that I deeply care about, as I just mentioned. It's an area Israel is focused on for many years now, more intensely so recently. As you may know, and as was mentioned in the opening, global animal agriculture cumulatively accounts for 20% of total greenhouse gas emissions. It is also the leading cause of deforestation worldwide. It increases the risk of zoonotic pandemics, compromises public health, and also causes to biodiversity crisis. It's one of the most obvious contributors to our global environment distress. Taking into consideration the fact that many governments around the world are already grappling with how to feed their fast-growing population, it's time we all become very vocal and active in calling for impactful solutions. With even more fragile supply chains, intensifying climate events, and the looming threat of future pandemics, it is getting harder and harder to keep macroeconomic economies strong. It is getting harder to keep people healthy. This is the problem that affects us all. Current methods of meat production only add fuel to the fire. United Nations predicts that global production will double by 2050. This will create untenable situation for all citizens of the planet. In Israel, we have a tradition of applying a solution-based approach to everything life brings. Another field maybe you heard that Israel is world leading of is water, our water system. And that was because, we live in an arid and dry area that is heating and drying faster than the global average. So when we had a shortage of water, we solved it with desalination and with reusing about 90% of our water back to the market and agriculture. And this is a domestic market. With our leadership on food protein, we aspire to do the same with the entire food market. Quite pretentious, but I believe it's possible. So when we look at the enormous food security problem in front of us, we also see enormous untapped opportunity. As you can, and I also take this opportunity to invite you to visit the Israeli Pavilion, where some of our nation-leading startups, I think at least 2 or 3 of them in the field of alternative protein, that are already taking into commercial. So alternative protein has an unmistakable potential to help solve the climate crisis, and that is not a cliche. If we can close the loop between the average citizen wants to eat the healthy and delicious alternative protein options, we can reduce enormous environment footprint dramatically and create huge opportunities for the world economy. A growing shift to plant-based food will create economies in scale and combating hunger. This will be especially true for countries where animals' protein consumption is high. Such a shift will significantly take us further in achieving the UN sustainability goals. It will greatly improve human health and biodiversity. To that end, Israel has allocated substantial R&D funding to this sector, and we are planning for more. Our policies and actions have allowed agile startups to come into the picture and bring fresh ideas. It has allowed leading scientists and seasoned entrepreneurs to come together to find creative solutions. I'm happy to know that Israel is not alone on this. More and more countries are developing their own frameworks to drive food system innovation and achieve sustainable protein production. And I'm glad to hear that Israel is one of so many important countries taking part in GFI, such an important project. GFI Israel are great friends for us, so thank you for that. Friends, to conclude, the task ahead of us is to share ideas and knowledge and to collaborate and foster a culture of healthy and sustainable diet across the world and also save the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we're also so grateful for our partnership with the Israeli government, and I was thrilled to hear that Israel is planning on investing even more in alternative proteins, so that's fantastic. So next, we'd like to bring in an NGO voice, and we're going to have a brief video statement from Jeremy Collar, chair of the FAIR Foundation.
Hi, I'm Jeremy Collar, the Chief Investment Officer of Collar Capital and the chair of the fastest growing ESG network in the world called Farm Animal Investment Risk and Return, or FAIR, which represents more than 69 trillion of members' assets under management. I founded FAIR to help investors bridge the knowledge gap on ESG investment risks and opportunities related to intensive agriculture, factory farming, and the global food system. It's all about materiality, not morality for investors. Today, FAIR, like those here on the panel, are shaping the future of food. It's an exciting future, one filled with potential. But for all the good that food tech can do, the mouths it can feed, the ecosystems it can protect, the jobs it can create, pioneers like Martin, Alan, and Arturo are being held back by two artificial constraints. The first is a lopsided playing field. It's great that governments worldwide have invested around 800 million in alternative protein, but it's a drop in the ocean alongside the $500 billion funneled into industrial agricultural subsidies. Governments and development banks come to COP27 and say net zero and the SDGs are a priority. Then those very same institutions, anachronistically perhaps, subsidize an industry that creates more greenhouse gases than the whole transport sector, is the #1 cause of deforestation, and the #1 user of fresh water. Second, the food industry labors under antiquated regulations created when cowless meat belonged in a science fiction rather than the supermarket. And make no mistake, health and safety is important. No one in the alternative protein industry wants softer regulations, but they do want a level playing field. Not rules designed to protect consumers that now deny shoppers the planet-friendly choices they want to make. Neither problem's intractable. We just need to get smart about fixing them so we can really drive innovation in our food system. And today's discussion is about just that. Good luck to the panel.
So as Jeremy said, let's get smart with the help of our panelists. So I'd love to invite you all onto the stage now, please, if you could take your seats. All right, wonderful. So first of all, if you could each please introduce yourselves, and Arturo, maybe while you're still holding the mic, perhaps we can start with you and go down the line.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I am Arturo Elizondo, founder and CEO of the Every Company. We make eggs without chickens using fermentation. We're based in San Francisco, California, and have 3 commercial products in the market that are identical to what the animals make, with 80% less water, land, and energy to produce.
Hello, everyone. My name is Guillermo Foscarini. I'm the head of the agribusiness unit at the IDB Invest, which is the private sector arm of the Inter-American Development Bank. We are the largest impact investor in Latin America and the Caribbean.
Good afternoon, everyone. Suzanne Gabbery from the Asian Development Bank. So I head up all private sector operations for ADB in Asia and the Pacific. Private sector is one area where we have food and food resilience, food security as a major focus of what we're doing. You know, we've invested so far in this about $1 billion. We plan to scale that up. We recently just announced a $14 billion food security plan where at least a third of that or more is going to be coming from the private sector. So food security across all the spectrums is very important.
Hi, my name is Maarten Bos. I'm the CEO of Moza Meat. Moza Meat is a cultivated meat company. We produce beef, but without the need to raise and slaughter animals. We focus on beef because of the big impact on climate change. And we're now located in the Netherlands, working with 170 people to bring this product to market.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alessandro Cruvinel. I am from the Ministry of Agriculture from Brazil. I am in charge of genetic research and bioeconomy. I'm working in the Secretary of Innovation, Sustainable Development and Irrigation. I also was vegetarian for 13 years. Now I'm struggling to come back, trying to come vegetarian again. I'm also a small milk rancher, and I also worked for 12 years in the food industry. So I see the three sides of this context. So this is it.
Thank you, everyone. And I think these folks have been on a panel before. They gave excellent, succinct introductions that let us know what they do and why they're here. Okay, so let's get concrete. We heard about why the sector was important, but now we're going to turn to Arturo and Martin as founders and industry leaders to tell us more about their products, how they can help people like Alessandro maybe shift back to being vegetarian or shift the first time, and how they're going to address the climate crisis.
Amazing. Who here has heard of plant-based meats? And who here has tasted them? And who here knows about precision fermentation or cultivated products? Who here has tasted them? So what Martin and I do, and I'll speak to ours specifically, you can touch on yours, is evolving, really creating the next frontier of food, which is evolving from purely plant-based products to products that are truly identical, if not better, than what already exists from a taste standpoint. You know, I'm Mexican by heritage. I'm from Texas originally, and I grew up eating my 2 extra breakfasts every morning, my barbecues every Sunday like any good Texan, and I realized that changing consumer habits is incredibly difficult to do. And so if we can leverage fermentation and other technologies that can make the exact same protein. So what we do is in the same way that brewers use yeast to convert sugar into alcohol to make beer and wine, we can convert that same sugar into protein. And we can 3D print the DNA sequence that codes for any protein known to man and feed that to the yeast. And as the yeast eats sugar, it produces the exact same protein. The body reacts in the exact same way, and it has the same taste, texture, and functional profile. So products are truly identical from a taste and experience standpoint. Do you want to add anything?
Thanks, Arturo. Wonderful work. We take a slightly different approach, but with the same goal in mind, to basically replace, well, we aim to replace beef with beef. What we do, and it's illustrated on this slide behind us, we take a small biopsy from a living animal. It's a harmless procedure. And from this biopsy, we isolate cells that we want to work with. We put these cells into a vessel, feed them the sugars, the amino acids, the vitamins, minerals that they would normally get from the animal itself. So we kind of trick them into still thinking that they are inside the animal, and then they start to perform their natural behavior. And that's 2 steps. So in the first step, these few cells become billions of cells. And in the second step, these billions of cells become tissue. So we make muscle tissue, fat tissue, and if you mix it together, we have minced beef. But the big difference is we use about 95% less land. We emit 93% less greenhouse gas emissions, and use 78% less water while doing this. So we use so much less resources and therefore prevent all the negative externalities that are associated with beef consumption, that we still produce the same product. We don't force people into changing their habits, but we just produce it in a much better way.
Wonderful, thank you. Thank you both. And I think the session next door wanted to underscore your points with some happy music. So I'm glad we had that. Okay, so now would love to discuss how alternative proteins can help achieve sustainable development and support regional economies, especially those in developed markets where meat consumption is rising alongside economic development. So Guillermo, if you could please tell us about how IDB Invest is thinking about the potential of alternative proteins and how it fits into your mandate.
Yes, I mean, at IDB Invest, we are the private sector arm of the Inter-American Development Bank, as I said. For us, the central part of our strategy is climate change. So basically, we're financing projects that help on mitigation and adaptation projects in Latin America and the Caribbean. For us, how do we do this? Basically through 2 ways. One is financial innovation, and the other one is mobilization of resources. Last time I checked, there were 150 banks globally that are signatories to the UN Net Zero Coalition. That represents about $70 trillion of funds available to finance low carbon and climate resilient projects. However, only a small portion of those $70 trillion are going to emerging markets. So how do we position ourselves? We can help. And why is this happening? Because basically 2 things. One, lack of knowledge, internal knowledge within financial institutions, and a lack of risk appetite or perceived higher risk of these type of projects. So how do we position ourselves? Basically as a conduit to help unlock the $70 trillion of available funds from financial institutions to the risk projects, in our case in Latin America and the Caribbean. For that, we have an array of products from long-term financing to equity investments to technical assistance. So we help create markets through advisory services. Last year, we invested $23 billion in Latin America and the Caribbean, of which $7 billion were to private sector companies. And a large portion of that was for climate-related projects. Last year, the IDB at the COP26 made a public commitment that starting next year in 2023, 100% of our projects will have to be aligned with the Paris Agreement. So we're currently we are engaged in a multiple of projects across sectors, and we are working with companies on developing decarbonization pathways to help companies in emerging markets, many of them family-owned businesses, basically low carbon emissions, not only inside their operations, but also in their supply chain.
Excellent, thank you. And you read my mind. Yes, I'd love to go to Suzanne next and ask for your perspective from the Asia Development Bank.
No, thanks very much. Like our development bank brother or sister here, focus on food. You know, they're really focusing on climate, food, and water. So those are the three nexuses that I believe come together. They're all interlinked. We know fiscal constraints with many countries now are impacting how they're investing. We know that supply chains are stressed. And it's finding these solutions and working with the farmers. You know, we were just talking about recently that we were at some events in Singapore where, again, it's all about supply chains, and it's also all about smallholder farmers. And majority, by far the majority of food grown is from smallholder farmers. And, you know, to provide them with the know-how, the funding and the education and the tools actually for that. So for us, you know, we also, from ADB, we have climate ambitions. We are the climate bank in the region, and so how do you do that? So we have announced last year at COP26 different mechanisms in order to do that. We have $100 billion that we ourselves directly are investing in climate between 2019 and 2030. Private sector, again, is about 20 billion of that, and then to mobilize private capital. You know, most of the stuff that we're doing also involves partnerships, and that's what I think is really key in all of this, is partnerships. And to be a convener with that, to help develop solutions. And again, you know, just talking about some of the financial instruments that are available, it's debt equity guarantees up and down the balance sheet, as well as innovation and venture capital. So we have a special venture capital team and program that looks at ag tech. And a lot of these really cool things that we're talking about here, we're really trying to stimulate the ideas, the innovation, and channel funding in order to help support these great ideas, because that is the future. I think, you know, many of the solutions. I grew up on a cattle farm in southern Alberta in Canada, so I hear what you're saying about this. So, but it is, you know, there are so many things going out there right now between climate risk, food security. They're all very, very much interlinked, and we know one of the biggest risks going forward is water. So I think that we need to support solutions which address all of those. So it's very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you. So many great points in that. So Alessandra, would love to go to you next, and hoping you could speak to the potential of alternative proteins to help both producers, including smallholder farmers, as Suzanne said, and consumers in your country. As we know, the climate crisis is causing increasing shocks and stressors to the food system from extreme and unpredictable weather and other issues. Beyond lowering the global greenhouse gas footprint of our food production system, how can alternative proteins support consumers and producers in Brazil?
Thank you, Shireen. Well, as a policymaker, I will talk a little bit about the plant-based alternative protein plant that we developed in Brazil. And in the Ministry of Agriculture, I talk to my colleagues that we are not only the Ministry of Agriculture of Brazil, but also the Ministry of Agriculture of 1 billion people. Because the food that we produce, the food that we produce in Brazil, we feed 1 billion people around the world, so it's a huge impact. So all policies that we put in place, they have a huge impact. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about this policy, the public policy, the alternative protein plan. And I see my colleagues from GFI here, so I would like to to mention the support that I have been receiving, especially Gus here, Gus and Alexandre Cabral. They are helping us in this policy. Of course, to build a policy, we need all the stakeholders to help us to do that. And GFI is helping us a lot in Brazil. So thank you, Gus, thank you. And well, first of all, I would like to reinforce the connection between alternative protein and food security, as my colleague said here before. We have the data from FAO that shows that we have at least 700 million people with severe food insecurity and almost 2 billion people with moderate or severe food insecurity. So it's an impressive number, and we need to tackle this, of course. We also have some projections that pointed out an increase in caloric demand for the future. So it's very connected to protein, alternative protein. Another information is about genetic research. Today you have only 9 species that represent 66% of the food that we eat in the world. Only 9 species. So if you want to have a plant-based program, we want to have more alternative protein production, we also need to take care of genetic research and think about that. New varieties, new breeding programs, new products that will have higher quality, more vitamins, more nutrition. So it's very important also to think about genetic research. The consumer habits are changing, and the market is growing fast. So compared to plant-based meat to meat, the market is increasing in an average 7 to 2 or 3.5 times faster than meat. So it's a number very impressive also. And in Brazil, all the beef companies are making a lot of investments in plant-based food. So it's very interesting, this movement that's happening. And also in cultivated, like JBS company, they make a lot of investments, 6 billion investment in a new plant in Brazil. So it's a very important movie. And talking about the alternative protein plan, it's a public policy that we are considering food security, new consumer habits, and also new products, processing ingredients. For this policy, we need to define when we are talking about protein-based, alternative protein. So alternative protein for us, for this public policy, is protein-based on plants, insects, microorganisms, algae, and other alternative sources. So it's a broad concept. So it's important when we make a policy, public policy. And we have the main objective to support innovation and entrepreneurship. So this is the main option of this policy. And we also want to have some guidelines, like to promote open innovation. It's very important to develop supply chains for agricultural ingredients. If you need new products, we need new ingredients. So it's important to have the public policy develop these new supply chains. The establishment of national network connecting capabilities, laboratories, pilot plants, and experience. So it's important to have this whole environment movement, the ecosystems. And also, of course, the regulatory development. It cannot be a bottleneck. So we need to make investments to clarify and to improve the regulatory issues. And capacity building for research, development, and innovation, and business development. Of course, financing is very important, as we mentioned before, and also international cooperation is very important too. Well, just to finalize, I also like to talk about knowledge, research, and development. We have a lot of initiatives regarding research and development to support the startup and the ecosystems, to stimulate sustainable production systems. It's not, of course, if you are going to talk about sustainable products, you need to have sustainable systems also that need to be reinforced. And of course, the communication initiatives. So this is the whole package that we are producing for this new policy that we are building. And we believe also in the customer choice, of course, respecting the cultural difference and also in all the potential that this movement has, of course, connecting nutrition, food security, and of course the carbon emission, as you said before. Thank you.
Thank you so much for walking us through those policies. There's quite a bit happening in Brazil, it sounds like, both on the public side and on the private side. In case you all didn't hear that, JBS, the largest meat company in the world, has invested in both plant-based proteins and cultivated meat. So very, very exciting. So now I'd like to discuss how our panelists can join forces. Let's start with Arturo again and then Martin, and discuss some ways that public-private partnerships can help support the scaling of alternative proteins, especially for both of your high-tech solutions.
Yeah, I think if you had asked me what would it take to solve the #1 cause of deforestation on Earth and the #1 cause of extinction on the planet, the #1 use of fresh water in the world, through companies and through partnerships, I mean, I think it's incredible how tractable some of these solutions are. So for us, the infrastructure that we use is very similar to what already exists today. The big breweries, so we have a partnership with AB InBev, the largest fermentation company in the world. They own Budweiser and Modelo, etc. And these companies are working to use and deploy their resources to scale up this production. But these animal protein broadly is such a massive market today that we need access to resources and scale and financing to help debottleneck the adoption of these technologies, because now that we know we can compete on taste, right? The proteins that we develop are identical to what animals make. The question is, how do you get a large enough scale to actually now compete on price, right? Taste and price are still what dictate the vast majority of consumer purchasing in the world. Whether it's in the developed world or developing countries, taste and price still dictate what people choose to buy, to eat. If you can solve that now through the technologies that we have and through some of these financing relationships for these public-private partnerships, I was talking to Guillermo earlier today, we're looking at investing $200 million to build a large-scale fermentation facility. It's difficult for a single company to finance that, but if we can leverage partnerships to help make that easier and more scalable for other companies that don't need as much capital to actually get their products in the hands of consumers globally, I think it's a huge win-win.
Yeah, thanks, Arturo. I think those are great points that you made, and they're also valid for cultivated meat. I think if we take a step back and think about how big the problem is that we're facing, currently, 80% of arable land is used for, meat production. The demand for meat is projected to increase with 50 to 70% by the year 2050. Think about that. We would need 2.5 Earths in order to produce that. So it's impossible. But the only way to make people, shift their habits basically, or shift what they're eating, is to offer great tasting products. So that's about taste, it's about price, affordable for everyone, and it's about fitting into one's cultural habits. So besides repeating what Arturo said, that investment is incredibly important because it does require a lot of capital, partnerships to increase the supply chain. I think the wider, collaborations for the public-private sector could also encompass, educating people about this, creating the skilled labor force we need in the future, starting conversations with farmers, for instance, what their role would be in the future. Luckily, in the Netherlands, we've just received a grant to stimulate precision fermentation and cellular agriculture of 60 million euros. It's the biggest government grant in the history. Fantastic. It's still a little drop when you look at how conventional industrial animal agriculture is being subsidized. So we need a lot more capital to also be deployed in developing those type of skill sets that we don't necessarily need today, but we will need them tomorrow. And we do need to have a positive discussion, also including the existing supply chain, how that will transform with us, because we need to do it together, as was mentioned before. We need everyone, because the problem is too big to be picky on what type of solutions or what type of, who's going to be the winner. Everyone needs to contribute.
If I can add one thing, I think to really underscore that point, 5 years ago, the question was still, can the technology get there? Right? There was big technology questions, fundamental biology questions. Over the last 5 years, at least from our side, we've answered that question. At scale, in a large-scale facility, we can compete head-to-head with factory-farmed eggs. The technology is already there. So it's no longer a technology issue. Now the bottleneck to truly solving this problem is scale. And the way to enable that is through these large-scale facilities that ultimately through partnerships with development banks and through support from governments, we can get there.
Yeah, and following on exactly on that point, Suzanne and Guillermo, from your point of view, given the critical role your banks play in these partnerships, anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, I see we only have a few minutes left, and I think, without repeating the need for trust and the need to work together, because the problems that we're facing are just too big for each stakeholder to tackle the problem on its own. I think the key aspect here is innovation and how we as financial institutions can also adapt to produce different results. So how can we support innovation with different financial products and trying to attract the financial sector, the private sector, into innovative products, innovative projects, and we're working on that. So the key, I think, here is innovation.
Thanks. I'll just reiterate that, one statistic I heard recently was that by 2050, with the population that we have, we'll have to grow more food than we have in the last 10,000 years. So solutions like this are what's needed, and I think that we need to provide the innovation. One of the other aspects of that is risk appetite. So we're there as facilitators in that in order to provide, that risk appetite, so you can provide solutions and looking at things differently, because it's an important issue that we all need to come together to solve. And it really is about partnerships. It really is about working together, because we cannot get there by ourselves.
Yeah, you heard it very well, right? We all need to work together on this solution. So, Alessandro, I'd like to give you the last word on the panel here. You could snap your fingers and have governments around the world implement one policy or solution to advance alternative proteins. What would that be?
Well, I really would like to see more countries moving forward in terms of public policies supporting this movement. I think it's very important if we have more countries putting efforts to do this, make it happen. We see earlier here the guys from São Paulo making conversion and having more healthy food in the schools. So of course when we have public policies, they have a lot of power to support our colleagues here, like the companies and all the societies, to move forward. So this is my point of view.
Thank you. So not just public and private sector together, but all countries globally, which is what we're all here to discuss. So that is the perfect last statement. Thank you. So unfortunately, that is all the time we have for today. Thank you to the speakers, to the panelists for sharing your excellent insights, and to all of you, including those tuning in virtually, for joining us here today. If you're interested to discuss this topic more, myself, my colleagues, I'm going to volunteer the panelists too, would be happy to keep speaking with all of you after the panel. There are a few resources I would love to share with you to help you dig in more after the panel, after COP, as you go back to your desks and continue thinking about this. So the first is GFI recently released a global state of the policy report. This can help update you on government policies and financing within alternative proteins. Second, GFI recently partnered with the FAIR Initiative from Jeremy Coller's statement earlier to release the first ever ESG reporting framework specific to alternative proteins. This will enable companies to report in a comparable way of their ESG characteristics and for investors to understand the potential impact of their investments. And then third, for additional information on the environmental benefits of alternative proteins, you can check out GFI's COP case paper. Our amazing panelists have also provided a few more resources here, and if you can access them by going to foodsystemspavilion.com, navigating to Enable Day today, and then go to the session's description, and you're going to have links directly to these resources. So that is a wrap. Everyone, thank you again. Please join me in thanking our speakers and panelists.
get our top results in this area. I mean, we're pretty maxed out in terms of our project investment at the moment, but that's a kind of but you know, it's supposed to be just fine in France.
making some progress. And hopefully we'll see also some political movement next year with the UAE hosting the company.
Hi, welcome everybody. I'm Claire Shrewsbury. I'm the Director of Insights and Innovation at WRAP, and I'm delighted to see you here for our session this afternoon. First off, I want to invite my colleague David Rogers from WRAP to talk to us a little bit about a new report that we've just launched on food loss and waste from commitments to action, and help us set the scene for this discussion on healthy, sustainable diets. David, over to you.
Okay, how's that? So, yeah, thanks Claire for the introduction. Yeah, I'm going to talk to you today about the importance of including food loss and waste prevention and healthy and sustainable diets in national determined contributions. So to start off, I'll introduce myself. I'm David Rogers, and I'm the International Director for WRAP, based in the UK. And so there's a slight delay on these. So yeah, our vision is for a thriving world in which climate change is no longer a problem, and our mission is to make the world a more sustainable place. And today, along with our partners, the Consumer Goods Council of South Africa and Thriving Solutions, we're calling on policymakers to include transforming the food system in their national determined contributions, so that people have access to the food that they need. Is that not working? Okay, how's that? Okay, so why is this important? When you look at the route to net zero and reduction of the impacts of climate change, there are 7 key steps that we identified in our report, the 7 steps to net zero, that will help countries to make the transformation that they really need to make. In our report, we identify that tackling food waste and moving to a healthy, sustainable diet are 2 of the most important ways that countries can reduce their emissions. There's both a territorial and an international basis. 2 of the steps focus on the food system. And the fact, in terms of the food system, is that over 800 million people are affected by hunger in the world today, and that 3 billion out of 7 billion people in the world cannot afford access to a healthy, sustainable diet. And at the same time, 17% of all the food that we produce never reaches a human mouth and doesn't get consumed in the way that it was intended, which doesn't make any sense. Now, to transform a global system like the food system, it requires a whole host of actors. You need the right kind of policy environment set by governments. You need communities to take action and eat and source the right kind of food. You need businesses to change their business model, the way they supply, source, sell, and dispose of food. And you need individuals to take actions to not waste food, which, you know, one of the biggest causes of food waste is in the household. But the potential benefits are massive. It saves money both at the individual, the business, and the national level. It helps to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and of course hunger alleviation if 3 billion people are not able to source healthy diets, and 800 million people go to bed hungry every night, then making sure that the food we do produce going to the right place and not going to waste is a key part of combating that. And the opportunity is massive. 4 billion tons of CO2 equivalent could be saved by shifting the world to a more sustainable, healthy diet in line with the World Health Organization's guidelines. And 2 billion tons of CO2 could be saved by reducing food waste and loss. Now, in our report, which we're publishing today, the Food Loss and Waste from Commitments to Action, we have undertaken a review of all of the NDCs published by countries around the world following last year's COP. And sadly, we have to report that only 21 out of 193 countries actually reference tackling food loss and waste in their NDCs. 90% of countries who've completed NDCs have no mention of commitments to reducing food loss and waste at all. And we need to change that. So we're calling on policymakers to change that today. So what needs to happen? Well, we're calling on all governments to include food loss and waste prevention and healthy sustainable diets in their NDCs, in line with Sustainable Development Goal 12.3. And just as a reminder, when the Sustainable Development Goals were first published, we have 14 years to reduce the amount of food loss and waste by 50%. Now we only have 7 years, and there are not many countries that are on track to make that change at all. And time is short, and we need to increase the scale and the pace of action that we're taking to reduce food loss and waste. And on top of that, we also need to have a healthy, sustainable diet. In order to do that, we need robust measurement and we need coordinated action. The whole supply chain needs to take action. Governments, businesses, manufacturers, retailers, and individuals as well. We all need to take action. And decisions should be shared so that the burden is shared across the whole world, but so that those who are vulnerable have access to the food that they need. And we're really calling for industry in every country to sign up to targeted, measured action so that we can work with businesses in every country to reduce food waste in a way that can be measured and we can see the impacts and track that and identify where to focus our efforts. So that is it really from us today. The call is more countries to take more action in their NDCs and to actually deliver on that action by working with industry and communities right across the world to reduce food waste and shift to a healthy, sustainable diet. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Yeah, so as we heard a bit earlier on this pavilion, food waste is something, food loss and waste is something that can instantly help prevent global emissions. It can be done now. It doesn't need a nuclear power station to be built. It doesn't need planning permission. This is something that can really act now. So I'm absolutely delighted we've put together a panel to sort of tackle the idea of sustainable, healthy diets. So first off is Olaf Schuran. Hopefully I've said that properly. And what we want to do is ask each of the panelists from their perspective, how achieving a food system that is what is the main challenge to achieving a food system that's healthy and sustainable and nutritious as well? What's the main challenge, Olaf?
No, thank you. I just want to first congratulate RAP with putting such an important and powerful report on the table with very, very clear recommendations. This is so important, and yet, this room should be jam-packed, right? It's not, but definitely we will, as EAT and with our partners, make sure that this message gets out there broadly. I'd like to come back to those very striking figures that David just presented, the 4 billion tons if we shift our diets, and 2 billion if we slash food loss and waste. Those are enormous numbers. Food consumption patterns, and of course what happens from field to dinner table when it comes to loss and waste are such a big part of the climate problem. But it's much more than that, of course. It's also a huge part of the global burden of disease that people do not have access to healthy diets or choose not to eat healthily. And then you have also all the economic and all the livelihoods issues that could be tackled much better if we change consumption patterns and if we reduce food loss and waste. So what's the biggest challenge here, you ask? I mean, to me it is that when you look at the policies in place by governments, national and local, today around the world, you would think that they're trying to achieve the exact opposite. Agricultural subsidies overwhelmingly go to boost and increase production of all the bad stuff. Taxation, fiscal policies are used, it seems sometimes, to drive consumption of the bad stuff, and there is no incentive to reduce food loss and waste hardly anywhere, with very few exceptions. And I could go on and on. So the big challenge is to convince policymakers that this is not acceptable anymore, but turn it around and not talk so much maybe about it only as a challenge, but as a huge opportunity for supercharging climate action, for supercharging improvements of people's health and well-being, and also, getting past this scourge of wasting 1/3 of all the food we produce. It really is about using all the policy tools in the toolbox, and on the demand side, on the production side, health policies, environmental and agricultural policies have to go hand in hand rather than work at cross purposes. And if one starts to make that mind shift in government, you can achieve major breakthroughs. I think that is the biggest challenge, but also the biggest opportunity.
Okay, thank you. And I should have said Olaf's from the EAT Foundation, sorry. Forum. Can't read my own writing. So next up we have Lisa Moon. So hopefully Lisa, yeah, I can see behind me. Lisa is from the Global Food Banking Network. So same question to you, Lisa. What's the main challenge and potentially what's the main solution or a good solution that we could overcome in this space?
Thank you, Claire, and just want to also thank RAP for convening this important discussion and talking about the real irony that we're facing in our food system right now, in the sense that it is quite abundant because of all the statistics that have already been laid out related to the amount of food that is produced that never reaches plates. But at the same time, we're facing an enormous hunger and disease burden. And that's really what I think, obviously at the Global Food Banking Network, our vision is a world free of hunger, and we are supporting food recovery organizations in nearly 50 countries. And over the past 3 years, we have seen the demand for food banking service expand 128%. And today, about 40 million people are turning to a local food bank because they don't have the financial means to be able to access either enough calories or the types of nutritious products that they and their families need to thrive. And I think that, one of the great challenges, facing us right now is we have more or less a very significant climate emergency on our hands that requires urgent action. And that is occurring alongside a world where, more than 2 billion people are classified as food insecure. One of the things that we have been really thinking about, especially in the past several months with the war in Ukraine, which has caused a price spike for both food and fuel, kind of, kicking off what we're now calling this cost of living crisis. And the UN has estimated that about 1.7 billion people are at risk, in terms of their livelihoods and their lives because of the food, fuel, and finance crisis created by the compounding effects of the pandemic, of climate, and now, of course, of the war in Ukraine. But I do agree that, we really need to be focused on solutions at this moment. Last year, in addition to improving food access for about 40 million people, our food bank network recovered enough product that would be the equivalent of reducing 1.7 million tons of CO2 from the atmosphere. And so I do think that our chief goal needs to be to prevent food loss and waste from happening. But in the cases where it can't be prevented, there has to be national and global commitment to keeping this food that is produced in the human supply chain. And so you asked, Claire, what do we see as one of the major challenges facing us right now as it relates kind of to this conundrum, is that there's not supportive laws and policies to incentivize producers or the food system to be donating product or keeping it in the human supply chain. In many places, it remains easier, in some cases cheaper, to send excess food to landfill than it is to pass it along and have it improve access for people that might be in need in a local community. And so we've developed a couple of kind of calls to action around policy that national policymakers could consider, and most of them are very low cost. The first would be to reduce barriers to food donation, in sense don't have a tax barrier if you want to donate product. Sometimes it's more expensive to do that. You have to pay VAT on it, instead of just sending it to landfill. So if you can reduce those barriers to donation, and if possible, incentivize it through tax write-offs or the like, we find that has been very effective. The second, I think, component of this, again, something that can be tackled in the near term that's very practical, is handle date labeling. It really, right now, date labeling is very unclear. Sometimes it distinguishes safety, sometimes it distinguishes quality. And if countries were to adopt standardized date labels for food products, avoiding this overwhelming complexity that we're seeing right now, and providing clear guidance for consumers and food businesses on how to interpret date labels of food, that would also help to understand what is the shelf life of that product and ensure it can stay in the human supply chain as long as possible. The other thing, too, is thinking about liability protection for food donors, food recovery organizations. And a lot of times, countries are not providing that protection to donors in good faith, and that can be a deterrent for donation. And so I think that these types of things, thinking about not only how countries include in their nationally determined contributions the point of food loss and waste, I absolutely agree with that, but also thinking about what are some easy policy changes that are in many cases zero or low cost that can be made, so that the food waste that we cannot prevent or food loss we cannot prevent can stay in the human supply chain. And this is so critical now that we have, nearly, a fourth of the world's population struggling daily to access enough nutritious food. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. I think both of you are kind of pointing to policy as some of the solutions to help overcome these challenges and barriers. So now I'd like to welcome Indah Budiani. She's from the Indonesian Business Council for Sustainable Development. Welcome, Indah. If you could share your thoughts on the challenge and the potential solutions, because it would be good to get to those.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for inviting IBCSD to be part of interesting discussion. And before answering your question, I would like to explain about IBCSD to give you the background. So Indonesia Business Council for Sustainable Development is a CEO-led association that promotes sustainable development in Indonesia. So our parent organization is WBCSD. So on food system with RAP, we promote business to tackle food loss and waste. We have initiative namely GRAPS 2030, taken from Bahasa, means in English is reducing food loss and waste by 2030. So with the initiative, we invite companies to join our program. We assist them to develop their action plan and measuring their effort and also reporting. And the program is already running in Indonesia for about 2 years. Now we have about 20 signatories. So we have the core signatories where the companies is the part of core signatories, and we also have associate signatories, which is coming from NGO background, government, and other actors. So for us, the initiative is a game changer because this is the first initiative in Indonesia that bring private sector together in tackling food loss and waste. So answering your question about the challenges, we have some challenges, of course. First, that the company needs to allocate their resources. So at least manpower resources. So definitely it needs a high commitment from the companies. That's why awareness on sustainability issue is more important, because without knowing why, it's difficult to change the mindset. So this is the problem that we face in engaging the private sectors. So that's why BCST has been investing its time in increasing awareness in private sectors. We have a lot of webinars, we have a lot of discussion, workshop to give awareness to the private sectors. And in this initiative, we also have working groups to discuss the topics that help company to implement their action plans, such as on measurement and also in reporting. The second challenge is because this initiative is still a pioneer, so it's still difficult for business to see the results. Of course, we believe there is a result for the company to put their effort on tackling food loss and waste, but perhaps it's never been communicated. That's why we invite more companies to join so they can share their business case, success story, and also sharing their experience. And the third challenge is the consumer side. I think in Indonesia, food loss and waste is not yet the focus of the consumers. So we have to educate the market. Sometimes the consumer expect the food coming from in a big amount, although they think maybe they cannot finish the food, but this is the perception that coming from the consumer. So it's again about the awareness. So if there is ask the policymaker, maybe one regulation to educate the people both on business and also the consumer side, and also regulation that promote effort in tackling food loss and waste for business. It could be incentive or appreciation and promotion. Could be also financing side, financing model that attract business to tackle food loss and waste, or tax reduction. So I think that's some of solution or the policy as for the government. So over to you, Claire.
Thank you very much, Inda. And last but not least, we've got Anne-Marie Tockett. Anne-Marie's from the Posner Foundation of Pittsburgh. Anne-Marie, over to you.
Hi, thanks so much for having me. And I just want to take a couple of minutes to speak to what we're doing as a private foundation in the United States, thinking about the issue of food loss and waste and the particular angle that we've taken on it that has been perhaps pioneering in some ways, at least untested at moments, and very promising at others. So I'm Anne-Marie, I'm the executive director of the foundation, and we're based in Pittsburgh in the United States, but we're working worldwide to find and fund promising solutions to the problem of our collective waste, which we've heard a number of times today, comprises almost 40% of the food that we produce around the world. And so for the global audience, it's probably worth saying that as a private foundation, philanthropic foundation, we have the luxury of deciding which issues we want to fund and work on and being able to be selective about our partners. And one of the benefits of that, or some others may say one of the perils of that private philanthropy model, is that our work is less scrutinized and less accountable than that of perhaps our government or private sector partners and peers. So without bottom line focused shareholders to answer to, or the public who's rightfully concerned about how their tax revenue is being used, philanthropy has the unique opportunity, and I would argue responsibility, to test and de-risk solutions that can then be applied in government and business. So we are taking that mandate quite seriously. Our theory of change around the issue of food waste reduction work is, if we lead by investing risk-tolerant capital into solutions with unrealized potential, then we can contribute to these shared global and domestic goals around reducing food waste by half by 2030. And as David said, the clock is ticking ever closer. We have a set of guiding beliefs about this work that help us stay stay brave in the face of the challenge and accountable to the theory of change I just shared with you. One of them is simple, and that is that reducing food waste and meeting our goal is an attainable goal. And we can do that not just in our lifetimes, but in the time frame that we've set out. We also believe that our job in philanthropy is to assist with the very difficult task of coordination. That is the alignment of the right kinds of capital across business, philanthropy, and government. We think change at scale is possible, especially when we involve the consumer, the lowly consumer at the bottom of the food chain as part of the solution to wasted food. And specifically that consumers are not the responsible party, but combined with the power of business, we can create shared value between those two entities when we have the knowledge and skills to do so. Finally, diverging from that of many of our US-based foundation peers, with all of the respect due to them, we believe that some of the most important answers on how to solve this problem won't come out of the think tanks in Washington, D.C. or the glossy reports produced in Europe, but instead embedded in the global South, in places unfortunately often overlooked or underfunded by many of our well-meaning peers in philanthropy and beyond. So I want to just take a minute, if I have it, to share how we're activating some of those beliefs. And we took some time at the foundation to really analyze where some of the biggest potential benefits from a climate perspective lie in the issue of food waste. And the answer surprised us. About 35–40% of surplus food is generated by consumers. So if we really think about how we shape consumer behavior to stop waste from ever happening, that could be interesting. And so we took a look at the public and private financing that goes into this issue and found that a lot of money was sloshing around further downstream in food rescue and recovery long after waste had already occurred. But let me be clear, too often the responsibility to fix a massive problem like this falls in the lap of the everyday consumer. And we think consumers are set up to fail when they're bombarded with tens of thousands of marketing strategies and decisions to be made when doing something as mundane as shopping for dinner. So reshaping consumer environments doesn't mean pinning the responsibility for solving this issue on the everyday person, but rather driving consumers towards better food management and less waste by creating shopping, cooking, and eating environments that promote those behaviors, which is often the responsibility of business, not the individual staring morosely at a massive hotel breakfast buffet or something like that. So this is how we came to know our partners at WRAP and 13 other organizations globally that we recently funded around this consumer behavior piece. We're excited that many of them are taking new and maybe untested approaches, but again, that's our responsibility to help them test those approaches, whether it's working inside of the prison system in the United States, in the informal market economy in Kenya and Uganda, the food banking network in Mexico, or even school cafeterias in Colorado. We really see ourselves as working to push forward the role and power of the consumer in this work. And again, too often business is exempted from being part of the solution here. Disingenuous to pin the responsibility to solve this problem on the school child in Colorado or the shopper looking for tonight's vegetable haul. But instead, the grants that we've made this year really seek to empower those consumers while emphasizing responsibility on the part of producers, corporations, and those who design the infrastructure where we daily shop, cook, choose, consume, and yes, sometimes dispose of our food. So we're proud to be on the leading edge of understanding this approach and funding these new and emerging solutions. We expect there will be some failures, but also some sterling successes. So we hope you'll all join us either as fellow funders, entrepreneurs, NGOs, leaders, or just the everyday empowered consumer. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And yeah, I think the citizen piece is vastly underfunded and under-researched, and we're here and we're trying to do that, and we've got lots and lots of insights into citizens and how they behave and how to nudge them into making the right choices. So that kind of concludes the sort of the panel's opening remarks. I was going to open it up to questions. Has anybody got a particular question? I think we've got a mic. If anybody's got one. If not, I've got a... Oh, there's somebody at the back there. Thank you. Could you say where you're from and your question? Thank you.
Sure. I'm Shai from Robin Food NGO based in Israel. I'm curious to hear how you guys are implementing the world of behavioral economics to really create something scalable that we can bring to many consumers to help nudge them towards sustainable and food waste-free diets.
So that's directed at RAP or one of the...
Whoever is interested. Could be RAP,
Okay.
anyone else.
Olaf, do you have a comment?
It's a really interesting question, and be my judge if I if I respond anywhere close to what you would expect to hear, but others might also come in and have other points to make. We have underway now, EAT together with several of our partners, something we're calling the Food System Economics Commission, which is about really defining viable pathways in the economies as we have them towards food systems transformation. And I have very high hopes that that commission will come out with some important insights when it comes to the behavioral side and what policymakers can do to help citizens make better choices. As Anna-Marie said, in the world we live today, people have a very, very hard time making the right choices because they're bombarded with all the wrong ones in a sense, and they're incentivized to exactly the kind of behavior that is damaging to their health and damaging to the climate. So I'm hoping that that commission will, when it comes out with its report next year, will have some valuable insights. And then I have a bit of another take. I think we really need to look at, how can we pull some real levers of change that can change the experience of people in their day-to-day lives. And we believe that cities can be powerful arenas and drivers of food systems change along the whole value chain of food. Many cities are primed and ready to go in the right direction, but they have nowhere to go for support. Now, if one could create a partnership between cities and their rural surrounding areas to basically inundate people in cities with healthy food choices, fresh foods coming to market from the areas around the cities, and through that also support rural livelihoods. I think that kind of partnership can do more to stimulate the changes in behavior that we want to see and actually provide access to affordable, healthy foods. And this is more important than ever before, because what we're seeing today in the wake of the Ukraine war is that the prices for all the good stuff, the fresh fruits and vegetables, etc., are rising more sharply than other food commodities, and particularly the unhealthy and stuff that also tends to be more unsustainably produced is increasing more slowly in prices than all the good stuff. So one has to kind of look at what can one do to break that dynamic, and one important part of that answer is always going to be better supply, more supply of fresh foods that have to be locally produced. And if one does that well, instead of seeing an increase in food loss and waste because you're trying to increase the supply of fresh foods, you can actually also see a decrease because those supply chains are, in a way, easier to manage.
Thank you, Olaf. Yep, David?
I'll chime in with just a quick, maybe I can just give a couple of examples that might speak to the person who asked the question. I'm sorry I didn't catch your name. Two of the grants that we funded recently really come to mind on this front, and I have a question internally around whether it matters if the consumer knows or not that they are making better food waste related choices, or if our job is to help create the enabling environments that just help them simply make better choices, whether or not they're doing that intentionally. So one example in the behavioral economics world is that we funded a group called the Busara Center for Behavioral Economics based in Nairobi, Kenya, whose theory of change on its work is that most behavioral economics research is done in WEIRD, and that's an acronym, Western educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic countries. And maybe we're missing something by not conducting similar research in the global south and in countries where perhaps behaviors and motivations and incentives are different. So that simple insight alone, I hope, and they're mid-process on that, we'll get back to you with some of those findings. That simple insight alone was really encouraging to us, that some of these solutions may be embedded elsewhere in ways that are invisible to us. And then I'll use an example from the US around choice architecture, again, a behavioral economics concept where in the US, every school is required to provide milk for every student. And at the moment, a lot of milk is plopped down on your classic lunch tray in the cardboard, carton container, lukewarm, utterly unappetizing, no pun intended, and it gets thrown away a lot of the time. So one of the projects we funded was to set up a really simple, again, choice architecture model where children instead go to a bulk milk container that's chilled, kept at the right temperature, stays fresh longer, and simply take the quantity of milk that they want in a glass, not a disposable carton. So those are a couple of the ways that we're trying to invite in those principles of behavioral economics. And in both of those examples could easily be scaled if they are successful. And if not, we hope we learn why they weren't successful and what iterations may be more productive. Thank you for the good question.
Thanks, Anne-Marie. David?
Yeah, just to build on what the others have said, actually, I think it gives a good example of why we need this to be a partnership. We need to explain to businesses how the economics work to do things in a slightly different way so that they can then choice edit for the consumer, and also to work with consumers so that they are demanding the changes that they want to see from their retailers. And we've done some research in the past that shows that consumers who are helped to make better choices do reward that business with their additional custom for perhaps sort of higher value or treat items. So there is an argument to be made that the economics do work for both sides. It's just you need to get the whole chain together to agree what the changes are going to be so that they can realise all of those benefits.
Great. Has anybody else got another question? If not, I've got a question for Lisa. Lisa, why would you say that tackling hunger and food security is so important?
I thought this was a very interesting dialogue that we just had about this prior question as it relates to diets, and how do you really get to a point where all of the incentives are lining up to make sure that we have diets that can produce and support good health, as well as produce sustainable sustainable environment longer term. And I think that especially if we're based kind of in the global north, as we would say it, it's very difficult to understand what's driving a very significant part of our population. I mean, we know that 2.3 billion people face food insecurity. That's more than a fourth at this point, and they are making choices not just driven by price, but also driven by a variety of circumstances that they have to take into account to survive, right? So I think that a key part of this has to be addressing poverty, so that people are in a place where they can be making food choices, without having to make other difficult choices along the way about whether to, send their children to school or have them, go out to work. And that is the environment that we're living in right now, where you just have such incredibly high food prices, fuel prices, and then a major sovereign debt issue that is affecting, dozens of countries. And so people are having to make really, really difficult choices. So I think that has to be top of mind, because, at a very basic level, people, need food and they need to feed their families, and that is going to be a huge motivator for them, and a challenge in terms of really taking in the big picture. I just also want to comment on a few of the other strains that have come up in the previous question. I absolutely agree that cities can be transformational in this, right? We already know that you can tackle a significant portion of the world's population by focusing on major urban centers and the like, and thinking about how do we ensure that those food systems have access, affordable access to, nutritionally diverse products. I think we really have to be careful that we don't demonize canned and frozen products, which tend to be cheaper in a lot of places than having fresh and just as nutritionally diverse. And the second thing I think we really have to think about, and I loved the comment about behavior economics and thinking about why people make certain choices that they do. And that, that what is provided is culturally appropriate, and that also doesn't increase the workload for people in the household. And I think a lot of times, when we're trying to think about these types of nutrition programming, especially alongside, products that are climate friendly, there are things that are maybe not eaten generally by the community, that it falls on the women, for example, to be having to devote more time to food preparation that she doesn't have in addition to working and caring for children. So these are very, very complex issues, but at its base, at the basis of it is people need food to survive. And so I think you have to be really considering the hunger and food insecurity challenge as part of this bigger picture.
Yeah, thank you. I think time poverty is one of the things that, we definitely have seen that, during COVID, when we were all at home, we had the time to be able to prepare food from scratch. We didn't waste as much food because we were all very concerned, weren't we, that we couldn't get hold of any rice or pasta or whatever. So actually food waste went down. But as soon as we've now come out, we're less, we're less time rich. And, to your point, Lisa, often that the time for meal prep falls to, proportionately, I'm not going to say completely always to women, but, often to the women in the family that are also juggling everything else. So it's a really complex position to understand the behaviours of what drives us to that. Just to sort of draw this to a close, I just quickly wanted to bring Inda back in and ask Inda, have you seen business attitudes transforming, onto attitudes to transforming the business, the food system change in recent years? You said your initiative has been going for a few years. Have you seen them change?
Yeah, I think it is changing, although it is very slow. I see that the business now, especially after the pandemic, they try to ensure that their supply chain and business model is more resilient in the futures. For example, they use some technology. We have some members that use the application to help the farmers in defining the planting time, for example. And also there's a technology that they use in implementing their food loss and waste. And also some companies implementing the integrated circularity approach in their food process. And also the other practices that the company do is support the transition to nature positive production. So IBCSD working together with a partner promoting sustainable sourcing, and some companies already have committed to implement the sustainable consumption and production. And talking about nutrition, there's also some company that's shifting the dietary balance towards more nutritious and plant-rich foods. For example, there's company that are working on food fortification, for example, on tofu or in noodles, and also on food loss and waste. As the signatory of GRAPS, we have around 20 companies joining as the signatory of GRAPS. So I think that's changing behavior. We start from 2 years from 0, and now we have 20. So I think it's changing.
Well, that is really great to hear. And I suppose just to wrap up, because I think we're out of time now, I think, David's point at the beginning, so few countries have got food loss and waste embedded in their NDCs, is a place where we need to start. We need to be talking to our governments, making them understand that this is something that can help reduce emissions almost overnight. But then there's leadership in businesses, in philanthropy, in the works that we do at RAP, Eat Forum, etc., that can actually just get on and start doing some of this stuff. And yes, the policy landscapes might not be ideal in every country, but we just got to try. I'd really like to say thank you to all the panel and for you in the audience and for you online. Thanks very much, and hope you have a good rest of the COP. Thank you. Are you going to the EIT dinner? Oh, it's another one. All right, well, really good to meet you. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you. Oh,
Okay, guys, we're off screen.
Oh, hi, Tom. So sorry. I think my message went to everyone instead of just to you.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. How are you?
Hello? There we go. Good evening, everybody. We have had a lot of different events today at the Food Systems Pavilion focused on the idea of healthy, sustainable, and nutritious diets. And I think a really, really critical point of that is this idea of diversifying diets, not just for nutritional purposes, but also for biodiversity and kind of supporting livelihoods. And that's what we're here to discuss today. You will notice our good friend Ndidi Nweli up there on the slide, and I am not Ndidi, but she is currently on a bus. She'll be here as soon as she possibly can, but we're going to get underway with this really important discussion. So I would love to invite all our speakers to the stage. As you can see, we've got Shakuntala Thilsted, who's the winner of the 2021 World Food Prize. We've got Tilahoon. Thanks, hi Tilahoon. Mehdi, who's the head of resilience, climate, soil fertility at AGRA, which is Alliance for a Green Revolution. And we've also got Paul Newman, who's the director of the SDG2 Advocacy Hub. And joining us online, we've got Louise Mabulo, who's an all-rounder activist who works with farmers on different aspects of healthy diets and nutrition. And so oh, there's Louise. Hi, Louise. I don't know if she can see us. And our key question for this event is looking at diversification and how this can be done through many different ways. It can be done through indigenous, it can be done through neglected, and it can be done through aquatic foods. And our opening question to the panelists is, what does this look like? What different diversification tools do you work with? So we're going to go first to Louise. You've got 3 to 4 minutes, Louise. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Katie, for a lovely introduction. Hi, everyone. My name is Louise Mabulo. I'm a chef, farmer, and entrepreneur working on the Cacao Project, which is really this really holistic way of approaching food systems. But on the point of indigenous and healthy holistic food systems and enabling better diets, for me growing up, I was inundated with misconceptions that certain foods were fancier or nicer than others, that there was a standard for food that was posher or nicer or more delicious, and that entailed a Western standard of cuisine, which really reinforced my training as a chef, where we were taught the basics of cuisine, which included Western-based French and Italian cooking, and the whole idea of just really looking at food through common crops and common food crops that people are more readily available to in groceries and supermarkets. And as a chef, the higher end of the meal, the more imported ingredients was justified why it was so special and expensive, which was a world away from the food that I enjoyed and grew up with at home, which were spice and aromatic laden foods, often heavy with meats and bay leaves and chilies and lemongrass, and steaming heavy pots of stews. And these were like a mix of strange ingredients that I came to realize were considered exotic or unfamiliar when I left my country. And I realized that these homegrown meals and ingredients had their own kind of delicate artistry. They were a unique and often absurd flavor profile that I could just barely grasp. And as a chef on one hand and a farmer on the other, it took years of unlearning to realize the inherent value of good local ingredients and of the value and effort, the local knowledge, the foraging and undocumented stories from our elders, to realize just how magical it is to be able to be part of this journey to explore the world of foods and ingredients that are slowly getting lost to the world. And there is such a big argument to be made for the benefits of heirloom food and ingredients and the practices that go on behind them. But that leads me to my first question. Quickly, why bother diversifying our diets? Well, did you know that there are over 20,000 species of edible plants in the world, yet fewer than 20 species now provide 90% of our food? And that 90% of tropical deforestation by industrial agricultural expansion, primarily for the production of just 7 commodities, is responsible for all this. And in 2021, the tropics lost 3.75 million hectares of primary forest, which is the equivalent of the loss of 10 football pitches per minute. So transforming towards sustainable and healthy diets is good for our health, for the environment, for sustainable economic livelihoods for farmers. And an example of this would be involving transitioning farms to regenerative systems like we do at my work at the Cacao Project here in the Philippines, working with farmers to build agroforestry systems. Now that could look like integrating a sustainable model for cocoa farming into what used to be coconut monoculture farms, or planting native beanie nut trees as windbreakers along the perimeter of fields. It could also include adding local varieties of banana leaves as shading and integrating more crops best suited to our ecosystems and landscapes. And doing this ensures that our farms are part of the biodiversity as an economic forest system that provides livelihoods and creates an income stream for farmers, and builds disaster resilience into our landscapes and allows community members to be environmental stewards through their work. Now, on the other hand, we need to recognize that indigenous and local foods are not in demand. As I mentioned, we only eat a fraction of the thousands of plants safe for human consumption, and the rest gets sidelined for more commonly known goods and ingredients. So naturally, food producers are worried, why would we risk diversifying? And that's a role that every single person comes to play in at the consumer level, acknowledging the need to increase our food literacy and understanding our food baskets. And maybe we should take native, lesser known foods and make them cool and trendy again. And that responsibility falls on everyone to explore their local neglected crops that are absolute treasure troves and normalize this kind of behavior. But in a more practical sense, how does this benefit us in our diets or everyday lives? And why should we bother diversifying our diets or transitioning farming to include biodiverse trees and foods? So diversifying our diets involves eating seasonal local ingredients, which helps ensure your body and health get the nutrition that it needs in the right times. And for communities like mine, returning to heirloom cuisine is a cultural restoration of our identity, not just in food, but in agricultural practices we've lost over the decades. Preserving knowledge like tracking moon cycles or planting seasons, using the sky to predict the weather patterns, or knowing how to best maximize land in a way that nature intended, so we can produce better, more productive harvests that safeguard our food security. So by tapping into indigenous food groups and local traditional farming practices and diversifying our diets, we're not just enabling a healthier lifestyle that is sustainable, but we're also reclaiming a food system that is holistic, ethical, and that is restorative to the planet. So with that, thank you, and back to you, Foodie.
Thanks, Louise. That was brilliant. I think something that really sung through there was that this idea of diversification is everyone's responsibility, and it cross-cuts so many different kind of sectors and areas, whether that's geographical, whether that's policy, whether that's in the private sector. And you also touched on forests, and just, moving to another key area for food systems, I want to turn to Shakuntala to talk about aquatic systems. And I once called this blue food systems, and I got told off because it's not blue, it's aquatic. It's not just oceans, it's rivers and other water bodies as well. So Shakuntala, over to you.
Thank you so much. I'm so impressed that you learn so easily. It's really good to follow up on the previous speaker. Let's try this again. Oh yeah, it's coming now. Yeah. It's really good to follow up on the previous speaker, because we heard what's really important, and I think that would be going through the whole session, the importance of diversity. And this is also important when we talk about aquatic foods, because what many of us know, and if I would ask you about aquatic foods, and I ask you to give me the names of different aquatic foods, not many people can give me more than 5. Others may give me up to 10. If I would go to the villages in Bangladesh where I work and I ask the children to give me names of aquatic foods, in no time I will get between 50 to 75 names from the children in the communities. So the fundamental point that is important when we talk about foods, and also of aquatic foods, is diversity. And diversity of aquatic foods stem from animals, species, plant species, and microorganisms, such as seaweed. And if you would go to parts of Asia mainly, you would see that at times of the year, fish is not the most important aquatic foods, but other aquatic foods are more important than fish. So fundamental, as I said, is the diversity. When we talk about diversity of aquatic foods, we very quickly come to, again, as mentioned by the first speaker, the diversity of peoples who depend on aquatic foods. Over 3 billion people use aquatic foods as part of their everyday diets. And these 3 billion people are not just on the coast, but they belong to all parts of different societies, all coastal communities. Go to Africa, to the Great Lakes of Africa, the populations who live on the Great Lakes of Africa. So diversity of communities who depend on aquatic foods for everyday diets is extremely large. And this diversity of peoples who depend on aquatic foods as part of their everyday diets include in many countries the poor and vulnerable, including women and children in the first 1,000 days. When we also talk about aquatic foods, these many thousands of different animals, plants, and microorganisms, then we have to think about how do they fit within recipes and diets. And with the diversity comes the diversity of other foods that you add to recipes and you add to the diets, making the diets even more nutritious and more diverse. So again, and I'm sure, Paul, you would come into this as well, the diversity is so very important. With the diversity comes also seasonality. And many people talk about aquatic foods in aquatic environments as not being important. For example, you have the times of the years with rains or the times that are dry. But by using aquatic foods and aquatic food products, we can make use of the diversity and the seasonality that comes with it. And even more important now when we talk about climate. For example, in the seasons of scarcity of water and aquatic foods, we can use aquatic foods, for example, as we do in Africa, dry them and use them in the seasons of scarcity and to population groups that live very far from water bodies. And in the seasons of plenty, when the prices are low, we can use these aquatic foods to make diverse and nutritious aquatic products that can be used throughout the year. For example, in school feeding programs and mother and child care programs. So it's not important just the production systems and also the consumption patterns, but we must also consider the supply chains, as these give us the diverse supply chains gave us the opportunity to make use of the diverse products that come from aquatic foods. I'm extremely happy to be here today because this platform and many like this gives us the opportunity to place recognition on diverse aquatic foods as we move forward with the transformation of food systems, because we cannot have a transformation of food systems, especially with respect to the disruptions caused by climate, if we do not include diverse aquatic foods. Thank you.
Thanks, Shakuntala. Really, really critical points there about the need for diversification. And I liked how you said that aquatic foods represents the diversity of peoples that use those different foods. And I think that's really coming out so far. Pleasure to welcome Ndidi. Thank you so much for joining us and running over here. We've heard from Louise so far and Shakuntala. And I think now we're going to hand over to Paul as our second chef on this panel, actually. To talk about beans. A lot more than beans, but it's about beans.
Thank you, and it's so great to be here and so great to see this conversation happening today. I think as we look at the need for diversity, it's about how the world's food system is going. We need to look at the challenges that we face. We need to think about the world in the way that we are and how it's growing, and what some of the pressures are around nutrition, around environment, around climate, and how can we think about transformation. And so when we do that, I think the first thing I think about is about mitigating risk. And I think if we have a food system that's very concentrated in key areas and key foods, we basically increase our risk. If we go to a diversity of foods that are contextually relevant, that are sourced in different ways, in different places, grown in appropriate ways, recognizing and acknowledging indigenous culture and how it brings the insights that it brings to the food system, then we also mitigate the risk. And at the moment, we have to radically shift the way that we eat. And this is really important to ensure that we have a future food system that's healthy, but also that we ensure that that's equitable around the world. We need to stop pushing forward one way of seeing food and one solution, but seeing multiple solutions that are contextually relevant, that are connected to history, to culture, and that are catered in a way that makes sense. So as part of that, I'm a big fan of the importance of diverse aquatic foods. I think it's absolutely essential that we look at food all around the world, not just on land or just in some parts of the world, and that diversity is absolutely critical. That diversity, I think, also needs to shift into how do we communicate. And I think part of the reason for this is we want food systems to be delicious, we want food systems to be exciting, we want food systems to be engaging. And if we take taste out of it, if we keep food very simple, we don't think about all of the opportunity, then what we do is reduce the ability for people to actually shift, to be able to change their food systems, and also to contribute to the livelihoods of those that produce. We've been talking a lot about beans at the moment, and thinking about beans, peas, pulses, and we're going to be launching on Saturday a new campaign over 5 years to try and double the consumption of beans around the world. And it's titled Beans is How, and we're looking at this not to say beans are better than anything else, although if you do look at the details around their environmental footprint, around their nutritional status, they do rate a lot higher, similar to many aquatic foods. We're saying that as part of this, what we need to do is we need to start multiple campaigns to encourage diversity of foods, to encourage people to actually recognize the value certain food groups have in terms of their nutritional density, in terms of their diversity, in terms of their cultural connection, in terms of their climate impact, and in terms of their livelihood. And we believe that beans, peas, lentils, and pulses as a whole actually are, they pack a punch. But often they're perceived as cheap food. They're often perceived as food that you eat when you cut. Food that you eat when you can't afford other foods. And what we want people to do is to see that these are foods that we should eat and choose because of the benefit that they bring, because of the contribution they have. And it's not something we just transition to when we can't afford, or for people that can't afford these foods, but it's something that we celebrate. So that's just a little bit of my view on the reason why this diversity. I didn't go into all the stats because they were well covered, and I'm really excited about this conversation about food from around the world. And I think COP needs to really look at next year having a much better food offering on, because I know I'm hungry most of the time, yeah.
Thank you so much, Paul. And thanks for the good work you do around the world, getting people excited about nutritious food and making it fun, because that's part of the solution, right? And tasty. It's nutritious, it's tasty, it's cool. All right, so sorry again for being late. I was caught on the frenzy of COP. This is my first COP, and I don't know if I'm coming back. We'll see. So have we heard from Tilahun yet? Okay, so please give us your brief introduction on this topic and how AGRA integrates with it. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. I think a lot has been said. These crops we talk about
had very bad names. They are called orphan crops. They are called underutilized crops. They are called neglected crops. And they didn't get the attention they deserve. The 20th century was a century of few crops like rice, wheat, and maize. And the 21st century should be the century of these highly valuable, resilient crops. And we talk about really crops which are protected by communities, still maintained in certain niches, and are valuable both in terms of adapting to climate change, but also now recognized as nutrient-dense, nutritious crops, and becoming really attractive to the food processors and the health group. So that's really a very good timing. But also, we in agriculture, I'm an agronomist, so when we talk about adverse climates, bad soils, when everything fails, these are the only crops surviving and supporting communities. Because of very high plasticity, there are crops, like in my country, in Ethiopia, we have a crop called teff. There is no crop I know in the world which is as flexible. You can have a teff variety of 40 days. You can have a teff variety of 160 days. You can grow teff in wet, waterlogged soils. You can grow it in the driest soils, in the driest climates, and you still get food. And this has been evolving over years, and it's a lot done by the communities in selecting the appropriate varieties and maintaining those varieties over time. So, and the other group really, which is very common in Africa, still underutilized, but are really important and becoming very important, are the group of millets. We have finger millets, we have peel millets, we have fonio, which is a West African crop. And these are crops which survive as extreme events. Unfortunately, research, including the CGIAR system, didn't invest anything on these crops. There is no intention, there is no money going to research in these systems. I know I used to work as a principal science at Tickersat. No money. We were able to really get money, the maximum for sorghum. No other crops. Because they are not valued. The market is not valuing them. The consumers are not valuing them. And most of the whole production system is dictated by urbanization. And the urban people are eating, we have these three global crops, which are really good, but unfortunately masking all the other benefits of these valuable crops. So what do we do really? What do we do? That's really probably one thing I think a deliberate support, a deliberate engagement, a deliberate investment on these crops in research, in extension, in development, but also in making sure that there is an improvement. There is an improvement in agronomy, improvement in trade linkages, improvement in processing, and improving the supply chains of these crops is really very important. And these are really opportunities for the whole world. It's not only for Africa or Asia. I think the next generation, the challenge, will be solved only if we really bring in these crops into forefront and support them. And we really call for partnerships, including in my institution, AGRA, where we really work in drought-prone environments and supporting communities to produce crops. And I think an investment is required to make it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ahmed. And I love the example of teff, because teff is a fantastic, fantastic crop. You've talked about millets, and you've talked about what needs to be done in a very comprehensive manner. So thank you for those very profound words of introduction. We're going to go through one round of questions with the panelists, and then I'll come back to you in the audience and for those of you who are joining us online. Louise, you're in the Philippines, and I know you have some very exciting examples of diversifying through indigenous crop varieties. Can you share a few of those practical examples with us? What has worked, what has been a struggle, and what do you see for the future?
Thanks so much, question, Didi, and it's wonderful to actually have that engage in that question, because really looking at crops, we find that the Philippines has such a diverse ecosystem. And so for us, it's really looking at what already grows there, what works best, and also what is profitable for farmers, or what serves a purpose or service within our agroforests. So I mentioned earlier that we engage a lot with eating nut trees, which are these beautiful ancestral trees that grow along my entire community. And it takes 10 years to grow, but they are some incredibly sturdy trees that provide beautiful windbreakers. And it's really a matter of being able to utilize them and plant more and have the patience, because all that time will pass anyway. And there's also the fact that we have varieties of local bananas that would never probably be able to reach grocery stores in the West, but they are absolutely delicious and have extremely great flavors. And then looking at it as well, we have practices in agriculture of how to plant sweet potatoes and tracking wind cycles, of moon cycles, and looking at the best times to plant certain things. And we even have, like, I posted earlier on my Instagram, this gorgeous moringa tree, which is something that's native to the Philippines and in most of Southeast Asia, but has been growing there for years, and it grows in any kind of soil type, in any nook or crack on the side of the street, and no one's ever had to buy it, because it's just something that thrives on its own, is very low maintenance, is extremely resilient, and people just kind of take for granted the fact that it grows there and just go out, pick a bush, and then go off to make their stew. But the thing about it is, a lot of these practices and ingredients exist, they grow around us, but the knowledge to actually acknowledge that they're there or recognize that these are edible food crops is very scarce. We have alubati, which is these gorgeous purple and green leaves. They're called Malabar spinach in English. And they grow like weeds everywhere, but they are incredibly nutritious. They're good for your blood, your skin, and even cocoa trees that we grow here in the Philippines. Many of them have been around since the 1500s and have become almost integrated with our nature. So it's really a matter of acknowledging and realizing what already exists there and being able to benchmark on the fact that we can utilize them for food systems, make them trendy and cool, or normalize them, or even create them as a part of livelihood systems for smallholder farmers, so that by doing their work, they're also able to promote these foods and ingredients and propagate more of it to create these biodiverse food systems that could help combat climate change or food insecurity or soil degradation. So it's really making it as a normalized part of our system, which, as I mentioned, everyone has a role in doing.
I love it. And you know, as you were talking about those examples, I said, no, but they're from Africa. You're claiming moringa. We claim moringa. Sweet potato right in our backyard. So it means that there's so much we share and there's so much we can do together. So that's what I'm taking away from you, is the importance of scaling by sharing knowledge, sharing information, and ramping it up. I'm going to ask the panel here for rapid fire around what will it take to scale and what impediments can we remove to scale. Let's start with you. Yes.
Well, let me keep my remarks to aquatic food systems, and I have 3 strategies that I'd like to present. And the first is to recognize the role that diverse aquatic foods and aquatic food systems play in food systems transformation. And this is so new, and you know, a platform like this is so important for getting this message through. In fact, this recognition really took form in the global narrative only with the UN Food Systems Summit in 2021. So it's so very new, and there's so much we can ramp up on this recognition. And the second is to amplify the investments in research, in innovations, and capacity building at all levels. And thirdly, to engage champions and actors throughout diverse food systems, and in so doing, in focusing on engagement, also bringing and bridging traditional knowledge with new science and new innovations in order that we can use aquatic food systems to transform food systems for nourishing people and the planet.
Terrific, very, very specific. I love the one on innovation and research, because we don't invest enough in research in particular. In fact, At the Goalkeepers, Bill Gates said if you calculate how much we spend on food aid and food relief, we only give a fraction to research. If we gave more to research, we wouldn't need to spend that much on food aid and food relief. And that's exactly what you've talked about with nutritious food and aquatic systems. And I want to drop in that she's one of our role models in the food ecosystem. I mean, we've communicated on email, but seeing you in person as the World Food Prize winner and one of the first women to enter the space, you've done so well. We're so proud of you. Please keep up the good work. Now, please give her a round of applause. It's always good to recognize pioneers who have paved the way for the next generation of women. So thank you.
Look, I agree with Shakuntala in so many ways. I think champion development, so investing in champions and building champions and giving them space to be able to share. And I think this needs to go from the field to the kitchen, and we need to bring everyone into that conversation. Investment, I think we need more investment into the different crops, which is echoing the conversation around the research that you both shared. And then I also think we've got investment, champions, and then I think information is the other thing. I think there's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of information missing around certain crops, and I think we need to get out more information on the diversity of crops and make it more accessible.
Paul, so I'm going to challenge you. He said, why do we call them orphan crops? Why do we call them indigenous crops? What new name can we give them so that they're not seen as outside or special, but mainstream? So that's a challenge back to you and your team. Beyond beans, can you take this on and give us new language to use to demystify and make this commonplace? So,
challenge accepted.
Thank you. Dr. Mede, what's your secret sauce or silver bullet for scaling?
I think besides what has been said, one thing I would suggest is first advocacy, policy advocacy. I'm saying this with a reason. If you see the flagship programs developed in Africa by our leaders, they expect wheat in Mali, wheat in Burkina Faso, in the Sahel, where these indigenous crops are much better fitting and are nutritious and have the local dish, and yet we push in the continent crops that are popular in the world and have influenced our leaders. So really creating that policy attention, advocacy attention is very, very important. The other, I think, advocacy is consumers. Very few people know about the nutritional value of these crops. You get the highest zinc concentration. You get the highest iron concentration. You get the highest calcium concentration in millets. No other crop. We published recently in Nature showing that, you can have double, cations, double iron, calcium content, zinc content in millets compared to wheat and maize. So that consumers are not aware of. So I think reaching the consumers is the third one. And I think the most important one for all this is really working on the value chains, the market chains. Because producers, farmers respond to markets. And up to now, they don't have markets. Even if they have, it's a low price, a low cost. So making sure that I think we work across the value chain with processors, with value addition, and making sure that there is enough return for the investment. Then I think things move. Thank you.
I love that. Remove the inefficiencies in the value chain, enhance the productivity, profitability by driving demand as well amongst consumers. Thank you very much. Another one? Yes. And then I'm going to come to you, please, for your questions.
I just want to say also, obviously, Ndidi, you're a champion for small to medium enterprise. And just as you were talking and as we've been sharing, I think SMEs are key to invest in as well. Because when you have power in very few companies, you end up with efficiencies which can drive out diversity. We need to change that. But at the same time, the diversity often comes with entrepreneurs, and you've got many entrepreneurs you're working with in that way.
Thank you. Thank you. Great points. SMEs are the pivotal middle, not the missing middle, the pivotal middle, and they need to drive innovation. 10 minutes left. So now can I open it up for questions? Yes, please introduce yourself and tell us who your question is directed at. I have 2 questions I'll take in succession.
Thank you very much. My name is Salome Owonda. I work for Center for Minority Rights Development, Semi-Ride in Kenya. Mine is a question, but more of a comment on the use of ITK in weather forecasting, because for us to do the diversification, it's part of the value chain from the production. How would we use the indigenous traditional knowledge in weather forecasting? Because production is very region specific. Weather forecasting should be region specific. And ITK is very region specific and accessible to the grassroots indigenous people and local community. It's very important that to integrate indigenous traditional knowledge in weather forecasting using the modern science. So how would you foresee this happening? Yes, thank you.
Terrific. We'll take another question here, and then any other questions from the online? Okay, we'll take another one.
Hi, my name is Amara, and I am the founder of Fight Global Warming Nigeria in Nigeria. And my question focuses more on food distribution and how to make sure we not only invest money in probably producing all these food, but making sure that it goes to the right people and the people who actually need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent question. Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, my name's Olivia Jacobson. I'm an undergraduate student at Colorado College in the U.S. My question is almost exactly the same as yours, but I'm wondering what you all think about how to build food distribution systems that empower diversification and honor like geographic differences and regional locality versus delivering like nutrition to all those who need it.
Terrific. So two similar questions on distribution and one on data from indigenous people. So can I ask you to take the data question?
Yes.
Do you mind?
Yes.
And then Paul can take the distribution. I'm sure you can chime in on data as well. So let's start with those.
Yes, that's a very important question. For one, farmers are not adopting technologies as they come. They modify, they mishmash, and they make it work in their specific location and locality. So, identifying the farming system, identifying the location, identifying the food habit, and working with the local communities, and making sure that the local knowledge is integrated in technology development, a feedback loop, and making it work is very, very important. Once we know that special location, special habit, but also the farming system, using that experience, we can map where else can we replicate it. So on one hand, of course, it's location specific, but I'm sure there are many other locations which are close to or very similar to, with a bit of modifications that technology can be applied and used. So in Agra, that's what we are doing. A farming system map, a content for that farming system, integrating a local knowledge, and bring it back to the community. That's really how we are trying to address.
I'd like to add to that from another angle. So if I give an example, I work, for example, in Odisha and Assam, 2 states in India with large tribal populations and with a wealth and richness of indigenous knowledge. But I think there are many steps that we forget. For example, indigenous knowledge is not the way we from research think about knowledge or even collect knowledge. Many times, indigenous knowledge is in the form of stories. And that's another way, and in another language, with the use of other words. So there are many things to be considered and taken into consideration if you really want to bridge and make the strong links between indigenous knowledge and science and new innovations. And we haven't yet started to make those bridges. And that's something we have to do. And the way to do this is to engage with communities from the very beginning. And when we design the solutions and the strategies that we want to put in place, that we take them back to the communities and get them evaluated by the communities themselves. So we say that we want to do it, but we really haven't figured out how do we make that bridge.
Terrific. I think it's important to first recognize it. I love what you say in terms of inviting them in the design process so their voice is heard and that influences how it plays out, and then tracking over time to make sure you're actually delivering on the impact. So thank you both for sharing. Okay, Paul, and then we'll ask Louisa to address the question around distribution and access. Yes.
Yeah, no, I think access and affordability is really critical, and it's often overlooked. So we come up with great ideas and then they become very inaccessible. I think there's different ways to approach this. One is to think about resources. It's really thinking about how do you access system-based resources. Just recently, after AJRF in Rwanda, we were able to go and visit a project that was working with schools where using public procurement, so government money that was invested into school meal programs that have been rolled out across Rwanda, they were able to purchase locally from farmers beans. These beans then were able to be fed to the kids in the school, but they were localized, so these schools were getting beans from the farmers around. We met a farmer. The farmer said to us, "My kids never get to eat my beans because they're too valuable. I have to sell them. But because of this program, they now get to eat Dad's beans at school." I think these kinds of systems which think about the way things work, not only then does the family get the income of the crop, which is incredibly valuable, they get the nutrition and the connection to that crop as well. So I think there are ways to do this. We have to think innovatively and we have to design with purpose. And I think this is really critical. And so I think, as we think about this, it's also about how you build pride in the brand, how you build those. And so things like Changing Narratives Africa, working with entrepreneurs is a great example on this. But we have to build brands around some of this, because I've also talked to people on the beans front where they say as soon as they can afford it, they don't want to eat beans. Beans are seen as a poor food, a cheap food, something they eat until they can afford chicken. And so they say, don't run a campaign to tell us to eat beans. So we've got to change the perception of these food groups so that these food groups are perceived with value, with benefit, and with dignity. And this is really critical so that indigenous and traditional foods are actually accepted and celebrated. Chef Pierre Thiam, who is working on funio, for example, is creating a market, selling that, building a brand, and people are getting excited about funio, and then they come back and that connects and then validates what the farmers are doing, gives them a lot of value in terms of selling the crop and recognition. So I think there's ways to do this, but it requires strategy, it requires investment, and it requires purpose. And I think sometimes we just don't bring that purpose. We disconnect our food from the system that it's in, and we treat it as separate bits, and that's when it falls apart.
Thank you very much. Last word from you, Louise.
Yeah, definitely. I think looking at this and answering all the questions, it's really about closing the gap between consumers and producers. We need to increase food literacy at the consumer level. I think it's really important that people know where their food comes from, and to destigmatize these ideas, as Paul was just saying. We have these stigmas or misconceptions about what food is better for us, what food is considered posher or nicer or more palatable. But really, there's so many different varieties of food, and there's nothing that's better or worse than the other. It's just a matter of being clever about how we're sourcing. And there's also the fact that we should localize food systems. And I think the pandemic really highlighted that. In the Philippines, for example, we've always been an island system where all the islands have always been self-sufficient. But because of accessibility and imports and everything, we've lost that kind of ability. And when the pandemic came, we started transitioning back to it, and we realized it was actually much more cost-efficient, sustainable, practical for us to be self-sufficient and localize food systems, getting our fish, getting our beans, vegetables from the local community farmers, and that enriches their community, that builds their economic livelihood. So these systems are very much possible. It's just a matter of bringing it back, because once upon a time, food was just food and farming was just farming. And our grandparents didn't have to think about supply chains or what the carbon footprint or impact was of picking something off of a shelf, but really being able to just enjoy food and value the process that goes on behind it. Lastly, I think something that's really important is documenting and labeling. So everyone here talked about funding research, but documenting these stories, having a consolidated place where we can learn about indigenous knowledge, And also being able to label ingredients in food from where they come from, reclaiming that language. And not just that, but making sure that farmers also have a say in how the end stage of everything goes. At the Cacao Project, our farmers are making their own packaging for chocolates, and being able to tell the story and have that autonomy to be able to say, this is our chocolate, this is how it was grown, and the stories behind the beans and the flavor profiles that go into it, the weather, the climate, and the season. So it's really, as was mentioned earlier, being able to integrate our farmers and our food producers in the system that is designed, that goes to the consumers, and make sure that that whole system's transparent and everyone has kind of a weigh in on where it goes. But that consists of a whole system redesign that includes policymakers, producers, companies, corporations, and that's why we're here at COP to discuss them all.
Thank you so much. An excellent word from everyone. And I'll just summarize what I've heard today. Number one is we all agree that they're no longer going to be called orphan crops or indigenous crops, that we're going to make sure that they're integrated into our diets because they're going to be affordable, available, and accessible. Rebranding, research, innovation, funding, linking markets and farmers, and collectively, everyone has an important role to play. So let me start off by thanking Katie, who led us off and started us off. Please give her a round of applause for doing such a wonderful job. Thank you to, thank you, sir. Thank you to Shakantala, who is just a pioneer. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Louise. And thank you to the audience for your support. It's not about how many people are in the room. It's about what we do after this discussion and the insights we take away. And I think it's been a very rich discussion, very practical, and I'm feeling inspired and energized about what we can all do collectively. So thank you again and have a wonderful evening. Enjoy the rest of COP. Thank you, everyone. We should take a group picture probably somewhere. Yes. You have to join our picture.
Oh, that was a bit mean.
Oh no, it's okay.
Oh, that was cruel. I'm going to say to him now. I'm going to say you were so upset that you took him out of the picture.
That would have been amazing with you in the background. Oh.
Yeah, it's like you got a photograph of everybody else, but then dominating it is Louise.
Oh, giant back.
So maybe I should move a bit back, right? Very far. Julia has been, and she's not here, but you can just ask any of these guys. Video intro, and then that's your cue. What's the video intro? You will see. Okay. And then once it ends... That's not our video. No. Okay. It's that we have a video intro. Oh, okay. Okay? And is this working? Yes. Please just text. Check it. There's a... Good afternoon, and thank you for being here at this late hour for this session on Foodscapes. My name is Sashwati Bora. I'm the Global Director of Regenerative Food Systems at the Nature Conservancy.
Just as an intro on Nature Conservancy, we are a global environmental organization. We are headquarters at the US, but we work in more than 70 countries. And as an environment organizations, a lot of our work is also focused on food systems because the challenge is clear. Food production and consumption is one of the biggest issues related to climate and biodiversity and human welfare goals. So we are really trying to work on elevating our ambition on food systems, looking at moving beyond just avoiding degradation of nature to really looking at how food production can restore our land and water and freshwater and ocean ecosystems on which our food production systems depend. We are also looking at how we can improve livelihoods of communities that depend on these ecosystems for their economic opportunity. So this session is going to be very much focused on looking at how do we move towards a more regenerative paradigm where we sort of elevate our ambition to really seeing how food systems can bring and support our climate and biodiversity and human welfare goals. But we also know that to meet these global level aspirations, we have to start with local change. We need to work through a place-based approach, working with organizations, institutions, communities, looking at institutions, cultures, and norms. So our way of doing this is through our approach, what we call Foodscapes, which is basically putting food systems as at the center of a landscape ecosystem-based approach, where we are looking at bridging the gap between global aspiration and local level change to seeing how we can support local communities, but also to scale and elevate our work so that we are able to really transform food systems, unlock scale, and accelerate the transition. Today, we are going to be focusing on this, and we have two panelists, one with us on here, and one joining us on video. But first, before we start, we would like to start with the short video on what do we mean by Foodscapes. So we'll start the video now.
What does it take to produce food? Think of it in layers. We start with a place, the plains, the river basins, the foothills, the coastal shores where food is grown or raised. Then come the specific farming practices typical there, and then the forces of supply and demand, public policies. But all of this only comes to life when we add local communities and cultures. These layers overlap to create what we call a foodscape. All of these deliciously diverse foodscapes add up to create a complex global food system. But that's not all. Foodscapes also hold the key to changing the whole system for the better. Through the diversity and complexity of our global foodscapes, we can showcase the food economy as a powerful tool for positive change for both people and the planet. Let's take a closer look. Each foodscape class includes biophysical information, the geology, ecology, and climate of a place, and also the farming practices used there, like irrigation, tillage, and nutrient inputs. You can see how different foodscape classes interact to form a mosaic within a political boundary or within a geography or biome. The foodscapes can also provide a foundation to look at the people, the policies, and the profits, as well as the solutions most suited for their betterment. With this new planning language, policymakers, economists, analysts, and local community leaders can help to unlock the power of nature, supporting more resilient food production and improved livelihoods for producers. Working at the foodscape scale allows us to operate with both local detail and global impact in mind.
So last year, the Nature Conservancy with IASA and Systemic, we published this report which really looked at how do we map food systems. So because food systems are so diverse, we map all of the food production systems around the world to come up with around 86 foodscape classes based on biophysical and management attributes. And then we looked at the role of nature-based solutions like soil health management practices, water management, agroforestry, and so forth to see how this can lead to more regenerative outcomes. And so why did we do that? We did this because some things like biophysical and management attributes can be globally mapped. So knowing a little bit more about how our food production systems work can give us insights that can then be adapted with local insights, insights into cultures, norms, institutions, and market structures. But that was the science, and that's the report that was published last year, and a short summary is here. But now we are trying to develop a strategy to really see how we can then implement, because this COP is, of course, all about implementation. And two of the first few foodscapes that we are working with our partners is in Kenya and India. So today we will be looking at these two work in more detail, especially our work in Kenya, which is very much focused on smallholder agriculture production systems. So we are here with two speakers. Mutari Aminokano is the TNC Africa Director of Policy and Government Relations. And we'll be joined also online on video by Ruth Steinai, who's the TNC Africa soil scientist. So we're going to first go and speak with Mutari and ask him about TNC's Nairobi Water Fund, which is basically the basis of the foodscapes that we are working on in Kenya. So Mutari, could you just tell us a bit more about the Water Fund work?
Thank you very much, Saswati. I'm glad to be here and discussing this important topic. And as Saswati said, the real basis for the foodscape you are going to hear the case study about is really how to manage the water that feeds the foodscape itself. And this is in Kenya, which is in the Horn of Africa. And we are all aware that the Horn of Africa is currently facing a drought of humongous proportions. The rains have failed for 4 consecutive seasons, and this is the 5th short rain season, and all indications is that the rains will fail this time as well. So it's very serious, drought going on. It's led to displacement, it's led to the death of livestock. Almost 2.5 million cattle have died. Even some charismatic megafauna, about 200 elephants are supposed to have died so far. People displaced, land laid barren because there isn't enough water. So most of the Kenya part of this area is traversed by one long river, the longest river in Kenya, which is the Tana River. It is more than 1,000 kilometers long. And really managing this river provides a way to adapt to these ravages of climate change that are manifesting in the form of drought. So this example is really an example of integrated water resource management in a way, achieving water security and therefore food security, health, biodiversity, and many other benefits. So this is really the background to this. The Tana River, as I was saying, provides water for 95% of the inhabitants of Nairobi city itself, which is almost 5 million people, in addition to providing water for 5 million other people within the watershed. So it's really very, very important, and its management is just imperative. And it also feeds most of Kenya's most productive agricultural land. So again, the link to the foodscape. The issue there, of course, is mostly this drought, this really serious drought, which is of 40-year proportion, and which is ravaging the zone. But there are also internal issues like the removal of forests from the steep hills, which is laying the ground bare and causing erosion and therefore soil to wash down into the river and deposit sediments and cause faster runoff as well. Then, of course, the conversion of the wetlands to agriculture around there. So these are some of the issues there. And the TNC in about 2013 decided to implement the water fund model. The water fund model is really based on what we call in Africa, prevention is better than cure. It is the principle that to prevent things upstream of the river near the headwaters then saves you a lot than waiting till some of those challenges and problems come and manifest downstream. So it is actually about a nature-based solution to protect the upper regions of the catchment so that you don't have these problems downstream of it. And one major aspect of the approach is that it is all-inclusive. It brings all stakeholders to the table. So it involves the public sector, the governments, it involves the private sector, and it involves civil society. So it's an all-society approach. And when TNC started this, there was a steering committee formed of representatives of both three of these categories, which came to start planning and developing the what is called the Upper Tana Nairobi Water Fund. And this was the first of its kind in Africa, so none of them, but is currently one of 40 across the world. TNC is now very savvy at sort of catalyzing the formation of these water funds. And since the Upper Tana Nairobi Water Fund, there are several others across Africa, and even within Kenya, there are more that are now springing up. So a steering committee was formed in 2013, but the big jump was in 2016 when this water fund was adopted as a priority by the Kenya government. And that, along with the development and maturity of the water fund, led to a GEF project being implemented there. And since then, it has really grown to the extent that now it is an independent, non-governmental organization of its own, independent of any other organization, registered as an NGO and operating on its own, with members of the board coming again from civil society, from government at all tiers, not just national government, but municipal and county governments, but also representatives of private sector, especially those who are water users downstream. Coca-Cola is a member, the Nairobi Water is a member, the county governments are members, TNC is a member of the board, and actually the secretary of the board is a TNC staff who I'm poorly representing at this, at this occasion. And then, of course, all of these. But there are also other members and supporters and beneficiaries. And this especially impacts 50,000 smallholder farmers. So back to what Saswati is saying, that the main thing is really so to benefit the local community as well as some of those private sector and other water users I've mentioned. Several interventions, livelihood interventions, economic interventions, conservation of soil and water, agricultural improvement, and so on and so forth. So in land conservation, some of the interventions have been like terraces along the hill slopes so that it could stem this erosion, soil erosion happening, and grass strips there. Habitat protection in terms of protecting some of the riparian vegetation that is there. There is water collection structures, so water pans, so that water will be available throughout the year. And this is really very important for adaptation to this drought caused by climate change. There is improved soil health measures, agroforestry, climate smart agriculture in form of improved seeds, but also improve in terms of providing extension and advisory services to farmers, as well as clean energy interventions by the provision of biogas, which prevents the cutting of trees for firewood and so on. So nature-based solutions really that are helping to make these 50,000 smallholders to adapt to the ravages of climate change. So let me, I know you are looking at me that I'm going over my time, but let me end with just a few facts and figures from this intervention, like I say, which started in 2013, but was actually registered in 2015. So quick facts. 1 million tons of carbon have been estimated to have been sequestered, and the carbon credits are now in the process of being validated. 42 million liters per day of water is available as a result of this intervention. 3.6 million trees have been planted and are growing, and 1.3 million out of these are avocado trees, which are economic trees that are bringing a lot of income to these smallholder farmers we are talking about. An income estimated to be about $50 million a year, and which has created about 17,400 green jobs. There is more than 300 kilometers of riparian vegetation that has been conserved as a result of this, this intervention. 300 hectares of public forests that have been rehabilitated. 15,500 water pans, these water collection structures that are being installed, estimated to have led to the harvest of 38.5 million liters and benefiting 3,000 residents and thousands of livestock. Also, 115 units of biogas have been distributed, which are leading to the prevention in cutting trees for firewood in the area. So really, really excellent nature-based adaptation example. And if I leave you with any two messages and takeaways about why the success of this intervention and how it has become, it has fledged really to have a life of its own as an independent organization. I think one is the inclusion of all stakeholders, like I said, civil society, private sector, government, in order to form it in the first place. And second, really the financial mechanism of establishing a trust fund and a trust to manage this trust fund that is actually made of representatives from all of these sectors. So I'll pause here, Saswati, and come back to.
What does it take to produce food? Think.
Thank you, Mutari. I think I love this example of Nairobi Water Fund because it's a clear example of a public-private partnership, which is really looking at climate adaptation and resilience, focus on smallholder farmers. It's really looking at seeing how downstream actors can transfer benefits, incentives to upstream actors like smallholder farmers towards supporting nature-based solutions like soil health and water management practices. And it's really embedded with the communities there, and it's embedded and strengthening local institutions. As you heard from Mutari, it's taken several years, almost 7 years to build this. And it's now an independent organization where we sit in the board, but it's led by the local communities there. So this is sort of the base for the work that we are doing on Foodscapes, the Central Highlands ecoregion, where a new Foodscape initiative is being developed. So I'm just going to call now Ruth, if you are online still, to speak a bit about the Central Highlands ecoregion. Hi, Ruth.
Hi, Swati. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you, Mutari, for going ahead to give an overview of what TNC has done before in Kenya. Just to build on what Mutari has said is that for the Central Highlands ecoregion Foodscape, this is a landscape strategy that bridges the water towers, that of Mount Kenya, and it bridges the mountains of Mountain Kenya and also the Aberdares with the grazing lands of the Northern Kenya region. And this is a first foodscape in Africa, and it also lies within the Apatana Nairobi Water Fund that has been there, the investment before by the Nature Conservancy. For this foodscape, it is our key priorities in this is that the water is the nexus for this food system transformation, together with the regional health. So as a result of that, this foodscape gives us an opportunity to invest in land restoration as well as developing food supply chain resilience for the smallholder farmers. So for this foodscape, we're going to focus on protecting the water, wildlife together with people. And one of the key things about this foodscape is that it provides water to the downstream users, and there is dire need to protect water from the source. We picked up the lessons from the Apatana River, where we worked with the smallholder farmers at the upstream to invest on soil and water conservation measures so that it improves the water quality and quantity for the downstream users. And in this case, for the Central Highlands ecoregion, the downstream users are the smallholder farmers who are intensive farmers for horticultural production. We have the large-scale commercial farmers who export both vegetables and even they export vegetables and several horticulture, even flowers, to foreign markets. And we have the wildlife conservancies, and we also have the pastoralist communities and the downstream users. So there's need to work with around protecting the water towers around the Aberdares and even the Mount Kenya. So for Chair, we are focusing to work around 10 counties within this Central Highlands ecoregion, and one of them is Laikipia, where we talked about. It hubs the wildlife communities, both in communal land and even the private communities. And also there's a high increase of immigration as a result of globalization. So there's need to develop a foodscape in context of climate change because of all this land use change within the region. And Foodscape provide these opportunities to invest in this restoration that will give us a dual goal of combating climate change and enhancing farmer profitability at the same time improving livelihoods. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruth. And we'll just keep you online for a bit, but we will just move regions now. So from Africa, we'll move to India. So we also have a pretty ambitious initiative in Northwest India, in Punjab and Haryana, where we are working, we are planning to work with around 250,000 farmers on sort of a very ambitious regenerative foodscape approach. So we were going to play the video right now on India and then probably discuss a bit more of the approach in both these foodscapes. So please stay with us as we look at the video. The way we produce food is a critical link between people and nature. And over the last century, we have designed our food systems to feed the world. And it has done so very successfully. But it has also had unintended consequences on nature. We know that agriculture and food systems leads to a quarter of our greenhouse gas emissions, to around 70% of water use, and more than 80% of land use change. And so we now need to really look at developing a food system that not only is designed to increase production for food, but it also plays a role in this restoring nature, that it leads to meeting our climate and biodiversity goals. Northwest India, especially the states of Punjab and Haryana, were at the epicenter of the Green Revolution in the 60s. Between these states, they meet around 40% of food security for the country. This is a very successful agricultural region, which is the breadbasket of the country. This has come at a cost related to high use of fertilizers and pesticides, overuse of groundwater, and really deterioration of soil health. There's a very short window between rice harvest and wheat seeding, and farmers are increasingly burning their rice crop residue, which is leading to a huge problem, not only due to their greenhouse gas emissions and deterioration in soil quality, but it's also leading to huge air quality and air pollution and respiratory and health issues for communities in this region. We know that there are solutions that exist, technology solutions that can help farmers to really seed the wheat without burning the rice harvest. We also know that if you have more diverse crops, you'll lead to more soil health, to more water management, improvement in water quality.
The farmers that I have met in Northwest India are extremely progressive. They very clearly understand that regenerative agricultural practices would impact gainfully their soil, climate change, water, as well as reducing air pollution by not burning the stubble. TNC India is working directly with the farmers to see how the farmers have access and can afford crop residue management machineries so that they are able to plow in the crop residue into the soil to ensure that the soil remains healthy and the water requirement is lesser. They understand that these practices would increase profitability, restore ecological functions, and build farmers' resilience.
What really inspires me is that there are solutions that exist, and more people know that these solutions exist, and more people and organizations are working to see how they can accelerate and scale these solutions. But I'm actually mostly very inspired by young people, the youth, who are becoming vocal and putting a lot of pressure on all of us to take action. So the work in India and Kenya is part of around 5 foodscapes that we are developing currently, and the goal is to develop around 12 to 15 foodscapes representing diversity of food production systems around the world, diversity of regions, and to really see how we can sort of use these as living laboratories and really look at what are the scalable solutions that can come out of these work. Before I open it up for questions, I'm going to turn to my fellow panelists to ask a few questions. I'll start with Ruth. What you laid out for the Central Highlands ecoregion foodscape is very ambitious. So what are some of the challenges that you foresee in implementing such an ambitious initiative?
So yeah, thank you, Sashwati. As Mutari mentioned, is that this county has experienced dire effects of climate change. It hasn't received rainfall in the last 4 consecutive seasons. And as a result, this has had a negative impact on wildlife. It has had an impact on there's loss of pasture for communal grazing land. And therefore, there's a challenge of water scarcity. And as a result of that, we have conflict, human-to-human conflict. We have human-to-wildlife conflicts. It has created a loss of water, both on ground and surface water, and as a result, decrease in food production. So the key challenge, one of those challenges is now, with a huge abstraction of water from the rivers and long, prolonged drought in this region, then it poses a huge threat to the food supply chain, to biodiversity, and as well to the livelihoods. So looking at what the Foodscape strategy offers is that we will work with smallholder farmers around water use efficiencies. How can they restore land that will bring an impact on biodiversity, an impact on carbon sequestration? So by offering regenerative practices approach.
Thank you. Mutari, I mean, it seems like we have talked a lot about markets, we talked about private-public partnership, we haven't really spoken about policies. So, and we know that policies can be a huge enabler for scale. So how can policies sort of help, an enabling environment, help support scaling of such system level initiatives?
Yeah, thank you. Good question, Saswati. Although, as I mentioned, I think one of the real triggers that made the whole intervention to take off and scale up was really when the government of Kenya identified the water fund as a priority. And therefore, then it got buy-in and got support, not just from GEF, like I said, there was a GEF project that came, but from the private sector and everybody. So within a particular intervention, that kind of policy lever really multiplies the impact of the project. However, as we know in many countries, policy coordination is a real major challenge because there are so many players, especially when you are thinking at a systems level, and they are at so many different layers, you know. There is the national, the subnational, the local. There is the private sector and different arms of private sector within there. There are the local communities, CSOs and others within there. And so generic policy coordination mechanism, especially where you are talking about water resources with the potential for the conflicts that Ruth mentioned, whether human, wildlife, or between various water users and uses, and so on, is important. So there is a gap in policy that brings about this holistic systems thinking that such a foodscape type of approach will thrive.
Policy alignment in various levels of government, connected with private sector alignment, working with communities. If I can go back to you, Ruth, I mean, we heard a lot from the Water Fund how they are working with local communities and organizations. What about the Central Highlands Ecoregion Foodscape? Who are you working? How are you engaging communities, and who are the organizations that you're working with?
So we are leveraging on existing partnerships already, and the key partners, of course, are definitely the county governments, the national government, and even the water funds, because we've picked the lesson from the past, what worked in that region, and we are scaling it now to the Central Highlands ecoregion as a whole. And we are working with partnerships to offer farmers incentives around water use efficiencies, because as a result of that, then we are going to increase farmer production at the same time while protecting the water towers that the entire ecosystem depends on it. So we work with the local communities. The farmers are the heart of all this. And for this, because of the different transition zones within this region in terms of grazing to switching it to cropping systems and the water towers, we are working with both the smallholder farmers, the large-scale farmers, and the communities in terms of the pastoralism around livestock fodder production and grazing management. So we are already working with those existing partnerships, and even both the communal and the private, the water users at the downstream levels.
Great, thank you so much. I'll open it up for any questions from the group, if there's any. Please, if you could introduce yourself.
Good evening, my name is Salome Wanda. I work for Center for Minority Rights Development, Semi-RIDE. My question is on the improved seed that you talked about. Are they reliant on fertilizer? Because now you've talked about improved seeds. And are you able to propagate them, or they have to come for new seed every season? And are you providing them for free to them? Because the reason why I'm concerned about this is the issue of social inclusivity to the farmers. What happens to the farmers who are not able to get the seeds, to buy the seeds at every season, if they're not propagated and if they rely on fertilizer? Thank you.
Ruth, do you want to take this question? Did you hear the question, Ruth?
Yes, it's about the seed systems.
Yes. The question is about the seed systems, like who's providing the seeds and fertilizers to those communities who are working on in these regions.
We work through partnerships and seed systems, especially now within the counties. We work with partners that so first we work on demand land value chains that are providing incentives for farmers to invest in regenerative practices. And for example, if it's like value chains, those are control systems whereby we only use certified seeds that are accessible to smallholder farmers. We have innovation hubs where farmers can get this information on where to access certified seeds for their use at farm use levels. And also we have, we work with partners that also provide these farmers at even village-based levels. And we are also, within the regenerative practices, we integrate soil health management. And in that context is that we work with farmers around practices that produce regeneratively, ensures that there's productivity, at the same time there's profitability. I don't know if they've answered your question.
I think a lot of the focus, if I may, is also on sort of a suite of nature-based solutions. So they are looking at like soil health management practices like cover cropping. They are looking at integrating tree crops in cropping systems that really improves the quality of the soil. It leads to more rainwater harvesting and all, which is also improves the water retention of the soil, and that really is improving productivity. So they're working on a suite of and nutrient management is just one aspect of the work that has been done through this initiative.
Exactly. Also to mention that we work with all groups, and 40% of the farmer database that we have is that are involved are women. Women, and even we are targeting incentives that are lucrative to the young farmers, because you realize in most of this region, you will find most elderly farmers. So we are looking into working closely with women who are very key participants of transforming a system.
No, I think she's covered it, but just to emphasize that the emphasis is on regenerative agri practices, so less emphasis on high external input and interventions that would lead to marginalization and lack of inclusivity, which is where your concern is.
Any more questions? If not, I'm going to maybe, Mutari and Ruth are like our leaders in the Africa region. They're leading this very ambitious project, working with lots of communities, looking at scale, looking at doing this in a very short span of time. And I would like to just end with maybe asking them one last question about, the work they outlined. What gives you hope? And I'm going to start with Ruth and then go to Mutari.
So it gives me hope that even with the future projections, it shows how there will be less unpredictable weather patterns, and therefore it's a clear indication for a paradigm shift in this region. And what gives me hope is that we have existing partnerships that could turn this around, and TNC has the lessons picked from different Foodscape strategies that could also be scaled within this region. So this is hope for restoration and to do business digitally and not as usual.
Yeah, I think I will echo that. My ultimate hope is that as droughts are coming fast and furious these days in this region, that really we address seriously the impact of the greenhouse gas emissions that are leading to climate change and bringing this. But we can't wait for that. So my other hope is that what these interventions have shown is that adaptation, especially in these areas we are working, can support and help smallholder farmers to adapt and therefore soften the impact of climate change when it comes to them. So the hope is that, as Ruth says, that this will be replicated in so many places, and we do have, I think, 2 or 3 others coming within Kenya itself, and many more outside Kenya within Africa in terms of the water funds, but that also the Foodscape work, which is now being piloted in Kenya, could also be replicated and scaled up across Africa.
Thank you, Mutari and Ruth. And as we heard, I mean, if you know what's happening in Kenya right now, the region is suffering from the worst drought in possibly a decade. And because of climate change, this is going to be probably climate volatility will be much more, and smallholder farmers really impacted. So, there is a sense of urgency that we are hearing all throughout the COP today, that we need to move towards implementation. We need to do this at scale, and we need to move fast. And then there is also this sense of hopelessness that, how do we do this? Where is the funding? Where is the model? But we wanted to show that there are sort of work that exists, and there are some models that can be scaled up. And I think these kind of initiatives show that if we have enough partners and people working together, we can work towards solutions at an accelerated pace, at an accelerated scale, so that we can sort of work toward developing those food systems that are actually not a problem, but a solution towards our climate and biodiversity and human welfare goals. So thank you very much for staying till this late for this session, and please let us know if you're interested in working with us and with partnering with us. We obviously cannot do this alone, so we are looking at developing partnerships, concrete partnerships on the ground. Well, thank you so much. The way we produce food is a critical link between people and nature.